What's up? Oh. How are we all doing? Welcome. It's been a week. I figured I needed to come back with something, I was supposed to say iconic. Something eye-catching was what I, had envisioned. It's a terrifying image, not really war criminals. You're right, Baronessa. You're so right. I'm using the wrong term. They're not at war with Whitestone, the Briarwoods. These are all citizens of the country they represent. So they're more domestic terrorists, insurgents, semantics. There's something around there, they'd be a little at home in Gitmo. That's all that it feels like. What's up, Montana time lapses? Welcome. Glad to have you live. I know many people were saying it's going to be weird to hear me talk in a one-time speed because so many people have been watching through at 2x. But welcome. This is how slow I talk. It's your birthday. Happy birthday, Rebecca. I just had the thought I should sing the happy birthday song right here, right now, but that would be weird. So I will just give you a hearty happy birthday. So at war criminals, since the pertinent treaties are not in Act on Exandria, they're not in Exandria. They're in Amman. Or at least they're on the continent, I think. Happy birthday, the Geneva. Well, lol, I'm certainly not their lawyer. That's true. I don't think they have lawyers. It seems like they were self-represented against the king, which does not seem wise. But, lawyer Burt Reynolds didn't even make an appearance. Freedom fighters? Yeah, we'll be generous. We'll call them revolutionaries. What up, Torben? How you doing? Admiral Jackbar? Thesholo? What up? Since Percy's representative of the previous administration, it could be called a civil war. That is generous. Oh gosh, I am peaking like crazy. Uh-oh. Why am I peaking so bad? I just realized that my mic was crazy loud. This better? I saw John's something about the mic levels, and I just saw that it was peaking out of control. It seemed quite loud off the bat, and audio doesn't sound quite crisp. A bit of fuzz. Yeah. I don't know why that was. Hopefully this is better. Hopefully that's better. Yeah, representative of the previous administration, though. That's... he's more of a lost heir sort of situation. Civil War is generous. You can just call me by my nickname Gremlin if you remember. Bet. All right, I'll try. I don't know. You might be able to set nicknames in the chat. At least I've seen people change their names in chat. I don't know how to do that because I'm not really a live guy. I don't really watch streams. I just do them. But... yeah, cool. It's a reverse coup. A reverse coup honestly seems the most accurate. Have a great stream. Just started your Ep 11. I'm loving the bots. Fuck yeah. Thank you. I'm glad you're liking them. I will try to have a great stream. Oh wait, I just realized. Oh no, I said episode 30. I meant to say episode 30 part 1 or 0.5, but what are you gonna do? Exandria is the planet. Oh, no, I had no idea. I thought the continent that Amon was on was the planet, or was Exandria. I had no idea. Or was that? No, definitely not a joke. They have a lawyer, Burt Reynolds Squire. And he didn't even make an appearance the last time they were in court. What the heck is up with that? I'm glad to be able to be here for a full stream now that I'm caught up. Hell yeah, Deadly Spark. Glad to have you. Way better. You gave me a jump scare. Oh no, I'm sorry. Dude, my fucking, I need to get a new audio mixer. I bought this one for $20. It works, but it's not good. And sometimes my mic will just randomly change gain without me turning any knobs. I'm sleepy. One, my state just had a snowstorm. Oh no, I'm sorry. That sucks. Okay, so how you been gets into some housekeeping. Because the answer is not great, but not that big a deal. It'll just result in a little bit more me doing less stuff that I just want to do. A lot of the content won't change, but yeah, basically, when I got back, my work shuts down from Christmas until January 1st or 2nd. And when I got back from that break, a bunch of shit had gone wrong over break. And on top of that, while all that was going wrong, I'm in like tier 3 support IT, and a bunch of the tier 2 people had some problems. So they were having problems. One of them is training someone, which is going to be awesome. Once it's done, be a lot more support. It'll be great. But training someone always, takes away resources from the actual job because you have to take time to train them. So I'm having to cover for a little bit of that. So it's just a lot of extra work. On top of that, I'm training someone, which again will be dope once they're all trained up. But in the interim, while they're not trained up, it's a hassle and a half. I used to be able to, take a half an hour here and there to check the Discord or to talk to Eden or to check comments, but that is not doable anymore. So now I have to do more of that stuff after work. And then I also just released the bot, which has been buggy as hell. I think it's stable now. And so last week was just a shit show. I was just sleep, work, sleep. But this is the worst it will be, right? Every day is getting better. My trainee's getting more trained up. Things are resolving. So basically what all of that means is that I had like a couple of new content things I wanted to introduce. I had an idea for I don't even want to call it a podcast, but a series of videos that involve talking to people that are not interviews. It's not a podcast, because Lord knows we do not need another one of those. But it was going to be podcast-esque, but if you know me, you know I wanted to put my own little pizzazz flair on it, so it did have a lot of flair. And I'm still very excited about that, but there's no way I can do that with everything else that's happening. So that's basically the gist. For now, I'm going to be doing Critical Role, half episodes Mondays and Wednesdays, full episodes every other Friday, doing book club every other Sunday, and supporting Unseen Campaign. That is probably just going to be the content during January and probably like into February. That's going to be it. Just because I don't have the time to expand like I wanted to, because I really did want to expand more stuff. So yeah, that it kind of sucks, but it is what it is. We're still going to be doing the regular content that we've been doing, or that I've been doing. I don't know why I said we. But it's going to be a lot less of the new exciting stuff. But yeah, that's kind of the housekeeping, you could call it. Percy is Daenerys Targaryen, honestly. Hey, what's up, Fanlair? Oh, I recognize Fanlair. Welcome. How you doing? Cheeky Monkey, good luck. Hopefully your party gets all of their goals and desires. What up, Mustang? What up, Jeweler? How we doing? Thank you, Mustang. Yeah, the membership stuff was weird. So for anyone who's either not in the Discord or just didn't see the Discord announcement, I redid the membership tiers partially because of the like outside of stream stuff, like the work stuff. I went way too ambitious with the second level of like everything that I could provide. I just couldn't. And so I lowered the price a lot from $10 to $4. And so it still comes with the Minecraft server, and I still do want to do members only content. So like, I want to do some members only streams, especially if they're like, the Minecraft server related. I think that could be cool. But I don't know exactly, when they'll be happening, so I didn't want to promise anything. And yeah, so I lowered that price a lot. So that was, I think, there was some, not confusion, but just, it was weird switching over, because I have to like delete the old tier, but then like get people to switch to the new, it was weird. Hooray, made it to streaming. What's up, AKL? How you doing? Also, you might have noticed, it's not ready yet. This was me like test ordering. So I chose a person to do it through the merch, and I wanted to see like what the quality was like. It's okay, I'll tell you. I got the premium, and the premium is somewhere between what I would consider premium versus normal. Like, it's not quite normal t-shirt level, but it's close. So I'm going to put some stuff out. I also wanted to, I think the logo, let me know if you guys think this. I think the logo's a little bit too far to the outside. I think I need to bring it in a little bit. I don't know. What do we think? Seems like, I feel like it needs to be just like a smidge, like there, like that needs to be like there. I don't know. What do you think? But yeah, so got that ordered because I wanted to maybe a touch. It's because it's angled. Yeah. Yeah, a little more centered. Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought. I can see it. Yeah. So I am gonna adjust the logo. And then those should be up. Like I said, quality is okay. It's not what I would like eventually like my merch to feel like. I probably wouldn't. Well, no, I would. I just like long sleeve shirts, but it's not like amazing. So only get it if you like have the money and like want to support me, but like want a tangible thing in return. There will also be non-clothing options. So yeah, that will be going up sometime in January. I'll be linking that to the channel. But I want to take it slow, especially because the main thing I want to support right now is the Unseen campaign. I'm so excited. I'm so psyched. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go and check out the Discord. There's information on there. Need a mugaphone? Oh, that's good. That's really good. I wonder if I can rename the title of items, because there is a mug. But yeah, the Unseen campaign is the main thing I'm supporting right now. Now that a lot of it is implemented and like a lot of people have seen what's going on, I wanted to give another kind of a few more clarifiers live, because I know some people were confused about some things, very rightfully so. So in the Discord, so the bot is the Unseen servant, and it will give you experience just for sending messages. Doesn't matter what chat they're in. So I love all of the people role-playing. It's so cool. But you do not need to roleplay. Like, the messages do not need to be in these channels in order for you to gain experience. It can be anywhere. The other thing that I wanted to clarify is, like, adding content to the world. I posted an article about, like, writing content and DMing, and I want to sort of make it clear of like, if things are in the roleplay chat, I'm generally like just letting the roleplay chat ride, like letting the stories that happen there just, be what they are. And then if there's something added, like someone asked me about like, oh, would there be an inn in the town? Those are the sorts of things that I'll add to the world anvil of like, oh yeah, now there's an inn if you say there is. If someone is like, I'm sitting under the shade of like 1,000-year-old oak in the middle of the town. Great, now there's 1,000-year-old oak. Like those are the sorts of things that I'll take and I'll add to the world anvil, and we'll build out the world from there. And I'll, write down or give credit to whoever came up with it. If you want to DM in the Unseen campaign, like with people using their characters that they're leveling up here, that's so sick. There's an article where I kind of give the requirements. Or if you just like want to write content that like might appear in an unseen shot, an unshot as I'm calling them. If you want to write content that it might appear in an unshot or that other DMs could use to run sessions in this world, feel free to submit those. I would just like email them to me. My email is on the world anvil. And I'll add them and I'll, do all that. And if you don't want to do all that, feel free to just engage as a player. It's all up to you. But yeah, I want it to be, this kind of big collaborative experience, with however people want to engage with it. The first unshot will be in the middle of February, minimum of level 3 characters, and you will get a notification when your character levels up. Actually you won't yet. That's in the next release. So we're on version 0.6, which I will start maybe I'll note that in like the Unseen Servants about or something. But we're on 0.6, 0.7. Here, I'll just pull up my notes. And let you know kind of what's coming down the pipe. So 0.7, there's going to be a level up messaging. So it'll let you know when you've actually leveled up instead of you having to check manually. And this is sort of a behind the scenes thing. I set up a testing workflow. So now I have a test bot and a test server and all that. And then I'm also going to have automated role assignments based on level. So that won't actually come into play until later, I don't think. But there might be some cases where you get a role based on what level you are, and that wouldn't be like it would be mostly to facilitate for DMs of like, hey, they've reached the minimum level for this tier. You can easily see that based on the role. So that's what's kind of coming down the pipe in 0.7. And yeah, I will continue programming and supporting it. I'm loving it. And yeah. I've been enjoying the RP. It's helped me develop my character a lot. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Oh, I'm so excited. I've never like engaged in like, asynchronous kind of roleplay like that. And I'm probably not going to really be in there. Partially because I'm a lurker. And partially because I want to like give you guys full reign without it making it feel like dad's looking over your shoulder, What's the easiest way to find the upcoming schedule now? It is on the World Anvil. So I am making World Anvil the place. So if you're in the Discord, there's a server guide at the top. You can see rules and information and guidance. The World Anvil is where you should go for everything, like, from now on. That's where I'm going to put that's where I put Critical Role Bingo. That's where I'm putting my stream schedule, links to the Discord, articles about the Unseen campaign, contact information, all of this in here. All that'll be on the World Anvil. So, if there is a deviation from this schedule, I'll put it in announcements. And I'm going to keep announcements pretty pruned. So now that I've gotten a chance to talk about the membership tiers, I'm going to delete this post. So I'm gonna, yeah, like I said, keep it pretty pruned. If something's been up there for like a week, or if I've talked about it on stream, I'll probably get rid of it. So these announcements will hopefully be like things that are very pertinent. So if there's no announcement about not having a stream, then the streams will definitely be following this schedule. Yeah. Shout out to Hans for being the very first to RP with me in the tavern. Hell yes! Shout out to Summer and Hans. I'm nervous to join the RP, but I'll probably jump in soon enough. I get that. It's intimidating. I'm really like, Summer just shouted out Hans. Shouts out to Summer for being the very first message in there. That's takes some guts. And it'll be a process of getting it started, but I was blown away with how like much RP there was so quickly. It's so exciting to me. This is what I was just talking to another YouTuber about this. Like, the things that get me excited are entertaining. That's like, going live for me is super, super exciting. And then building like systems that people interact in. Like, those are the two things that like really get me excited. And so I'm getting to stream again, and you guys are like interacting in a system that I built. Like, it's so exciting. So yeah, I'm very pumped about it. And for the unshots, I'm going to try to run as many iterations of them as possible so that as many people can play as possible. But there, might be a situation where we have to do some sort of random choosing or lottery situation. I'm also going to try to make them balanced for as many people as possible. So who knows? Maybe I'll run my first 8-person session. We'll see. But yeah, I'm very hopeful for the bot as a whole, and thank you guys for being so patient with all the programming. It's my first Discord bot, and there were, oh god, Sequelize fucking sucks. If you're a coder, if you're a tech person, and you are looking for a database solution, do not fucking touch Sequelize. Oh my god. Probably 90% of the Sequelize part of the bot probably took me 30% of the time to actually like write up the fucking code for, and it probably took 90 to 95% of the troubleshooting time, and then I just switched to a different solution because I couldn't fucking fix it. And then I switched to MongoDB. And MongoDB has been an absolute joy. I love everything about it. If you're developing a bot, or if you're just in JavaScript, in Node.js, and you need a database solution, big thumbs up to MongoDB. It has both an on-prem and a cloud version, so you can even like access it on the cloud if you want. Couldn't love it more. I was going insane trying to deal with Sequelize. And then the moment I switched to MongoDB, everything got better. Oh my gosh, so ridiculous. I have plans for the tavern. Ooh, very exciting, Atmos. I don't want to spoil anything. No, bet. I'm excited. That's very, very exciting. More recipes. They've sounded dangerous so far. Fuck yeah. But the dangerous monster parts are definitely a hint. That's exciting. Ooh. I'm intimidated by the RP, but I'm intimidated by the RP my Archer girl is doing. Okay-ish. Okay-ish. I don't know. Look, like I said, I'm intimidated by the RP. I'm not gonna be in there because I'm a lurker. I don't text. I'm even bad at answering like just texts in real life. But for all of you that are liking it, I'm loving just watching and reading it. Sounds delicious. The bot already works so much better than day one. Oh my god. Yeah, it was just non-functional day one. It's crazy. Like, one of the first things I did was make a thing to where it could automatically restart, and by the time I implemented that, I'd already switched to MongoDB, and now it doesn't even need to restart because it never crashes, because MongoDB is beautiful. But yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad you think so. I put in a lot of hours to it. But I loved doing it. Like, that's my type of coding that gets you like something you like at the end of it. Um, uh, Gremlin here, good to know. Hell yeah. I really just need to make a character, but I'm too indecisive. Make 20 at most. The multiple characters functionality should work, so make as many as you want. Only one of them can be active, so only one of them is earning XP, but, you know, make however many you want. So glad we can edit. Yeah, that was... Yeah. It works a lot better than day one. Has anyone named the tavern? The tavern is called The Tavern. I don't think so. I don't think anyone's named it. Ep 30 is one of the shorter eps at 2:35, 126 first, 2:9. Are you really going to only do each half today and Wednesday? Probably still. Because I want to keep on the schedule. That's the big thing. Of like, because this is the situation, right? If I decided to, especially with this one, right? If I did the full one on episode 30 today, and then I did a half episode on Wednesday, then on Friday we can't do a full episode because we have to finish the other half, and then I guess start the next half. It's just the cleanness is not there, and also honestly, any night that is a shorter stream is probably going to be a blessing in disguise for me, both in like working on the Unseen campaign, as well as probably logging back into actual work and like doing more work for my full-time day job. That, you know, that's probably going to be the way it is for a little while. There is a chance that the schedule bumps back up, or can maybe become more flexible in the future. Like maybe we can do, you know, stuff every Friday. I don't know. I don't know what the future will hold, but yeah, it'll always be half episodes on Mondays and Wednesdays. No matter the length, which sucks. But I've seen too many people burn out, and I fucking love this channel and like what I do, and so I gotta hold myself back. I gotta slow down, and make sure that I don't burn out. Does it automatically make the newest one active if you make a new character? Yes, Hans. It automatically makes the new one your active, so you would have to go and get the ID for the other one if you want to reset it to be active. As a program and software dev for a large space agency, I'll take all the software inside I can get. Hell yeah. Yeah, dude. Sequelize sucks. It was easier to program. Like, it was easier to write the code for. But troubleshooting it was orders of magnitude harder. Troubleshooting MongoDB is like the easiest thing I've ever done. And even if there's an error, I can go in and manually edit it. You can't manually edit things in Sequelize, because like the database is fake. It's a fake like database wrapper, which is cool. And I will say, in terms of like benefits, it's much smaller than Mongo. Mongo takes up a lot of space, and it's much more of a resource hog than Sequelize was. But oh god, do you pay for those savings? Holy shit, do you pay for them? And Mongo's not even that big. Like, I'll take Mongo every day of the week. But yeah, and eventually, I mean, speaking of things I want to do, we'll get started with the takeaway and the actual Critical Role episode here soon. But speaking of more things I want to do more coding streams. Like, I want to do more tech streams. Like there's a lot of those sorts of things that I want to do. I want to show you guys the inner workings of the bot if anyone's interested. Like, I think that'd be cool. I honestly, I don't know. I have been thinking a lot about, let's say, increasing my hours streaming. And I just have a litany of ideas to fill the day. Like, I could fill every single hour of every single day with fresh and new ideas. I just have so many. And that's not like a brag. That is, they're not all good. Like, let's be clear. They just all exist. But I have so many things I want to try. And that's why, I got to take it slow. Make sure that I still have the motivation to try it all into the future. And keep going with, like, the content you guys love, like Critical Role and Book Club. So, that's all of the housekeeping. Lots of huge housekeeping stuff. And we will, we'll see how things shake out into the future, and I will keep you guys updated. Takeaways from episode 29.5. Are the bots Cyberdyne approved? Look, Barris, you're making lots of movie references. You're lucky I've seen Terminator once. I think that's Terminator. That might also be The Matrix. I'm not a movie guy. But maybe. But no, in terms of takeaway from 29.5, war criminals. Am I right? I am really hopeful, and I'm optimistic that Matt will give them consequences for what they've done in episode 29. Because they did, like, whatever we want to call it, that was brutal. And how you react to that sort of thing as a DM really sets a tone at your table. So, like, we saw how Matt reacted in Iman to what they did to that group in Iman. Like, so we know that Matt is going to react somehow, right? And the way that you react to those sorts of things really sets, like, a huge tone. Like, if you are running more of, like, a beer and chips, like, just like, hey, let's get together and hang out and just have fun, sort of really, really casual game, maybe what they did is just, like, fucking around. It's just descriptive, and, like, you don't really hold them to accountable for it. Like, that is a very legitimate type of game where, especially when it comes to, like, narrative brutality, doesn't have as much of an effect on the actual story and the player's goals. That's a legitimate type of table and tone. I don't think that's what Matt is running. And thinking through that at your table and talking to your players about that, of, like, being very real with them, of, like, how much do you want your actions to matter, especially when it comes to narrative stuff. Like, very clearly, Travis is the type of player that loves that brutality. Like, he wants to be out here playing Mortal Kombat, right? And so if you have a table with 4 Travises, it might be reasonable to let them be crazy brutal and have that not totally wreck every, relationship that they try to form. Maybe for them, you focus more on honor, on, like, breaking your word, on betraying allies. Like, you can still focus in on things that generate consequences that they care about. But the player actions that they want to have consequences might be different depending on your players. Like, the entire time they were going in, Travis was like, blood, blood, blood. Like, blood for the blood god. Fuck yeah, Percy. Like, let's fucking slit their throats. Like, he was into it. Yeah, D&D meets Doom. Hell yeah. And so, like, if that's the table that you want to run, that your players want to run at, that is totally legitimate. And in that style of game, you can still have very real consequences for player choices. It's just that the same choices will not, like, the same choices will not give the same consequences or the same degree of consequences at every table. Like, that's just very okay. And it's, if you're a DM and if you're a player, like, if you are a Travis or a Vex or a Vax or whatever, like, Laura, consequences for her are material, right? If they lose the carpet, that's a huge consequence for her. more than Tiberius, or more than Orion, more than Percival. Like, especially, let's just compare Taliesin and Laura. Taliesin can make his own shit. He has blueprints. He has knowledge. If he loses something materially, he can remake it. That's not a huge deal to him. It's a massive deal to Laura. So you got to think through that when you're thinking through your consequences as a DM, as well as what would generate consequences. And it's not only do you have to think through it to establish your tone, but you have to talk to your players about it. And they might not even know when you first ask them. They might have to think about it. Because they might not have been asked before. Consequences, D&D, skulls for the skull throne, blood for the blood god. Warhammer? Question mark? I just know the phrases. Daka. Where do we suggest lore-related ideas for the West March? I like the idea that the reason so many adventurers are in town is due to some magical ore was discovered and triggered a gold rush. Fuck yeah. That would be okay. That's a good question. I will show you. This is gut reaction. I might have a different reaction after I think about it more later. But gut reaction. That sounds like, wanting to just like write for the thing. And I said I was going to focus on like locations and like that sort of thing. But we go into the world dashboard. So in World Anvil, you have a lot of different, what the heck? Why is it not loading? Hello? What the, oh, there we go. Okay. So okay, yeah, we're good. I was trying to make sure there wasn't anything spoilery on screen. But one of the things that World Anvil has is a plot article, and you don't have to use World Anvil. I want to make that very clear. I really want to be sponsored by World Anvil. I would love to be the World Anvil guy. That's on the DL. That's kind of one of the reasons that I'm like putting all of my documentation for everything else into World Anvil is because like I would love to be sponsored by World Anvil. Holy shit. But one of them is like a plot article. So that sounds like something that you're kind of talking about is like a plot device or a plot article. Feel totally free to just like either write them up in World Anvil or just write them up in a Word document or however you want to write them up and email them to me. And I will look at like formatting them in a way that makes sense for the World Anvil. I'll run my reformats past you. We'll work together to make sure it's exactly what you want, and something that makes sense within the overall world. And then we'll just pop it in. We'll just pop it in. Easy. Now I will say I'll probably restrict the same person from writing too much, at least at a time, to make sure that one person doesn't become like the main writer for it. You know what I'm saying? I want it to be collaborative. So, and I'm not saying that you're anywhere approaching that at most. You are not even approaching that line. I'm just setting out that boundary early. So if I do tell you that at some point in the future, it is not an insult. It does not mean that you're really even doing anything wrong. It might just mean that not as many people have contributed recently, and I want to give it some breathing time for them to contribute. The level of consequence can also vary even in the same campaign, depending on where the party is and who they're interacting with. 1,000%, Fenlair. 1,000%. It can really, and it can also depend, like, within a single arc, you can strike a different tone than the rest of your campaign. Like, your campaign will have an overall tone, but a specific arc can go different. Like, I think that it's very clear that the Briarwood arc has a much darker tone than the Vasselheim, right? Like, it's a totally different tone. And so consequences should reflect and reinforce that change in tone that you're trying to accomplish as a DM. When you make a pause on Critical Role, we should steer into some Warhammer. Oh. And creators there seem to enjoy having their stuff reacted if you ask beforehand, like Bricky. All right. I'll warn you, Baronessa. It's probably years out. Or it's probably just when I go full-time. Once I go full-time, I will be able to look at other franchises. But while I'm still not even part-time, part and a half time. I'll probably be sticking to Critical Role and like making progress on that, but I am. I mean, this might sound cocky, confident. I don't know, but I am hopeful and optimistic that there is a universe in which I'm going full time in 2024. I think it's about a coin flip. Depending, just knowing my own personal savings and my general situation, there's a possibility of going full time in 2024. So maybe not years out, but it might be. So many options. Could be a port town, the best way to get to a new continent. Could be the edge of civilization. Could be anything. Could be anything. Exactly. A town near to a large port city that is a hub for commerce and the meeting of several cultures. Fuck yeah. I will say, so that is the only thing that is relatively, I wouldn't say even hard and fast, but that's the only thing that's relatively solid, is that the town that you guys are in is outside of a city. So you're not in the city, outside of the city. And the city is a large city, and the town is a small town. And the town is safe. So I'm not going to introduce an arc or a plot device where the town gets invaded and anything that you guys have made like gets burned down. The town is completely safe. Just straight up. Again, I think I described it in one of the articles as like a hub world. So things are going to happen outside of it, and if you write content, for outside of the town, there's a possibility that, depending on the arcs I have envisioned in my mind or the arcs of other DMs, that stuff outside the town gets fucked with. But inside the town, we are only building, no destroying. Yeah. Astartes? That sounds Greek. That sounds like Greek mythology, but I don't recognize it. Other West Marches I've been on have very strict policies to keep everyone on the same page and everything consistent. Might be worth setting up a DMing channel so DMs can coordinate easier. That's a great idea. That's a really good idea. Yeah. And I will I'll introduce in the channels and roles. I'll introduce a role here for if you want to write for the Unseen campaign or if you want to DM in the Unseen campaign. 100%. I have some rules already set out. Where's the post notifications? I have some rules set out, but these are starter rules. So I will add rules as they become relevant and as we run into them. It's all a work in progress. And yeah, cool. The CR verse plus the Cosmere are clearly too light a schedule. Yeah. Too small a task. You're so right. But AKL, that's what I'm saying. When I say that, like, I know I could fill every single day streaming, that's not me being cocky. That is just, like, the format that I have and, like, the thing that I like doing can kind of be applied to a whole boatload of shit. And so the content well will not run dry for me anytime soon. How safe can a town be with Dro strutting around though? Really? Look. It's, they're nice, Dro. They're nice, Dro. This isn't the Forgotten Realms. You don't know what the Dro are like here. Come on. Speaking of, it's been 45 minutes. You're so right. Let's do CR. That was a lot. We haven't gotten to talk since I started the Unseen campaign and like really detailed it out. So I do. Oh my God, what's going on? Who is this man? But yeah. Sorry, I had a reaction there. The future housekeepings will not be nearly this robust. But that one in particular was always gonna be a little bit long. Respect the timer. I also don't have a timer. I am debating. I think I'm gonna use Live Split. But I wasn't sure yet, so I didn't put it on. Oh, excuse me. I'm gonna do a little bit more research. I'm not that concerned, especially because, as John informed me, I knew this one was gonna be really short, so the timer really wouldn't matter. So by Friday, I'll have a timer solution. I did update the Vox Machina bingo. You can see that it's V3 now. The Witcher jump scare, All Hallows Eve episode. Oh, I see. Very nice, very nice. In case you didn't notice that Matt Mercer was hot before, dude, he really does. He's a silver fucking fox here. Holy shit. That's the most handsome man in the world. I forgot how magic the Halloween eps are. What's up, A Story Whispered? How you doing? Yeah, I love the Halloween eps, dude. Oh man, that's my Halloween episodes are not going to be nearly this cool. My Halloween costumes are they're just always very punny. This year I went as I had a chip on my shoulder and I taped a bag of chips to my shoulder. Which, for people who English isn't their first language, is, that's like you have a grudge. It's a English phrasing for a grudge, a chip on your shoulder. But that's about the level you can expect from my Halloween costumes. I do not go this hard. I took a costume design class and a costume makeup class in high school, so I could go this hard, but that's expensive. Maybe someday when content's actually earning me money, I will. Please go to 1.25 at least to hear people. Oh yeah. We'll still keep the speed up. No. Oh, you're saying slow it down. Okay, yeah, bet. I always look forward to Halloween apps. But so you're a bard in real life? Yeah. As we have established, me and Sam Riegel, I don't want to think that we're the same, but we are probably the same. I'm definitely the most like him out of anyone. Oh my god! I almost forgot. Okay. You could wear a beret. Hans is right. I could wear a beret. I could wear that. You're so true. All right, I'm putting it on blind, so I have no idea what it looks like. So, we're all gonna see it together in 3, 2, 1. It's a frog. Ribbit. It's a little sideways. I need a fake cigarette. Is this how you? Okay. Can you tell I don't smoke? I was fucking like, how do you hold a cigarette? I need a cigarette and a striped shirt. Get me in there, Chief. I'll get some paintbrushes. I'll paint you the best goddamn Frogger painting you've ever seen in your whole fucking life. It made you handsomer. Thank you very much. It really is the Halloween episode, dude. You're so right. You're so right and true. The frog needs a name. A man needs a name. And the frog does not have a name yet. The only one that comes to mind is Gilbert. But it doesn't feel right. It's the one that came to mind. And sometimes that's the most appropriate. But Gilbert doesn't feel right for this guy. I don't know why. It's a French beret frog. Ribet. That's so true. Oh, lordy, a frog. All right, Gilbert with 2 L's. Oh, if frogs had gills, they are amphibians, I think. Reptiles? Amphibians? I don't know shit about anatomy. Science was easily my worst subject, except for physics. But physics is just math. It's just math with fancier names. So I really am bad at science. I like math, though. My bestie has a dragon named Gilbert. I call him Gilly. Ooh. Pardonnez-moi, and then French. That is the most American French thing I've seen in a while. Look, I don't know anything about the French. The only thing I know about the French are cigarettes, striped shirts, and striking. And honestly, it sounds like a good time. If I had to come up with 3 characteristics. I like Where's Waldo as much as the next guy. No. Dog berets have not been earned. And I realized I'm going to put a timer on you fuckers. If you can reach
everyone to tonight's...
If you can reach the dog beret tiers in the next 2 weeks, I'll get them. But I didn't set a timer on the last time, so obviously eventually it was going to happen. So dog berets in 2 weeks, if you can get them there. I legitimately don't think you can. Like last time, this is not reverse psychology. I don't think you can do it. That is why I am setting them for this value. Gotta pronounce Gilbert as Gilbert. Gilbert. Was that right? Was that right? All right, man. I can... Am I getting there? I don't know if I am. Google tells me the French word for frog is grenouille. I like grenouille. Grenouille. Oh, are there any French people in chat that can tell me how bad I am absolutely butchering this? What up, to Jungle? This is perfect timing. How you doing? Reptiles hatch from eggs. Amphibians do the life stages thing. Oh, interesting. Welcome to Certified Mini Phone, to Jungle. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's very cool. Oh man, it's so exciting. Which video for the dog berets? I don't remember. I'm sure you can go back last episode, and I think SSH is talking about it. I think it's episode 27, maybe? I honestly forgot. And I just believed everyone when they said they'd hit the metric. That is not an invite to just lie to me and say we've hit it. I'll be able to go and figure it out, but I don't actually know which one it is. Sounds like French Arnold. Gilbert. What value was set for the dog berets? I think 69 per, if I remember right. Well, weird thought. I was already a channel member. Must have canceled. I think it canceled when I lowered the price. So I think it should be good right now. I'm not planning on changing the prices again anytime soon. So should be good. I think there was some weirdness with that. 28.5. I see. All right. Let's get going. We've done enough streamer shit. Let's get into that React content.
Episode of Critical Role, special Halloween edition. My name is Matthew Mercer.
Oh, does he have contacts? Dude, contacts are so sick. I've never had to put them in because my eyes are perfect. But I've always wanted, like, colored contacts.
I'm the Dungeon Master for the show. Cool. This wonderful show where a bunch of crazy voice actors get together and roll dice with a bunch of nerdy D&D players. And
I will say, I just said my eyes are perfect. If you've ever seen me wearing glasses, which I do have, they're for headaches. Although I read something that's like, yeah, these are just a placebo. Is that like the whole blue light thing is like fake? I have no idea. I have not done enough research into it. But I got these for like Christmas in college. But they do not help me see. You can see there's absolutely no distortion through them. They're just for blue light filtering. But anyways.
So, welcome for all the newcomers, and not normally dressed this insane. We'll be revealing the rest of our cast here in just a moment. But yeah, before we get to that, wanted to get through some quick announcements.
Oh, really, AKL? That's sick. I would love... There are several things that, like, I don't want to, like, research and, like, learn how to do myself, but I'd really love to do with other creators. Like, you know, I've worked with Ryan Immel DM before. I still talk to him really frequently. I really want to go and, like, paint miniatures with Ryan. And, like, I'd love to, like, meet a cosplayer and, like, make a cosplay with them. And, like, you know, kind of like, sort of like, if anyone watches Cody Ko or Noel Miller, like, sort of like Cody and Noel do-esque. but maybe like make that part of like behind the screens or something. But I've always wanted to know how to do I know in general how to do cosplay, but like I think it would be so cool to like do with someone else.
Overall, let's see. First and foremost, for those who missed the announcement yesterday, unfortunately, Ryan Akaba is no longer with Critical Role going forward. He has his own.
Oh, interesting, AKL. That's very interesting. I mean, if I ever went full-time creator, there's quite a bit I would sell. Like I'm a huge board game guy, large board game collection. And if I needed to, I would sell those. But yeah, that's really interesting. That's really cool. I have my own pair of blue light filter glasses. They work for me. I feel like these work for me as well. But I have absolutely no idea if it's a placebo or not. And if it is, that doesn't matter. I mean, placebos, like a placebo effect is still an effect. So like, if shit works for you, fucking keep on. That's it's like psychosomatic medical symptoms. That was something that I think this is lore dropped before, that I had surgery to take out a rib. Not to suck my own dick, but it's on the back. That wouldn't even help. And not to, I don't even know what you would do if you bent backwards. But because I had tumors. But the I had chronic numbness, I had chronic pain first, and the chronic pain was entirely psychosomatic. But like that, and I felt like really guilty about it, or not like really guilty, but like really fucked up for like a year while I was having it. And I didn't talk about it because I thought that because it was psychosomatic, that was like a weakness within me. And it's like, yeah, just like get over it, dude. Like just stop feeling the pain. But psychosomatic symptoms are real symptoms, and like placebo effects are real effects. So like if it works for you, that's all that matters. Fortunately, he is no longer with Critical Role. Who isn't with Critical Role? What? Is there like a top chat that I missed or something? Or is there a live chat that I missed? I don't think so. Official announcement. Goodbye, officially OAC. The OAC is dead. Long live the OAC. Oh, dude, I was like, what is everyone talking about? Yes, I totally missed what Matt just said. I was thinking about other set. Yeah, no. Completely missed this. I'm gonna go back a tick.
Unfortunately, Ryan Akaba is no.
I think I pressed pause like right when he said unfortunately. Sierra's never been in the habit of airing their dirty laundry in public. The viewers get minimal professional courtesy type update, and that's pretty much it. Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, look, I mean, I'll tell you, I'll probably be the same way unless it's something where like, I don't know, like I'm in the wrong, like with the whole AI stuff. Like I wanted to give like a large, like, detailed thing on that, and I want to do a larger thing later. But if it was like someone that I worked with, like if it came out that like Mike was cringe and problematic, I would probably do a very similar like public announcement, not working with Mike anymore. Bye. And that would be it. Because yeah, I'm not gonna drama farm, especially for something like this where like, Orion was an addict. He's having all these interactions with fans that are terrible. Like he has cancer. Like, yeah, no reason to drama farm it in my opinion. I only drama farm things that are fun. If they're not fun, I'm probably not gonna play it out.
Longer with Critical Role going forward. He has his own Twitch channel. He's pushing forward and all of that. Please go and show him support. We wish him the best. Much love to him. And
damn, I mean, generous. Knowing what we know of, like even like pushing towards his Twitch channel. It honestly, I don't want to read into it too much, and I don't want to make a habit of talking about Orion too much more moving forward. But interesting, given the like allegations of like stealing money from fans, that they would even push people towards the Twitch channel. But maybe it's just the focus is on professionalism rather than like thinking through the minutia of it. I don't know.
Just to clarify too, there's been a lot of speculation, stuff like that, this was a corporate thing and people putting a lot of blame on Geek and Sundry. This was a joint decision between Critical Role and Geek and Sundry. All parties agreed.
Dude, that's a kind of a, I don't want to say a crazy thing, but I feel like up until now, any time the channel was talked about, it was Critical Role on Geek and Sundry. You know, it was kind of talked about as like a sub project, like under the umbrella. And to me, that statement sounds like almost like drawing like a distinction. Like, I don't know if Critical Role was like an actual company at this point, or if they had, you know, thoughts about how they wanted to expand it moving forward. But that sounds to me like a small change in language that could, you know, be indicative of some other things. Yeah, I think they kind of didn't want to bring mean attention to him. Yeah, and it might have been noticed if they didn't, you know, which could have then just like pushed the conversation even higher, and they just wanted to let it die out. Yeah, very, very possible.
Please try and be respectful of everyone involved, so appreciate that.
Yeah, quick.
Other
easy.
things going forward. We have our How Do You Want to Do This shirt up on the website. We put that up last week and announced that, so for those who are interested in getting that, hopefully they've restocked because a lot of it sold out really fast.
I think they made a company to keep ownership of CR, and that the partnership was with Legendary Entertainment in doing the stream. Interesting, really. That's very interesting. Especially, I wonder if that was after, because to my understanding, the Underdark originally was going to be, you know, like a 5-episode limited series. So I wonder if they were just like, you know, they have legal contacts. They were just like, yeah, like write up this quick fucking LLC, whatever. And they did it back then. Or if maybe it was like after the limited season or the limited series when they were like, oh shit, this is something. And then they set it up. That'd be interesting. I'd be interested to be able to ask Matt about that someday. But that is never going to happen, or will be many, many years in the future. They were all familiar with how the industry works, so they absolutely had contracts that gave them certain rights to their content. Yeah, I would assume. I mean, and we know that like Orion had like rights to Tiberius, and that was like a whole thing. I guess I'm surprised that, you know, it seems like he's putting Critical Role almost on equal footing with Geek and Sundry, which is it seems like a change in tone to me, but maybe it's not. Maybe I've been misreading it. Or misremembering. I guess prior to stream, but who knows? Yeah. I'd be so interested to talk to him about like the business stuff, and like talk to him about like when they like go back and like watch like clips from old episodes and be like, you know, like the old, like when, you know, everything's sold out in a second. I would be surprised if no one's ever like watched that with him during an interview. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't, but like those are the sorts of things I'd love to ask him about. Like, what did that feel like? Like, when did you get to the point where you didn't feel like that anymore on like a merch drop? Like, you know, just like kind of like get into his brain about that. I'd be so interested to know.
So keep an eye on that and grab one if you're interested. Let's see. Also, today we had the playlist for Vaxeldan's song playlist on Spotify go live on the website, so you can go watch or listen to Songs to Stab People To, which is a pretty great little rendition there.
Hell yeah.
Also, my interview went up today on the Geek and Sundry website, so you can go ahead and check out my talk and discussion and kind of Q&A about the show and people involved, and you can go read that and see if it tickles your fancy. I feel like I should be doing it like this for the rest of the night.
Yeah, you should.
Dungeon mastering down here for the remainder. It's
Got
good
it.
plan.
Got it.
Let's see, Taliesin, you had an announcement.
I did. Hi. Sorry. For those of you on Twitter, you now know what I was just doing.
Okay, X-Man, Magneto, question mark? Boo. I don't know. The shoulder pads are giving very, like, I feel like old school comic book hero, so maybe like She-Ra? Or maybe like an old school like X-Man or Marvel type DC superhero that I'm unaware of. I've read a decent amount of X-Men comics, but not a lot of other Marvel runs and not a lot of other, and basically no DC runs. X-Men is correct, but a more obscure character. Ooh, really? I'm trying to think of the jacket looks really familiar to me, but I can't place it. I mean, it's not Cyclops, I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. Is it do you know what run it was from? Cuz I'm trying to think of the runs I've read. Most of them feature Gambit, because Gambit's my favorite superhero ever. Giving Shovel Knight. It is Giving Shovel Knight. That's true. Dude, I would love to be Shovel Knight. Very obscure. Okay, you can skip this. I think consult the timestamps. It's the hair and the glasses mostly. I think. Hold the line. Just as a PSA, Magneto was right. Oh boy. I want to see their other. Okay, what? All right, hell yeah, let's go. I'm assuming just tavern bar maiden of some kind. Some sort of animal-kin thing? And Zorro. Hell yeah. All right, consult. Oh, and I think this is right where we need to be for timestamps.
It's been an 8-month hiatus. Hi. So that's out. You can find that on iTunes and elsewhere. But
Oh, wait, no.
even bigger than that, I wanted to
Not an animal-kin. Those are just buns. I have no idea then. Absolutely no idea.
announce the show's partnership with Worm.
As you wish. Oh, it's not Zorro. It's the guy. It's the guy that's hunting the six-fingered man, and he plays chess against the Sicilian, and the Dread Pirate Roberts? I've seen Princess Bride more than any other movie. Not more than any other movie, but like more than the average movie. I think I've seen it 3 times, which is triple the amount that I watch most movies. So that I'm really into that by that metric. Dread Pirate Roberts, got it. Lara and Marisha's characters are even more niche from the same property, which was new at the time. Interesting. Wesley, that's right. The Man in Black to Dread Pirates Roberts, a man of many names. That's right.
Wormwood Gaming. We are now all using gorgeous, custom-made Wormwood boxes with the character names etched in and all that. They're gorgeous.
Oh, I'm sure Soul Angel, which, by the way, welcome. I don't think I recognize you in chat. Welcome to live. No, I'm just not a movie guy. So it's like, that's big for me. But like, I've watched Star Wars, all of them, 1 time. I've watched Star Trek 2 times. I haven't watched most movies. So, I'm just not a movie guy. My best friend is a follower and got me to start watching you. Fuck yeah, Soul. That's dope. Oh my gosh, I'm starting to go through word of mouth. That's so exciting. Cool. Well, welcome. Good to have you. And we'll get into the actual show.
And if anyone heads over to wormwoodgaming.com and uses the coupon code CRITROLL, then you will get a discount on.
Oh, the first sponsorship. Hell yeah. That's fucking awesome. This is the first sponsorship / partnership of the show. Fuck yeah. That's cool.
Any purchases you make there from here into perpetuity?
Word of mouth
that's not true
achievement.
at all. As long as we're having a good time with Wormwood. So thank you, Wormwood, for the boxes. And everybody, please go check them out. They are
What was the code again?
Crit Roll.
There you go.
I just kind of want to lick mine and
All one word.
make love to it all night long.
It's
I
beautiful.
would recommend waiting until after the stream.
Yeah.
I mean, look, good-looking people look good no matter what. That's just how it is, fan layer.
Which one did you get, Liam?
This is the darkest ebony they have.
I
They
can't
have
even
all
tell
kinds
it's
of
your
woods. It's
costume.
really freaking cool.
Yeah.
This is a rosewood.
I don't remember the name of mine.
It's Percy.
Fancy wood.
Walnut
Fancy
wood.
wood. That's what it was, yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, you did. You're a
I'm
unicorn.
getting crumbs in my bosoms.
Yeah, you are actually.
It's all good.
really, really
It's like cookies
are.
in bed.
I do know Sam got Purple Heart, which he's not here, but we can show.
yeah.
Yeah,
He's
his
He's
this
here.
is
He's
real.
just,
Gorgeous.
he's just getting
He's
ready.
getting ready.
Purple heart
Yeah.
for his
Fantastic.
costume reveal.
Chicken heart.
Yeah.
Chicken heart.
Oh man, that costume, Travis. I think I mentioned it before. I'm pretty sure in one of my games we've
Yep.
Had a time.
Yep.
Squeeze me? No, you know what's so funny about all this? My mom was just down, like last week. She came down for a day, and she was telling me that with my hair, I just remember this. It's so random. With my hair and mustache, she literally told me that I should be the Dread Pirate Roberts for next Halloween. So maybe I might. I think I would need to bleach my hair a little bit because I think he's like a dirty blonde, right? Which, fuck it, I'm down to do. I've never dyed my hair before. I'd be down to bleach it a little bit. Although, I'm big into my hair health. I take really good care of like the actual health of my hair, and I think that bleaching it's really bad for it, right? So maybe not on the bleach end. I don't know. We'll have to see. OMG, do it. That would be amazing. I'll see. Travis looks amazing in that outfit. That's where we found out the management instilled a toxic workplace, and now people actively avoid Wormwood. Oh, I didn't know that. I've never been. Sorry, I just had to laugh at myself for a second. Like they all button this, a really flimsy DM screen, and like physical dice. That's all I got. Because the last time I was playing in person, I was broke. So I haven't had the money to buy things since I started playing online. Or before I started playing online. But okay, that's good to know. I mean, I am going to do. I'll tell you. I've not gotten offered a sponsorship, but I'm going to be doing research into the sponsors before I do any of them, because I'm so out of the online TTRPG community, because like I don't watch D&D content in like my free time, so I don't really know a lot of the sponsors besides World Anvil, but that's only because like I just use World Anvil. I didn't even oh no, are we back? No, what's happening? Check. Are we back? I don't even have any dropped frames. I need to go and talk to the internet company. I keep saying this every stream because it keeps being bad. We're back? Okay. I keep saying it every stream. I'm going to go talk to the internet company. I'm putting it in my to-do list. Call. Who the fuck do I even have? I don't even remember who I have. Call internet company about buffering. Okay. I'm actually gonna do it this time. Damn, that sucks. Okay, interesting. It actually showed red live for a bit while it was looping. I think it's back now. Okay. Weird. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. Could be Inigo Montoya. I am Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. I actually think that was it. That's not the Dread Pirate Roberts. That's not Wesley. Yes, Inigo Montoya was who she told me to be. You're totally right. I need to grow out the mustache a little bit more, but honestly, this is kind of the longest I can grow it. So I'll probably just have to like get mascara and just like fill it out. Anyways, I bleach and color my hair fun colors, so I'm not the one to go to for hair health. Fair enough. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it someday, but like I love the exact feeling of my hair right now. Like I don't use any conditioner or shampoo. I just like wash it really well with like water in the shower. I love the feeling of it, and I would be very hesitant to do anything that would change the feeling of it. Wormwood made some gorgeous stuff and sponsored CR for some time, and then were quietly dropped. I see. Yeah. So I mean, once I do, start pursuing or like reaching out to sponsors, I will. Number one, just have to do my own external research, but I'll probably talk about it on stream and be like, hey, this company like approached me. Are they cool? And see if they're cool or not. Like I'm not above or below that. So I'll try to be careful with it when it comes to my time, because I have no idea. I would have never. I knew that Wormwood like made dice trays, and that's about it. I truly recommend RCN in Chicagoland if your building can get it. RCN. Okay, good to know, because I know this is not RCN. So check out RCN, because I think I don't live in like a singly owned building. Like I don't like my building's not like owned by a company. I rent from a dude who owns this unit. So I think theoretically I could get a lot of things put in if I paid him for it. So I'll check it out. He's hinted to become the Dread Pirate Roberts after the movie, though. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the looping thing was new. The video kept repeating. Weird. It's so weird because, yeah, on OBS, I have no dropped frames. So I know it isn't my computer's issue, and I kind of doubt it's an issue on YouTube's end. I'm almost certain that it's probably an issue on my internet company's end, because I'm sure that maybe there's like a setting or something I can do for like streamers. Like I bet that there's maybe some way that I can change my modem settings to make it more friendly to streaming that I'm just unaware of. So I'm gonna look into that. Anyways,
do I get advantage all night?
No.
Do we all get to see
No.
what we're dressed as?
Yeah.
Yes, let's go around.
In
on
case
the
people
table.
don't know.
I feel like trade me seats for a second, Liam.
Yeah, get out of here, Dread.
I'm gonna take
get
this.
out of here,
There you go.
Dreads.
So, ladies,
We're just as rat queens.
We're rat queens. I'm Violet.
I'm Hannah.
And
Oh, Rat Queens. That, people recommended that. Like, super early in the watch through. People recommended Rat Queens. But then I saw a comment recently that it was maybe not cool anymore. I don't know. But also, this falls into the Warhammer bucket of, I don't have any time right now to watch non-CR stuff. So kind of neither here nor there for me. But once I go full time and am doing more stuff more often, I might look into Rat Queens. But also, again, like Rat Queens or Warhammer or anything, if I'm thinking about starting a series around a franchise, I'll probably bring it to you guys first live and like in written form to be like, hey, is there anything I need to know about this before I start? So that I don't like accidentally either promote something that's bad or, walk into something that could be considered not cool. I guess if had to full authentic experience so far, a long intro to stream and a crash. You're so right. This is the authentic mega experience, especially recently. There's some messiness and changes with the artist after Volume 1. Some of them know the CR folks, though, so there were cameos. Sounds about right. Yeah. Cameos from CR in the comic, I mean. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, yeah. If I ever look into it, I will, I'll let you guys know, and we'll think about it.
Check it out. It's an awesome comic book.
you should.
Swear.
Huh?
You gotta swear.
Oh, I'm conjuring up a little fuck you.
And what does Violet say? She's like, we're gonna put the kick-ass back in team. Something like
that.
that.
It's pretty great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
good
Rat
stuff.
queens.
Hell yeah.
It's great.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yay.
Travis, what are you dressed as?
I'm Helga, the angry tavern wench, and I only love one man, Scanlon.
That's fantastic. Other side of the table. Let's see.
Oh, look who just showed up.
Who are you dressed as, Sam?
I'm either a porn actor or Burt Reynolds. I can't smile. It's Smokey and the Bandit.
The spirit gum, if he smiles, it'll stretch out the spirit gum and it'll hurt like crazy. I know that
Can't
feeling.
get him to stay.
That's okay. We'll find some duct tape for you.
My costume is awesome.
Yeah, your monkey.
fuck I am Sam Riegel. Shit.
I've ever seen.
Because that is much more a me costume than any of the others. I'll tell you that
So
right
sweet.
now.
Our mustaches need to take a picture.
Oh, that is some stash love.
Oh, that's amazing.
Dirty, dirty stash love.
All right. Taliesin.
I am Quentin Quire, Kid Omega of the X-Men, for those of you who read way too much X-Men. So.
Kid Omega. I don't recognize that at all. Yeah, I have not read that much. The jacket, like, it rang some bells, but maybe it was like, hanging on a wall or something in one of the comics I read, and it was, it was like a little like Easter egg for other people. I have never heard of Kid Omega. That's crazy. Burt Reynolds did once play in a movie, a chimp, but that was not Smokey the Bandit. So he knows just as much about movies as me. We really are two peas in a pod. Telepath from a newer run, I think, mid-aughts. Yeah, I still don't recognize. I will say, I say I've read X-Men. I've read like 2 runs. I read like 2 X-Men runs that featured Gambit, and then I read House of M. And I think that's it. So, Every Which Way But Loose. Megaphone Sam. Oh, it's there.
This is my throw together because he has a
If you
mohawk, and
stretch.
so few people do.
Yeah, he does.
But we skipped over my brother.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, 'cause you vanished.
Megaphone Regal.
Stealthy.
I'm the Dread Pirate Roberts, and I will most likely kill you in the morning. Or myself, because this is actually very sharp.
Do you have a comment about my perfect breasts and a shortage of them? No, careful! They're expensive.
Let's just put that right here.
Put that right there.
Expensive.
Careful. It's actually stabbing in real life as opposed to just the game today, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, Liam doesn't know how to use
Swords.
knives or swords at all.
He'll learn in time. I'm dressed as Geralt of Rivia from the Witcher series, Witcher 3 specifically for this set of armor and outfit.
How about that costume, ladies and gentlemen?
You made
Dude, crazy. I wonder if that's actual Chain Link or if that is a facsimile of Chain Link somehow, like if it's just painted, but that's a dope ass costume. That's so sick.
all that, by the
on.
way.
I did.
He's a full-size action
I
figure.
have a problem when it comes to building stuff.
He made that?
Yeah, I did.
What are you talking about?
I have a problem.
that's
Well,
really good.
the problem is being a huge fan of the Witcher series for a long time. But yeah, so that's our crazy Halloweenness. We'll kick back here in just a minute to start the game and see where the wonders and dangers of Whitestone bring to Vox.
All right, and we're looking for the first. The first one is 1131. Oh wait, whoops. Do-do-do-do.
And that was where we left off. So,
And that was where we left off.
as you guys come in from the
I think it's Twittiesed Wire?
the soaking
Oh, Twisted Wire. Oh, that would make sense.
wet rain that seemed to have been now pouring continuously through the city of Whitestone.
All
you come to
good,
the
I got
quiet
you.
of your tavern, the sun beginning to find its way setting across the evening sky. What would you like to do?
I'm having a real hard time role-playing right now.
What do you mean? What are you doing, Max? Come on. Look at that. Right
It's
there.
actually really difficult to play a character when you're dressed as a different character.
Well,
I'm not gonna lie.
we're gonna learn.
We're gonna learn how to do it.
We're live,
You
people.
wanna, like, roleplay as a character
You're dressed as, yeah, but don't do
it's
that.
not- But don't do that.
I don't know. I feel as groggy as ever.
Yeah, I don't think Scanlan's gonna have a problem.
Nope.
tonight.
No.
This is how I imagine myself to be.
I'm
I
genuinely
am
trying to wipe
not
this
going
file
to
off
look
my
at that
desk right
table
Yeah.
at all tonight. I'm all auditory for you three, sorry.
So we are. Wait, I forget.
You guys just now returned to the
We are
tavern.
playing
We're at the
Dungeons and
tavern.
Dragons.
We're
Somewhere in
at
the
the
heart of
tavern.
Burbank.
It's nighttime now, or it's getting.
It's starting to push later into the evening now. You guys have returned to the tavern.
And as we return to the tavern, did we see hustle and bustle of people rising up in rebellion by any chance?
Not yet.
Did we see maybe the cute little fires of rebellion lighting up the city at night, chasing away the eternal darkness? Ooh, woo. Did we by chance see that?
Overnight
It's been
rebellion.
fairly fresh since you even started the word of it.
We were very discreetly putting the dust traces.
Yes, you were. And you're finding your way.
Could you please get rid of the little red alert on your YouTube bell? The little red alert on my YouTube bell. I actually don't know what you're talking about. Is it this? Like, in here? Is that... Oh, you can see that I was researching Live Split. Oh, this! Yeah, there you go. I do not look at that very often. I mostly look at the at YouTube Studio. All right, putting this back on. Seeing if I can put it on better this time. I think that feels better already. AKL, I keep looking at mine. Yeah, I got you. Newer subscriber, love your content, brother. Keep up with the great work. Hell yeah, man, Brandon. I'm glad. Very, very excited to have you. I'm so excited for it. It's so, like, interesting because I can see, you know, I can see, like, the real-time views or whatever, and there's, like, it's, like, 600 views on just, like, the old episodes. So, like, I can just, like, see people, like, going through the backlog, and I'm like, oh, they're going to make it to live, and then it's going to be so fun. It's so exciting for me. I'm pumped to have you. Welcome. Yeah, no problem, Miguel.
Way through. There doesn't appear to be anyone following. Plus, there was a large distraction with Sir Carrion's homestead being lit on fire. The rain taking care of most of it, but it drew people out of their homes to see this giant blazing symbol of the Dorolo family burning across the rooftop. So a message was definitely left and probably received by somebody. And what are your plans?
One
A
down.
message by
How many left?
somebody.
How many are there left?
Four?
2.
Four.
4. Jesus.
There are 5 total? Whoa, I did math.
Remember, 6 barrels. One's empty.
Right.
Do you think that the other 2 are the barrel names? So 2 are Silas and Delilah.
Yes.
The other, and we know that one of the
You know, AKL, I had legitimately never considered that, but that makes a lot of sense. Like, I legitimately thought that people, like, at this point, just wouldn't watch through the backlog. I thought they would only watch, like, the eye patches. And then, like, they'd either be like, well, guess I can't catch up, or, you know, like, I honestly thought that would be the case. And so, like, the fact that people are, like, watching through all the way surprised me, but it definitely makes sense with Critical Role fans. That's a good point. Oh, I was coming to your channel to watch Ep 2, but saw you were live and decided to join here instead. Fair enough. You'll get an example of what it's more like now, and then you'll go back to, like, the beginning, and that'll be some whiplash around, like, how different the stream is. Although I honestly don't know how different it is. I haven't watched my old stuff in a while. Being 20 plus episodes behind is nothing to CR, folks. Yeah, fair enough. What up, Bednair? We're still near where a lot of people start this campaign anyway, too. True, yeah. So a lot of people might not even feel like the need to go back and watch if they don't want to. That's fair.
The other 2 barrel names resides in that place that we found. The Countess, what was her name? The Doctor?
Dr. Ripley.
Dr. Ripley.
And
right.
what's the 4th name?
Professor Anders.
Are we really going to talk about names right now and not the giant, creepy smoke monster that came out of you, Percy?
I think we need to find a place
Damn.
to lay low. Not here, not where we've been, somewhere else. I think we need to scope out another place.
I don't think it's safe to leave tonight.
I agree with Vex that we can't leave tonight. The streets are going to be crawling with guards and people looking for
We need
us.
Are
to
we
buckle
back in
down.
our hole where
Yes.
we were?
We're back in the tavern.
It might be smart to be down in the cellar tonight, not
Let's go
up.
down in the cellar.
I agree.
Is there any sort of way you can
Close
Make
us
it
in?
look like
close
we've
us in?
never-
Yeah, make it look like it's a single
There is no
story
cellar door.
dwelling?
Yeah.
Why don't we? Yeah, we'll go down to the tree and we can just make it look like no one.
Fair enough, Brandon, Deadly, and Elizabeth. I mean, yeah, like I said, makes total sense. And, you know, part of what I wanted to give was the opportunity for, you know, people to rewatch the show that they loved in a new way. So, you know, it makes sense in retrospect. It's just not something that I, like, envisioned. But it makes total sense. I'm happy to hear it. I am also maybe... I don't think it's a leak. It's not. It's probably not a leak. Fuck it, I'll tell you anyways. So YouTube introduced this new feature called podcasts. Whoa, bold new experiments in content from YouTube. But the cool thing about it is that, number one, I can get analytics on just the podcast itself, which is kind of interesting. But this will go on to YouTube Music. So you can then use YouTube Music like Spotify to listen to them. So I'm going to, Eden is working on a logo for Critical Eyes. And once he has a logo made, I'm going to make the entire playlist a podcast. So you will be able to listen through all of Critical Eyes on YouTube Music. So that'll be cool. And behind the screens, I'm making a podcast. There's also, I can't actually look at my playlist on screen because there are some other ones. What was the other one that I was going to make? Book Club. I'm also going to make Book Club a podcast. And the videos will be exactly the same. So, like, I'm not changing anything about the way I do it. I can just designate existing playlists as podcasts, and then they'll go on to YouTube Music, which, like, I'm not going to do it for, like, Baldur's Gate 3, right? Like, you know, I'm only going to do it where it makes sense that someone might want to listen to it audio-wise. But that might help some people get caught up on the backlog, like a bit of an easier way to engage with it if you can't like actively watch it. So yeah, I think that'll be cool. Not like that's why I was like, it's not a leak because it's not like that huge of news, but it's cool. Yeah, like, comment, and subscribe. Oh, thank you, Nightbot. I've been watching some Dimension 20 before starting C3. Fair enough. I think that's around the like area that I want to maybe check out. I think by the time I finish C2, hopefully I'm full time. So you know, by then I might be able to watch some other stuff. When I catch up to the current episode, I just start over at campaign 1 and listen through to the newest episode. Fair enough. Fair. That's how I watch TV shows sometimes. Book Club will make an excellent audio-only podcast. I 1,000% agree, AKL. Might get quite a few listeners to that down the line. Yeah, I'm hoping so. Because they're also promoting them differently. So like they're kind of promoting them in their own little area, which is kind of cool. Will you listen to other actual plays eventually? The Adventure Zone is amazing, and Penguins Zero is in a new show too. Yeah, I really want to listen to Zach Oyama's actual play. I will say, I've listened to the Adventure Zone. When I interacted with it the first time, it was not my cuppa, but it might be my cup of tea live. Because I also watched like half of the first episode of Critical Role, and it wasn't my cup of tea off stream. So, yeah, but no, the general answer is yes. I definitely want to look at other actual plays. What I really want to do is also look at some smaller actual plays and like maybe like work with the DMs, to do some sort of like stuff with them. I think that'd be really cool. But yeah. The problem is the amount of time that I can stream. And I don't want to slow the pace on Critical Role any more than I already have. So that's all once I'm full-time type stuff, unfortunately. I'm also watching through C1 again with my daughter this time. Hell yeah. That's so sick. I am sorry if I cuss a lot. I don't know if your daughter watches this stream or if you're watching it with her separately. But I've always cussed even when I was a child. My mom doesn't consider most cuss words. So honestly, I cuss less on stream than I do off stream. I curse like a sailor. Oxventure's Blades in the Dark series could be fun. I love Blades in the Dark, so we'll see. Yeah. My DM has talked about starting an actual play. I personally think that the actual play space, I don't know. I feel like there's not a lot of juice left to be suckled out of the actual play space. If they have a really interesting or novel idea, or if they just like want to do it for fun and like don't expect it to succeed, I think it could work. But I'm very pessimistic on like new actual plays. But you know, it is what it is. That is my opinion, and I have not thought about it a lot because I don't have a huge desire to start an actual play, so I haven't really thought through the nuts and bolts of it significantly. Critical Role has done a couple of sponsored one-shots where they had to try to keep it G-rated, and it's a struggle. I would also struggle. It's funny because it doesn't seem like I would struggle that much. Like, my show's not, like, that, risque. But the moment that the restriction was placed on me, I would want to say so much more than I do. Oxventure is a very funny, hell yeah. To be fair, he's way above average compared to most in that space. I mean, then yeah, fuck yeah, try it. This is an area where I do not claim expertise. It is just, based on what I've observed and actual play DMs that I have talked to. I'm not sure if there's a ton of room left, unless you're innovating in a crazy way. But that is super out of my shit. So yeah, I couldn't be G-rated if I tried.
Once had a tunnel down there before.
Yeah, I mean, we can literally camp next to the roots of the tree if we want to. I made it look nice and
Okay.
I'm not gonna.
I can
You're
clear
not gonna
out a little
burn
bit
us,
more
are you?
space.
But your mustache is falling off.
That's
is?
not me.
The situation is very dire. I don't know why I'm laughing. It's kind of a nervous habit. I'm sorry.
Speaking of nervous habits,
One of us has a nervous habit of ejecting smoke from his rib cage.
Damn it.
I was also kind of thinking about the weird cough that you had, and I don't think you're getting sick. So
Tell us what's going on.
what's going on with? And we've tunneled, right? We're where we
You
are.
guys have made your way back to the inn. If y'all want to go down and
We
Let's
wanna
go
go
down to the
downstairs.
cellar.
All right.
I'm gonna go ahead and throw up some walls.
Trinkets
Walls
with
are
us.
like the false ground.
I can do the false terrain. Yeah,
Yeah, do that,
actually.
so where it looks
I'll
like-
do the false hallucinatory terrain,
we can breathe.
and I will just make it look like she said, one story, no cellar.
Okay.
Can't get
So the opening to the
empty,
cellar will be just
It's
a,
not there.
a dirt floor.
just a floor. Yeah, wood.
All right.
Room closed.
No one's here. Looks like it hasn't been touched.
Okay.
Those eyes make you look far more sarcastic than you normally do. I can't tell if he's just...
Do they?
That's a great use of hallucinatory terrain. I love that. Especially because, like, a lot of times you can't, like, remove the cellar door, so it's hard to, like, fully hide a bottom floor like that. Great use of that spell.
No. And he doesn't even smile at all.
The worst.
So, Percival, spill your guts. Fuck's going on?
I don't entirely know.
Let's talk, Percy.
Again.
Let's talk.
You didn't look surprised when that happened.
No, in fact, you pulled down your mask, which you don't normally do in battles.
It felt... It didn't feel like a surprise. I don't know. It didn't feel good. I was hoping it would.
You didn't seem to mind it as it was happening.
I think I wanted him to recognize me.
Who?
Kyrian, I don't know. I was hoping it would feel better.
Could you feel it happening while it was? Were you conscious? Do you remember what you did?
What the fuck is it? What is it, Percival?
Man, that's a line right there. In like a revenge arc, I was hoping it would feel better. It kind of gives me the tingles, honestly. Yeah.
What is it?
A few years ago, I had a dream. I had a very intense dream, and in this dream, something asked me if I wanted revenge, and if I wanted the means to have revenge. And all I would have to do in return is offer up the souls of those I took.
Oh, that's all.
Wait,
It
what?
was a dream. It was a dream. I've had...
It was a dream. I only said it to that grandma. Damn. Damn, oh damn. So is he... I mean, Hexblade wasn't out at this point, but that's some Hexblade shit. Of not even offering up your own soul, but sucking other people's souls out. Woof.
It was not... It was just a dream,
And yet you've fashioned your entire life's goal upon this dream.
I woke up in the morning with an idea, and I built that idea, and I thought it was prophetic, and lately I've been feeling a bit of strain and recalling it, but it was just a dream. It wasn't...
So the day after this dream is when you first developed your pepper box?
It's not the first time I felt inspired in my life. It wasn't real. It wasn't real.
And Percy, how long after the coup and after you lost your family was this dream?
Maybe a year. I was fuzzy at first. I wasn't really me anymore. I was I was a fisherman for a while. I didn't do anything. This was something to do with myself. This was something to work towards.
Well, we're clearly not talking about a dream anymore. We all saw it. So, you have any theories?
I don't know. I've never thought about it. It didn't matter.
It matters now.
I don't know what to do.
Who's the last bullet for? We don't want to lose you, Percy.
When I started this, I talked to a man at one point. He was the captain of one of the vessels that I was on. And I told him what I intended to do. And I showed him what I was building. And he said that if I really wanted revenge, if revenge was what I was after, that there would be no stopping it, and there would be casualties along the way, and I would have to give up things, and I would have to hurt people. And that was the price. And so that last barrel is because it's not just 5 names. I know that I'm going to have to keep hurting people, and that this thing existing is just going to keep hurting people. It's the knowledge that it never ends. It's because I haven't just killed 5 people. I've killed a lot of people on my way here. I've killed them with you. And it's to remind me that this is what I've chosen.
I don't understand. We've killed with reason.
And I've tried to. And I certainly have reason for these 5 names. They are not good people. These are not people who should be allowed to live.
Woo! Woo! I'm getting more tingles. Oh my god! I mean, like, Liam Vax is gonna try to argue this. This is the perfect time to start. I wonder how much of this is Liam and how much of this is, Vax wants to pretend that they're still heroes. Like with Kyrian, it's like this is great fodder for Vax's moral leadership arc, his loss of self and his loss of his moral compass. Of he sent Kyrian probably off to his death. They murdered those people right outside of their fucking house, and he's their leader. At least, from my point of view at this point. And Percy is confronting him with, dude, yeah, we kill with reason sometimes, but not always. Oh, that's good.
None of us debate that the Briarwoods and their circle should be allowed to go on. We all understand what they're capable of. We all understand that they need to be removed. But what we just saw goes beyond. And you're telling us that this is going to continue after the Briarwoods, and they're gone. What are we to look forward to, Percival? Where are we going?
I was hoping that once I'd finished serving revenge, that perhaps I could serve repentance.
You're speaking of these as if they're metaphysical beings. You're serving revenge. That sounds very literal, and from what I've seen, isn't inaccurate.
I no longer feel in control. I no longer trust myself. I wouldn't expect you to trust me.
It's stretching a little thin right now, Percy.
But I trust you.
Can I just do a quick insight to see if he's being entirely honest?
You may.
No, that didn't work. That's better. 18.
18. Go to roll dice, Bristol.
Okay, I'm not going to I'm not I don't want to go too hard on this because I get it. I understand, it's I don't know. Is insight check on there? Dude, insight check's on the board for a reason, man. And it's that was powerful character work. I was fucking in it. And then we break for a check. A check that, by the way, if it succeeds, is it is going to, and I don't think that Sam means it this way, right? But let's kind of break down why are we making that insight check? I don't think in this situation Matt's going to go into too much detail. Matt's not going to take this moment from Percy. So what this insight check really does is if Percy is holding things back, it forces him to either ignore the mechanic, in which case why do we have the check, or it requires him to reveal backstory before he's ready, or to like role play in a way that he doesn't want to right now. And I don't know. That's why I am so hesitant. I'm hesitant with PvP checks in general, but especially insight checks. Because not only does it break up that awesome moment, like I was fucking feeling it with Marisha talking about the entities, like it was recontextualizing a lot of the stuff for me, and then we break to roll some dice during the middle of it. And it's like, maybe, we can roll dice afterwards. It is a game. I want to play the game, but I don't know. It kind of took the wind out of my sails a little bit. And I feel like that is how insight checks go a lot of the times, at least for me. Yeah, I don't know. Taliesin, at his best, is probably the best of the table. I can't tell anymore. I simp for him too much. I mean, yeah, I haven't seen the whole thing. And right now, we're really in a Percy arc. I will be very interested once we're in situations that are focused more on, like, the twins and, like, the dragons and the twins' mom, or Marisha, or not Marisha's, more of Keyleth's Ashari, where it's not in, like, a weird bottle episode after the one-shots or the guest episodes. Like, I'll be interested to know anything about Scanlan. Like, I'll be interested for when Grog does maybe a bit more intense character work. That, again, isn't just like a one-off thing that Matt is creating for him in an existing city. Like, the Vasselheim pit fights were really cool. But I am very interested to see when we get a fight like that, a pit fight that was crafted for him, like, ahead of time, like this Briarwood arc is for Percy. So, I can't say. He's getting a lot of great opportunities to RP, but I'll be interested to see the other characters do it as well. But anyways, yeah. So the contested checks, I don't know. I understand the issues with it, but I also understand trying insight on someone who basically just told you not to trust them. Yeah, I guess my problem is that is like an RP decision that they made, right? Like, they didn't need, like Taliesin didn't need to say that. That is like how he wants to RP Percy in the moment. And, like, I don't know. The PvP insight checks almost feels like hostile. Like, it feels like taking away agency for, like, how that other player wants to go about things. Now, to be fair, there are ways around that, right? Like, the whispers are a great way around that, of, like, if Taliesin fails the check or whatever, Matt walks around and, like, whispers in Scanlan's ear, or not Scanlan, Sam's ear, whether or not, they were being truthful. But we still run into, we have massively interrupted the role play and, like, really dropped us out of it for all of that. Now, I do think that this could be an interesting way to end a conversation. So, like, while they are, if you do like this sort of thing, I think that I would maybe just recommend placing it at a different point. I still don't like it, but if you notice the conversation winding down and you want to insight, maybe ask your DM, like, could I, like, roll insight or something just on how they were acting during that conversation? Like, as the people are dispersing, as we're kind of exiting the role play, that could actually be a really nice kind of barrier point to, okay, now the role play's done. And, like, the roleplay's never truly done in D&D, but, there are definitely times of higher versus lower RP. And so I think I would just prefer, like, let's get through the entire high RP and then maybe get into maybe these more mechanical things. Yeah. I have to go. My players are starting to poke me with questions. I'll catch up with my best friend on VOD. Time to DM. Good night. Hey, see you later, Soul Angel. Good luck on DMing. And, yeah. I'll catch you later. I think you can describe your character's thoughts or feelings in response to an insight check instead of just giving information you didn't want to reveal. You can, but you could also... I guess my problem is that if you didn't describe those thoughts and feelings before, you are sort of... That is it's not necessarily information you didn't want to reveal, but it is information you chose not to reveal. Like when you're acting and role playing, like the way in which you do that, like you're kind of constructing a tone and a scene, and like a well-placed insight check might be able to bring even more out of the scene, but it requires rolling dice, which kind of wrecks the pace. So I don't know. I think the insight here definitely felt unnecessary. Yeah. To be fair, and as someone who loves both of them, Liam and Taliesin could probably deep RP for hours if no one stopped them. But I think that could kind of... I think that's a good opportunity for Grog, right? So if we're talking about, like, if no one stopped them, the low RP player is normally the one to stop the deep RP. Like, Grog has a comedic misunderstanding and kind of drops us out of that, like, large thing. So if you bring, like, a dice roll into it, you're sort of stripping away that opportunity from them as well. I don't know. I have bad vibes around it. But it's not so egregious that, like, I'm going to be like, you can't fucking do it. But, yeah, I don't know. But that's Matt's call, of course. Yeah. That's totally true. Brandley Mulligan is great using insight as self-reflection. I would love to see it. I really want to see other DMs, especially so that I can start comparing and contrasting. But I'm very interested in that in the future. I do think there's an RP in the choice. This is scaling suspicious nature as much as Percy being Percy. If there's RP, that is true. I agree with you. I think the thing that I would look for is, like, if it's RP, right? Like, because, like, when you're doing checks, when you're doing mechanics, you're looking for the DM to tell you a truth about the world, right? You are looking to accomplish something. Like, that's why we leave it up to the dice. We want these, twists of fate. And we want the dice not to lie to us. And so if Scanlan is suspicious, I love that. I would much rather him say, does Percy, like, look different? Do I think he's being truthful? And just not involve insight at all. Like, or not even ask Matt. You could even, like, straight up ask Percy, or Taliesin, I should say, in this. Be like, hey, you, Taliesin, is, like, Percy, like, acting differently? Is he, like, shifting around? Does it look like he's lying to us? I think that's a great opportunity for RP. Showing off your suspicious nature and letting the other players still have full autonomy over what they do or do not tell you. And it very much depends on the table, and it depends on how comfortable the other player is with RP, and how comfortable you are with RP. It might be sort of a crutch. I know that Sam is very new to Dungeons & Dragons, and to TTRPGs in general, if I'm not mistaken. So it very much could be, like, it's easier to fall back on mechanics because they require less creative effort. And that's not saying that, like, Sam is not creative. He's very creative. But they just require less, like, effort. You can kind of make your intentions known with, like, a few key words and then let the DM and the other players fall out from that. So, that could very much be the situation. Because the thing that I'm describing of, like, keeping it all in RP, that's hard. Like, I won't sit here and pretend that it's not. This is much easier, and that's not easy in, like, a bad way. Like, you might just not be feeling it that day. You might want to lean into that a little bit more. That's totally fair. My current character is extremely suspicious, and I choose to never roll insight. I just say I don't trust them. Yeah, and I mean, that's again, that is an RP choice, and I think that is like a consistently harder thing to do, to not roll those dice. But I do also think it would be more rewarding overall. But that's a totally personal opinion sort of thing. Sam, Brent, Oscar, 2 Emmys recall. Creative, are you sure? I think it was said at one point, Matt does on-site whispers. He doesn't just say he's lying or he's telling the truth. He more tells them about their body language and that kind of thing. And that is something like, if we are going to do an insight check in this moment, that is the sort of thing that I would want to happen. I don't want to put it onto Taliesin to have to react to a roll that like he didn't agree to. Now, sometimes at my tables, my players do roll against each other, but like they agree on the check, they agree on whether it succeeded or failed. Like, it's all for them. A lot of times they just do it to like, again, to like get that like wind of randomness into it, but I never get involved in that. And so if you are going to get involved as a DM, I would make it a whisper and I would just tell it to Sam and yeah, tell him exactly about that sort of thing, about the body language. But I still think that breaks up the pace a little bit too much. But I also get it. It's kind of like the over-describing the room. When Vax first went into the Briarwoods room, you know, I criticized that a lot because I didn't think it was great. But a commenter very rightly pointed out that, you know, Liam probably surprised Matt a lot. And so that could have just been like vamping on his part. This could be like Sam wants to get involved in this RP. He wants to be kind of in there, but he can't really feel out a good entry point for it. So he's using the insight as an entry point into that RP. That is very fair. And not a terrible way to do it. It's just something that, you know, doesn't come to my mind very often because I am so like improv heavy that those sorts of things are easier for me, whereas other things are much harder. I guess I don't see insight as necessarily looking for truth, but more an abstraction of a charisma skill. Asking out of character what signals they're giving off sounds like a good alternative. Yeah, body language and such. I mean, any check is asking the DM to influence the world or to give you a truth about the world. A truth. Not necessarily truth as in like truths and lies. A truth. Because like a perception check is asking them, you know, to tell you the truth of what is in the world that you as a player cannot see. Like a strength check, you are trying to impress your will upon the world. It's a way for you to interact with the world in a structured way, you know? Whereas narrative and RP can kind of fade in and out of that. You know, you'll hear DMs ask a lot like, do you actually say that? Because sometimes in RP we fuck around a little bit, right? We say some shit that we don't actually want to do. But when dice hit the table, we're in it. Like, we're affecting the world now, regardless of what the check is. And the way that I think about saving throws is the world affecting us back. So, like, the world, again, always affects us back a little bit, but there's always room at my table for retconning. So if it's like, you know, I'm like, oh, yeah, like, the fire trap goes off down this hallway, you make a saving throw, and the person is like, hey, wait, I wasn't standing in the hallway. And I'm like, oh, right, you weren't. Like, you don't need to make that, right? Like, before dice hit table, we're all good to retcon, but the moment the saving throw goes down, like, the world is affecting you, and you're having to react to that. So that's kind of my mindset around the dice. Sure, truth about what you perceive then. Sure, yeah. Coming up on 2 hours bio break. Jesus, it's already been 2 hours. Oh my God. It feels like absolutely no time has passed. I feel like we just started. That's crazy. Yeah. 2 hours bio break. Let's do it. I'll read Atmos and then we'll get going. I'd also say it's a bad thing to ever ask for a check. Yeah, that's why that's a bingo square. Is that on this one? Yeah, that's not even. Oh, yeah, rolls check. This is rolls check before Matt asks. But yeah, I mean, in general, players, and this is a D&D thing specifically, players should not ask for checks. The system is not built around it. The DM has full kind of autonomy. And so that does lean into this whole insight discussion that we're having of, in this system, Sam probably shouldn't have even asked, can I do insight? If he says something and Matt thinks it needs insight, that is then, at Matt's discretion. But you should say something like, can I get a read on them? What vibes they give off? Yeah, totally. Just saying insight check is lazy and bad. I mean, it's hard at most because I agree. But also, sometimes we're lazy and bad as players. And, that doesn't make you a bad player if you're feeling off or if you just, even if you're not feeling off that day, but in that scene, you're struggling to, get into it. Sometimes you do a little bit of the lazy thing or you do a little bit of the easy thing. And that's okay. That's totally okay. So, bio break. Oh my God, how far are we into it? We're at 22 minutes. Thank God it's a half episode. All right, I'll be right back. Lol. I just came back and YouTube was like, suggestion. the audio bitrate is lower than anticipated. It's at 0. You should look at your settings. And it's like, no, it's just because I forgot to turn on the music. That was it. That was it. That was the entire issue. But yeah, I mean, yeah, and you know, it can definitely depend on the table, as most things can. You know, Rebecca and John and Deadly Spark. But you know, it's one of the things of, I think in general it's good to try and lean into those roleplay things, but you know, as we've talked through it more, yeah, if you need to lean on checks, that is totally okay. And might just be right for your table in general. But you know, if you don't, I think there can be deeper roleplay opportunities, and I sort of agree with Rebecca, like, this seems like a deep roleplay table. So to me, it would make sense to not do insight checks like that, mostly because of the vibe and the tone of their table. I think that this sort of thing, you know, even though it's not, yeah, as we've discussed, it's not raw, it's like not how you're supposed to do checks, it could certainly work at other tables that are less RP heavy, like Deadly Spark just mentioned. Or at least less RP heavy. You know, not saying that you guys don't do RP. Just, you know, that it's not as heavy on it. Yeah, an insight check is a way to make up for lack of this kind of information for players. They don't need it for this group. And yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. It's not a big deal, but this group likes to abuse insight checks. Like I said, that's why it's on the bingo. That's why it's on the bingo. I wanted to call it out in this particular instance because of how awesome the RP was before that and how much it took the wind out of my sails. Sounds good, John. Yeah, no worries.
Dice plus what?
I shall roll it for you. What's your bonus?
For which?
For both persuasion and deception.
Persuasion, deception? Persuasion 6, deception 2.
Cool, gotcha. Okay. He seems very earnest, very broken, confused but driven, and there isn't any part of his voice that seems to conceal or attempt to hold back any information.
Are you afraid you're going to hurt us?
No. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you.
I see. How would you disappoint us?
I trust that you are all here in service of justice and maybe...
I do like it does sound like your audio has weird hiccups. Shit. That would have to be... I think that would still be on the internet end. Because I would also... I think I would be able to see if my audio bitrate was like dropping randomly. I need to contact the internet people. It's level of it's at the level of inside joke sometimes, especially Sam intently saying inside check. He rolled at 4 Taliesin, so they couldn't get meta information from it. I do like that a lot. But you know, again, it conflicts with my style. Like, for everything that happened here, I like the way it was handled, but this, like everything that happened here, is so outside of my style that like it's almost hard for me. It's not that I can't give advice on it, but it's like most of the advice that I think is correct and true is like very different. But clearly, you know, it works all right here. Mine is also having that issue. Is anyone else having audio hiccups? Let me see. I don't even know what my audio bitrate is. Let's see. Output audio. Audio is good here. Okay. Okay. I'll keep trucking for now. Hopefully it gets better. Let me know if I haven't noticed anything. Okay. So it might be isolated to certain people. You know, I mean, let me know if it continues being a big problem for you, Elizabeth or John. Maybe try refreshing. Yeah, that sucks.
Friendship, but I'm not. I'm here for revenge. And as much as I would like to believe otherwise, I know that's not true. And I think I need people here who are not here for revenge. I don't know how to stop this.
Just because you started on this path for revenge doesn't mean you can't find other motivations along the way. Do you believe that you're not doing this with your friends or for your friends? Not even a little bit? It's only 100% revenge?
No one does anything purely for one reason. And I could justify it, but I'd be lying. I want to hurt them. I want them to know it's me. I want them to feel remorse for what they've done. I want them to pay. And if this thing is real, if this is really what is happening now, I hope that wherever they go, they suffer forever and beyond.
That was a weird moment where I was laughing during that monologue. It's because I read Elizabeth's chat message. This is not a laughing matter. This is really good roleplay, though.
That sounds fair.
And I am so grateful that there is justice to be found in it, but it is not justice that I am motivated by. And I couldn't pretend it would be. I'm so grateful that there is justice in this. But even if there wasn't, I would still be here.
I want to talk about a plan. Because
Yes.
our desires are in lockstep up to a point. Once we have gotten rid of the last of them, I want to know what happens then, Percival.
I've never had to think of this before. I think we get out of this either I'm going to need you to save me or finish me.
Well, we won't do that.
If it comes to it,
Damn it, Miss Pike! She would know about this!
Sure.
Miss Pike.
I will highlight here. So I love when I do not think that every character needs to last the full campaign. Even like disregarding if you like die in combat or whatever. I think that if your character narratively has completed their arc, the arc that you have interest in them completing, you can talk to your DM about a way to finish that out and to have them leave the party and how to introduce another character that you will play. And I think that there are two roads for Percy here. Like, I think it would be very okay and cool, like a cool story, if Percy just died fighting the Briarwoods. And I know that Percy and Matt could put it together of like a big final moment for Percy where he's like fully consumed, and maybe the party even have to fight him as he is fully taken over by, I mean, not even his patron, but whatever this black smoke is. And like, obviously, I wouldn't spring that on the other players. I wouldn't just be like, now we're doing this. Like, I would work on that. Like, that would be if Taliesin came to me and wanted this to be the end of Percy. And then we would talk about it with the other players of being like, hey, like, at some point, Percy might turn evil, depending on Taliesin's choices. Like, I would still want it to be somewhat of a surprise, but like around this period, if Taliesin is even thinking about ending Percy, it might just be like, hey, at some point, Percy will turn evil, and like you guys might have to finish him. And that can be an incredibly powerful moment. Incredibly powerful for everything going on here. And you can turn that a couple of different ways as a DM. You could even turn it to where, like, maybe that's all, you know, planned between you and Taliesin of, like, Percy's going to turn evil. And maybe defeating Percy does just fucking kill him. And maybe, you know, it excises the demon and it, you know, puts him on the path to redemption. It can be, you know, multiple things. It can be the metaphorical death of a character, or it can be the very literal death of a character if the player wants that to be the end of that character's story. That's super cool. And like I think that, you know, we all get very attached to our characters and we don't think about how their arcs will end. We just assume, you know, they'll retire with the party. But they don't have to. And this is like a very obvious juncture where, like, you know, Taliesin's saying all of this, and this could just be the moment where Percy ends. Not every character needs to last the whole campaign. They don't. Yeah, and not, you know. OMG, I can't believe I forgot it was Monday. What up, Tai? No! It's here. Set your alarm. Set your notifications. Ring that MFing bell. What up? You must love Tiberius then? Uh-huh. I mean, the thing, Tiberius didn't even finish an arc. He just left. But this is a very obvious, very cool, moment for where Percy could go out. Hold the line. Yeah. I mean, we're getting into prediction central. It is very, very plausible. I could see, because I also know Taliesin used to play another character before Critical Role started, right? He was like a Dragonborn. So he is no stranger to switching out characters. I'm having a blast playing my current character because he was created with the acknowledgement that he could easily turn bad, and that's just part of the story we've all come together to play. Yeah, as long as the other players. Oh wait, Shatterwood, you're fresh in chat. What up, Shatterwood? How you doing? I'm glad to have you. That's very cool. But yeah, like 1,000%. Like if you and the DM go to the other characters, and I do think it is important to have a very clear transition point, right? To predict a possible result with Percy, right? I would want the Percy turning evil moment to be like the black smoke swirls around him. His eyes are red stars within an otherwise endless void. And then suddenly you see a thick, slimy smile like a crack of sluggish lightning. And Percy speaks in a voice that is not his own. It has to be incredibly clear that this is not even No Mercy Percy. This is not your soul is forfeit. This is not Percy anymore. Percy has already died. You are now fighting a villain, and that is how. And then after you defeat the villain, Percy gets one last monologue as he's dying on the floor where he tells you all how much he loves you, and then you all cry. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I think that Shatterwood is entirely correct. If everyone, the DM, the players, are under that impression, and you give an incredibly clear sign of he is bad now, mwah, perfect, easy, totally fine. Finished binging last night. You guys are fucking fast. That's crazy. Well, welcome. Very glad to have you. Clarota is in that valley. Yeah, I mean, I think that it was nice, right? Clarota had a very clear moment of it was Clarota takes off his cap, he rejoins the hive mind, and he does the thing. Very clearly, evil Clarota. But honestly, even then, I had my doubts in the moment. I was like, wait, what is he doing? I didn't know. And so that was a little bit, for an NPC, totally fine. Completely good for an NPC, but for a PC where there's an inherent level of trust, I would want it to be even more clear, even more explicit that this is evil. This, what do they call it? The I can't remember. Nega Scott in Scott Pilgrim versus the World. Is that what it's called? Yeah, that version. This is dark. This is the dark version. Redemption arcs are so much more fun in my mind, and that is completely up to you as a player. And one of the things I was saying, is you can even have a code word with your player. You and your DM or you and your player can set up a code word. Maybe Matt and Taliesin don't even know until the moment happens. The other players defeat the black smoke, and then Percy's laying there dying on the floor, and maybe Taliesin has a code word with Matt of let me die, or on the other end bring me back or whatever, and I'm gonna go on my redemption arc. That could be incredibly intense as a player to choose in that moment if you are going to go on or if this is where your character ends. Oh, that's so crazy. I've never done anything like that, but that'd be wild. But But just in general, and yeah, and I think if you're gonna go on the redemption arc, it is then important to figure out like, when are you redeemed? That I think that's an important question to generally ask. I'm grateful to have such trusting friends with whom I play. We do have a lot of frank, out-of-game conversations about game tone, personal play style, etc. Beautiful, Shatterwood. I would say, like, it's the cop-out answer of, like, it depends on your table, but the real answer is it depends on your table's communication. Like, you can do a lot of wacky things. I always say that I'm pretty against PvP. You can do PvP at a great table with, like, really trusting friends, with a lot of out-of-game conversations, and with people who feel comfortable sharing that they are no longer comfortable. That's a really important thing. So yeah, that's awesome. Catching up, are you bleaching? Generally, the best thing for your hair health is to take your time with it, so you should use really low peroxide product. Just watched a video about this recently. Oh, interesting. Okay. A clear sign that he's bad now. He pulls out a red lightsaber. Exactly. People never spew black smoke when they're good. Yeah, but he's like clearly getting taken over. You would have to draw a line of like, he is not struggling with this anymore. He's gone. He's taken. Like the Negachin from Fairly Odd Parents. Exactly, and Spire Red. Exactly. Does this half episode need a timer? No, John, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Rack RP, risk-aware consensual roleplay. I've not heard that before, but sure.
I do want to save the city.
Can we do any kind of religion check to see if we know anything about this kind of entity?
Yeah, go and make a religion check.
3.
Suiting.
Suiting.
17.
I mean, there are all sorts of extraplanar entities throughout the realms that have their own
Whenever
individual
you start to describe them with,
perspectives.
it's not good.
You don't have a whole lot of experience outside the realm of mortals. You've had a few interactions with things that tend to skew beyond that realm. While you get that he's saying it may just be a dream, you know that there are multitudes of creatures that thrive on these type of bargains. And you do know that many of these bargains in the long run do not end up being wholly in the person's favor who struck it.
Well, look, it's going to help him on his quest to get revenge and kill all the people that killed his family, right? So can we do that? And then if it gets out of control, we pop him on the head and take him to a temple.
I think that's the best plan we have,
I
actually.
mean, he was really...
I'm fucking... Did I call it, or did I... Like, you can have the deep RP moments, and then fucking Grog can come in and cut that chaff and be like, okay, deep RP done. And that's a great moment for Grog. Like, that's a great moment for those types of characters. You want to let them have those.
You were really awesome in that
You
last
did
fight.
look pretty amazing, I'm not gonna lie.
A little
Just
bit of pee
saying.
came out. It was that good.
The goat.
But I don't like how dark it went, Percy. It went really dark.
And here's the thing.
Sorry.
There's the thing.
This whole thing's ridiculous.
There it is, right there. Here's the thing.
Oh god, I hadn't even noticed. Oh, so sorry. All right.
Your chances of succeeding here alone are pretty fucking slim. And if you want us all to work with you, you can't go from door to door, bringing wrath and ruin the way you just did, or you won't have our assistance. Not all of us.
Now, Vax, what are you talking about? We all knew what we were doing when we... Pay attention to me. I'm trying to be serious here. Don't you turn your eyes away from me. Look at me when I'm talking to you.
I'm very upset
We all knew
right
what
now.
we were doing when we went into the house. It was an assassination mission. I don't understand why everyone's harping on how dark it got. We knew we were there to
We
kill
knew
everyone in the
we
whole
were gonna
place.
This is a city oppressed. These people did not
No,
invite it upon
that
themselves.
guy deserved it.
He was a...
But we did rip his tongue out, which I think was a bit harsh.
He said take his tongue.
These people don't want to exchange one warlord for another. We need to maybe dial it back a tick or two.
No, I disagree.
I do too, pedo stash.
We have to make... We have to make a strong appearance. This is shock and awe. We're not going to win over the people by, half measures and hey, let's hold a election or something. We have to kill everyone in as dramatic a fashion
This
as
is
possible.
beheading a pony all over again.
You think
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, these are very tropey discussions for rebellion type stuff. They have this same sort of arc in like Falling Skies, God, not Red Rising. Red Dawn? The one about China invade America. I don't remember what it's called. It's a book, and then I think it's also a movie with Chris Hemsworth. I don't think I'm right. Anyways, this is a very similar revolutionary beat. Red Dawn. Thank you. It is Red Dawn. Okay. But like, this is great, and me identifying this as a trope. This is not to cast aspersions or to say that it's lazy or bad. It's great, and like if you have media that you're drawing from, especially if like during session 0, your DM told you that hey, this is this campaign is going to be like these touchstones in media. Looking at those, like the arcs in those media, and like thinking about like how would my character react in this situation, and like going through, if you're going into a revolutionary arc in this city, go through and like watch Falling Skies, read Red Dawn, and see like, okay, what kinds of arguments are they having? Where would I be on this scale? Because you're not going to have the exact same arguments, but you're going to have probably similar ones. And thinking through like where would Scanlan be in this scene is really helpful for future character work, and it allows you to have better character drama. So it's fucking great. It's awesome. Look at me. I am the captain now. You look at me when I am talking. Look at that. Look at those eyeballs. He's like, what the fuck are you looking at, bud? Original was Patrick Swayze. Oh, that's right. I love seeing glimpses into this side of Scanlan. Yeah. The Hemsworth Red Dawn was a remake. John Adams in the musical 1776. This is a revolution. Damn it. We're going to have to offend somebody. What the? Okay. Is everything okay? Okay. I heard something like I heard like a sound that I wasn't expecting, and I got freaked out. I'm in that revolutionary vibe. But yeah, I mean, like watching through those things, fucking watching through Hamilton and looking at the cabinet battles and being like, what side would Vax be on in this? What side would Jebediah Smith, my character, be on in this? It's great to think through those sorts of things, and then it can help you have a baseline for when you get into a similar situation in your games. Yeah.
I'm gonna win them over by showing them how disgusting we are.
No, how disgusting they are and how disgusting they die.
They deserved it.
No. I mean the civilians here.
We're not going to kill civilians.
Of course, but we're trying to win them over, and if we're showing that we're ripping out their tongues and pulling their ears off and playing the balls,
These people are
they're going to be
oppressed.
just as scared of us as they are of the
They'll
Briarwoods.
probably be pretty happy that the people that have been hurting them are being punished.
Yes, they've been oppressed, but we've also seen that there's plenty of cases of people being charmed by them, and we might have an army of people who will die for the Briarwoods at any cost and not even realize that they're being charmed.
I wouldn't mind a few people being scared of us too.
I will say it did get out of hand. And if I had known then what I know now, I would hope that you would restrain me in those moments where I seem to be going further than I should.
Done.
What are you saying? For your bullet, for your final bullet, you want us to stop you?
No, he's saying that if he goes dark, if he goes against his person that we know...
Knock me out and take me to a temple.
That's what I mean. You don't want to scratch the name off the barrel?
I didn't know it was going to disappear, to be fair. I thought that maybe I could stop what was happening to me if I panicked.
Percy, do you realize we tried to talk to you for a good 15 minutes after all of that last night, and you were unreachable? Do you remember that? So us sitting, if you start getting out of control, and you think that we're going to be able to be like, yo, Percy, calm it down a bit.
We're not going to do that. We're going to knock him the fuck out.
Yes.
Don't worry, Percy, we've got you.
I don't think I would knock him out.
I'll knock you out if you really want me to.
If I start to turn against you, if you think for a moment that...
Dude, that's a line right there. That's a little bit of an insight into Scanlan. Woo! I don't think I would knock you out. Very good character work in this scene. Very subtle.
Please.
I mean, I guess not. I shouldn't call it subtle. It's not subtle what he's saying, but it's good.
Please. Do what is necessary.
Don't.
The moment that I turn on any of you, the moment that I even threaten any of you, is a moment I'm not in control. No matter what is happening.
Yeah, okay.
And also setting up the possibility for full dark turn, like they take care of the Briarwoods and then fucking dark Percy comes out and he's the real final villain.
I walk up and I kiss him on the cheek. No. And I say, don't you worry.
Thank you.
Got you.
Especially with the cough, thank you.
I don't believe you're really sick, darling.
Vex, I've heard a cough like that, and it's probably syphilis.
Lovely. Thank you, Scanlan.
That's a wild bit of trivia, Admiral Jackbar. That's awesome. That's cool.
Honestly, I don't.
It's personal experience. That's all I'm saying.
One time.
So, shall we rest and then we get to go find another house?
Well, maybe we should, now that I guess we have the knock Percy out in case of emergency plan, should we have a revolution plan? Because we seem to be divided on that.
There's still 2 more lords in the city, and there's the castle. They know we're here now.
It might behoove us to spend a day or two finding another shelter, and also...
And also, I would hope, and this is, general DM advice, if you're Matt and they've talked about, this revolutionary plan, I know that Matt built out all of Whitestone, but, he didn't build out all of Whitestone, you know what I'm saying? He probably mapped it all out, came up with names, vibes, maybe a few layouts. But now that he knows that they're going after the lords, I'm crossing my fingers that the insides of the lords' manors are a bit more interesting. And that's not to talk, not to throw too much shade, but it was a fine fight. It had an interesting twist, and they used some interesting strategies, and obviously there was great RP. But I look forward to maybe the next few lieutenants being a tad more interesting on the fight scale.
Seeing what our actions have resulted in, and seeing if we can...
How dare Vex kiss Percy before me, the injustice of it all. Oh, dude. I looked at bingo for B4. I was like, is Vex kissing someone on the bingo card? That's so funny. I'm 3 minutes behind. I just realized, hey, that's why we have ! Are you live? That's why we got it.
Can't sway some opinion in our favor.
Behoove is such a good word, apropos of nothing. Mm-hmm. I like words. I like fancy words.
Because we're strong, but we're also pretty weak these days, and I wouldn't want to go against the big guns yet until we have the people behind us, or at least possibly turn one of those giants to our side or something. We need some help here.
We have a map of the city, yes?
Yes.
I think it best to stay off of the streets. Is it
Also, speaking of, a long time ago, people asked me about what I would do if they did go off on a side quest and actually convince Draconia to give them the Draconian Knights. The Draconian Knights would deal with the giants. Easy thing. Maybe throw in a few extra giants. Maybe throw in some tools. Maybe some, sidekicks. The giants and the vampires in the city, right? There's a force here. And then it's okay, we're dealing with the city. We'll keep the civilians safe. You go get the Briarwoods. Blah, 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 blah. It would just be, actually, from what Matt has shown, I probably wouldn't change Whitestone substantially. It would probably just change how they interact with Whitestone. Because right now, they're going and taking out the lords. They're slowly going through it because they have to slowly undermine Briarwood control here. But if they have the Draconian Knights, I don't even change anything. It's just a very different tone. We're not starting a revolution. We're not fucking undermining shit. We're going in with storms and sorcery. And so, it is a great example of how you can lean into what your players want and not even change the world in reaction to it. Just give them a very different experience. But because they went after the Draconian Knights, that's the type of experience they want. Whereas them coming here alone with no allies, this is probably the kind of experience that they wanted. And so instead of the giants being portrayed as these hulking war machines, they're portrayed as sentries. Instead of the vampires being ravenous barbarians that are absolutely charging the front line and breaking through them like cavalry, they are predators, wolves stalking the night. You can use the same things in very different ways depending on what your characters want to do and your players want to do. Love it. Taliesin directed the American adaptation of the anime Hellsing. I don't know that one. Every Vox Machina PC and many NPCs have been shipped with everyone else at yeah. Taliesin was also Vampire Prince of LA for several years in the World of Darkness LARP circuit. Whoa! I see that. That's sick as hell, honestly. He was also in LA by Night. He's excellent in LA by Night. Interesting.
possible, Keyleth, to tunnel through the city underneath it?
Good idea.
I can, actually. Yeah.
Can't really talk to people that way.
No, but they know we're here. It's not safe.
Well, why don't
we can
have a
come up in
few-
secret, leave symbols to rally the people, and hide again.
Beat on the vibe of what people are saying out
Hey,
there?
Hepcat, yes. I'm wanting to get a beat on the vibe. Yes, I think we need to.
Hey, I gotta. We're gonna do a little mini bio break. I know it's only been 30 more minutes, but I don't need a bio break, but the dog does. So I will be right back. And I will put on music this time. See you in a second. What up? How's it going? The dog has been released. She has been allowed to be in the wilds. And I see that you all have been talking in my absence, which is so sick. But I'm also not going to read back through it because that would take a ton of time. So we're just going to hop back into it because I see John's -S message of the on track to finish by midnight. Look, dude, there's a reason we need the half episodes. What speed are we on? 1.5. We're trucking. If we get into combat, it'll go faster, and I think as the night goes on, generally, I have less and less to say. A lot of it is kind of front-loaded. Speaking of front-loaded, I was talking in the comments to someone, and we were talking about Gilmore, because they got to the episode where I talk about Gilmore's glorious goodies. And, we were talking about, I was like, what the fuck's up with the Academy, right? There are all these fucking magic items laying around. And they were like, oh, yeah, I like the loan shark idea. I also have, like, a headcanon of, like, a spy network. Of, like, start up these magic item shops and like, spy on the people, on the adventurers. And I had the thought... And I'm going to tell you right now, before I even tell you the thought, if we encounter in non-Iman or Whiterun, if we go to another city and there is a Gilmore sponsored or supported or partner magic item shop, I'm solidifying this theory. Because my theory is that it is a magic item cartel. Because we were talking about how, they think that, the commenter was like, oh, yeah, I think that, all the magic items are from, before the Cataclysm or something. I don't know. I didn't really get it. It wasn't, really spoilery. It was just, stuff I don't really know about. Which, I don't think it was spoilery. And they were... And I was like, well, that's weird, that they have this entire economy if it's so hard to enchant things and then, all of these things are from before the Cataclysm, but we know that magic items are easy to destroy. And I could see it being a cartel if there actually aren't that many magic items. And, the Amon government is trying to centralize all of this power because you can't control these highly powered individuals, right? You can't control Vox Machina. If they really wanted to, they could just bounce on out of Amon and, who's really gonna stop them? Maybe Allura. But even the council probably can't really control Allura. This is what happens in higher magic settings when you have a lot of high-powered individuals running around. It's really hard to control them as a government in fiction. But, especially in this, where there are so many magic items, but if they're a limited supply, if they're all from before, and they can break like the carpet, and they're hard to re-enchant, then there's a limited supply. And if you acquire that limited supply, and then you only sell to the people that are favorable to you, you are essentially artificially powering up only your allies. It is a way of nebulously spreading your influence just by coincidence. Right? If Gilmore blacklists someone, and it is a diamond, not a diamond cartel, cough, cough, De Beers, if this is and I mentioned the Amon government, I think that Gilmore's is Amon-sponsored magic item cartel. And so, if they blacklist someone, now that person, if this is kind of the cartel that I'm thinking it is, they will have a really hard time buying magic items, or maybe their prices are artificially inflated for this blacklisted person. So they will naturally be weaker than the Amon favorites, like Vox Machina, who get loans, who get deals, who go on private dinner dates with the incredibly powerful sorcerer that runs the joint. You know what I'm saying? So it's a way of like social control, of like only powering up people that are on your side and that are allied to you. It's my newest conspiracy theory. Whiterun, your Skyrim is showing. Westrune or something. Magic Item Cartel could definitely be a thing in the West March. Who's saying it already isn't? Counterpoint, these worlds are also typically pseudo-feudal, which means the central government doesn't have a big military advantage over its high nobles in any case. One wizard might be the equivalent of a marquis with lands and small private army, but society already has ways to handle that. I do like that theory, though. Even if it is pseudo-feudal and the central government doesn't have that manner of direct control, even more of a reason to have the cartel, right? If you're the king and, you're fucking, you're in this feudal state where, like, you've got a good handle on the nobles, but maybe, like, not that good. Even more of a reason to start up this magic item cartel and maybe, silently but secretly power up certain nobles that are more favorable to you and are less likely to coup your ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's my theory. We'll see. I don't know. It is it's just something. It's something we were talking about in the comments. I was like, oh, that's fun. I gotta tell Stream about it. But anyways, back to the show.
We need to hear what people are saying in the privacy of their homes. Maybe we need to do some snooping.
Well, there's a few good people at our party who are into that.
And we need to find another potential safe house.
Okay, that's plan number one then. I'm also, I think it's not a bad idea to spread this Derolo family crest around some more.
Have we been to the alcove yet?
You went to the alcove. No, you have not been to the alcove. No, you went to the other.
We haven't been to the alcove of the barracks yet, and the barracks are right against the castle, though.
You're correct. Okay. You went to the ladies' chamber and you spoke briefly with Keeper Yenin.
Yeah, with Keeper Yenin.
Yeah, let's go to the barracks.
And you went to Beyond the Horizon, which was abandoned and partially collapsed.
The barracks will be our last stop, I believe, just because it's outside the city proper and it's up the hill.
Oh God.
We might.
I was like, we're surely halfway through. We're a third of the way through. Actually, probably less out of the actual amount that needed to be watched.
Be able to stay at the alcove, which is a magic shop that used to be in town. I know the proprietor, or I did, if he's still alive.
Yeah, let's go there.
Magic shop? Okay.
It's like a magic shop, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, magic shop.
It's an arcane boutique, yes.
Arcane boutique.
And we can.
Are we tunneling there?
Are we going there now? Are we resting?
Yeah, we should
Which
rest.
time is
We should rest for the.
It's
for the
nighttime.
evening.
Right now, I would say based on preparation, the illusion casting, conversation, you're looking at about 9:30 in the evening.
Okay.
Let's go.
Get an
First light.
early start once the light.
If you fall asleep, is that illusion going to vanish?
No, I think hallucinatory terrain lasts.
Can I sense anything near us? Can I look, like, sense vampires above us?
So you're looking for undead.
Undead.
Okay.
Yes.
You feel a surrounding presence scattered throughout the city, some large, some small. You sense you can gather over a period of time of concentration. You can feel the slow movement of the zombie giants moving through the city, these sentinels just slowly tromping through, and a number of other undead entities.
Does it feel like there's more in motion than there were before we set off the blaze?
I would say yes, there appears to be a little more haste and movement to what entities you can. You can't pinpoint, specifics, but you do sense that there is a heightened state of movement to what you've previously sensed.
Okay.
Yes, I have a thought that at night, obviously, these streets are full of dead things. Tomorrow, the Briarwoods and the people who work for them are going to start pulling people out of their houses and telling them to look for us or anyone who's not from this city. So I don't think that the beggar routine is going to work
That's why
for
we
much
stay out of
longer.
the city, that's what I said.
Of course, but if you want to go and talk to people, I think we could probably get away with poking about first thing in the morning, and that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we
Probably fair.
should get up early.
All right.
To go talk to some
And in addition to your excellent illusion spell,
which lasts for 24 hours.
that's wonderful to hear. Is there any other means of protection that we have? I mean, if they are magic wielders, they might be able to sense our presence or something. Is there any way to obscure that? I guess I'm asking this, but I'm one of the only two magic wielders here, so I should know
As
the
I say,
answer.
it'd probably be a me and you thing. In terms of making us not as noticeable, I mean, seeming is going to be probably our closest thing. I don't have
It's
anything
just
that's
visual, though.
I know, I
Nothing
don't-
like a bubble of protection or anything?
I've got my anti-life shell, but
But
they're
they're
in there.
undead. Lovely. Well, first watch. Who's taking it?
I mean, we can all get a good night's sleep, I think, if we tunnel us in and the hallucinatory terrain.
I still think we should keep watch because if they
Percy,
sense anything.
Yeah, I'll take second.
All right.
Okay.
So you're all down in the bottom of the tunnel by the roots of the sentry?
Yeah.
And you hallucinatory terrain to the cellar?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hate that he's asking for clarification.
What?
I don't know.
Yeah,
just don't what me.
Close your cat
What's the
eyes,
DC of your
you.
spell?
Of my hallucinatory
Of your
terrain?
spell of all your spellcasting, what's the DC?
It's 17.
Oh, no.
18.
18.
18, but I know they have to make an intelligence save to see through
Correct.
hallucinatory terrain.
Correct. If something we're interested in doing. So.
Sure.
Exactly.
Okay.
Hypothetically.
So who's taking first watch?
Percy.
I will watch with him.
Yeah, Percy can't watch
Sorry,
it.
I'm too slow.
Okay. So, you know what I talked about previously, that sometimes I'll just roll dice to fuck with my players? I'll also ask them this sort of shit. I love sending my players. I haven't done it in a while, but I used to love sending my players like a text in the group chat being like, hey, like everybody review the rules for jumping before this next session. Or if we were in like a totally like landlocked area, I did this a couple times. If we were in a total landlocked area, but they were about to go into like an underground dungeon, I would tell them to review the rules for underwater combat, and then I would throw in foreshadowing occasionally that the entire place was going to cave in with like a water leak, and then it just never would. These are my toxic traits, all right? It's so mean. I love it. So Matt is doing, dude. I would ask these sorts of questions with absolutely nothing coming to look for them. Absolutely nothing. I would just be like, what's the spell save on that? Just curious. And then during the night, I roll some dice behind the screen. I don't even pay attention to what they turn out as. Just roll. Whatever. Such a troll DM move. Yeah, I like fucking with my players. Look, I gotta have fun too, right? Playing mind games and gaslighting. And you know, on a slightly more serious note, I think it works a little bit better with my specific style of like, I make very, very sure that like my players, you know, that I'm really consistent in my rulings, that I don't change up my shit all the time. So, you know, they know if I'm not asking them for saves, or if I'm not doing this or I'm not doing that, you know, maybe I'm using their passives, but since I'm so consistent, sometimes they know I'm fucking with them, but oh, maybe it works worse. I don't know. This isn't advice. These are my beige DM flags. It's good to know this now before we play. I probably won't do it to you. Speaking of the whole, like, you know, at a table where there's a lot of trust or whatever, I'm probably not going to fuck with people I don't know too well. But I will fuck with my friends. As for a perception check, then tell them nothing. Oh, yeah, 1,000%. 1,000%. Or actually, no, I wouldn't even. I'll just, again, I'll roll some dice. And then they'll be like, what were those for? And I'll be like, what's your passive perception again? And they're like, 13. And I'm like, oh, okay, you don't see anything. It's even worse than asking them to roll because they have no idea what's happening. It helps keep the players aware that, oh yeah, it gets them motivated. It helps them bring them back, shocks them into paying attention.
That's fine.
I'll watch with him.
I mean, I raised my hand before, but that's all right. I'll get some sleep.
Okay. It's tight quarters, and you know, other than whether it be a magical light or torch that someone's put up there is no light source. It's pitch black down here. So, what are you guys using as a light source? Or are you leaving it pitch dark?
Oh, you can light your little flaming warhammer.
Fine. I'll take the flaming warhammer and I'll whisper the magic word.
That's a dope magic item, Matt Mosk. That's really fun.
Towards the fire.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he just said bagel.
You don't.
Bagel.
Good word.
It's Kegel.
Alrighty. So, you guys take first watch. Progresses till about 11 p.m., midnight or so. You guys finish. Who's taking second watch? Alright, we got Grog and Vax. Alright, so, you guys...
Well, first of all, he's sleeping. I pulled Grog over and we just look at him for a while. I said, where do you think the smoke comes out of?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Do you think it's like the nostrils?
No, it looked like it was coming from the bottom up, and there's only like 2 holes down there. So it's either...
Oh, nice on Liam. I talked about this last time, how I was really like... I was really happy to see Liam engaging Travis a little bit more because, like, you know, I love Travis. I love his role playing, but I do feel like in the more narrative parts, occasionally he was getting a little left behind. And that also could have been because, Orion was sucking up all the time in the room, and Liam didn't want to extend things with this fun little banter when they had to deal with all of Orion's errands. But I've loved to see this the past 2 sessions of like Vax really engaging Grog like this. This is awesome. This is really cool to see. That sounds anxiety inducing, though I assume once in a while the roll has led to something, or else players will catch on every time you do that. Nothing really happens. Oh yeah, 100%. You can't overuse it. Yeah, if you overuse it, the rolls start to mean nothing and then they ignore it. It's got to be very deliberate. And normally, it's tied into other things. I can be a sneaky snake about it sometimes.
Yeah. It's either the dirt button or...
It could just be his paws.
They just refused to touch it. No! The curse that was too good.
You're right, it's probably the dirt.
It's probably the periscope.
Yeah.
You're right.
As you guys are having this conversation, like the air down here, it's damp earth. It's chilled in the night anyway, but it's a little warmer because you're under the ground and absorb some of the heat of the day. But it is getting noticeably colder.
It's getting colder?
Yeah, just as the evening progresses. Like it's the temperature at night here in
Colder than it did last night? Because it also got pretty cold
comparable.
last night.
It seems nice.
That's
Yeah. There's a low mist begins to form within the tunnel from the temperature.
From the, just...
Oh no.
Wake up my sister. Wait,
What?
What's,
You what?
There's focus.
My
What's going on?
sister.
What's going on?
Just, it's cold.
Can we
no,
do
don't
some sort of
see.
see if it's magic? Can we see if it's magic?
Make an insight
Do
check.
the thing again. You can tell them stuff around.
Hey, perfect insight. Can we see if it's magic? Roll an insight. Although, not to nitpick, I probably would have made it Arcana, but insight works,
Oh good, and 1.
Can I do a nature check to just show them it's just fucking fog?
No!
Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep.
Tisk.
A 13.
Okay. You step forward and take a good long look at the fog that is like slowly beginning to form
Although,
at the base of the
I say tisk, but it's more of a joke than anything else. Like he's tying the fact that he's making a check into the joke. So, it's less egregious, but...
the tunnel you guys are in. As you lean forward and kind of take it in, the fog begins to form into a physical humanoid essence and reach out for you. For the three that are conscious,
silent
roll initiative.
Stalker?
God.
Shit.
Stalker
It's a teeny tiny
assassin.
tunnel.
It's another damn, ghost rape thing. Ghosting in.
Right.
What if the sun tree is like...
The sword.
You know what, Atmos sounds worth. that sounds like they made good use of that item.
Source of the bad?
Yeah.
It's possible it is.
Jesus.
That's kind of funny. But okay. It's not a bad theory.
What if the Briarwoods are right under the sun tree and we're just right above them?
What if they didn't hang the bodies? The tree just grabbed people.
So Grog, fog,
The sun tree is silent.
next to her.
The sun tree's just the whomping willow, and they've accidentally camped out in its roots.
Percy.
Oh god. Actually, can you move the wormwood box? Because I'll
Yes, Wormwood.
The Wormwood Box, sponsor of this show. Use code Critical Role. That is CRITCALROLE at wormwood.com for 25% off that beautiful ebony Wormwood Box. Now back to you, Matt.
Beautiful boxes.
Indeed. All right. Just a little bit.
You look really good, Matt.
I can't
really
move this.
impressive.
Great. All right, so get some initiatives on this for Grog.
17.
17, already. Okay, Laura.
Oh, 22.
22. All right, and
18.
18.
Ready?
Are we spooning?
No, this is
I
a
don't
big.
think
We're sporking.
Oh, we are?
You guys might be supposed to.
Scissoring?
So Vex, Grog,
AKL.
then you roll what?
18.
Oh, sorry. Vex.
Spooning with your hands up.
Vex, you rolled.
It is tight quarters, so I'm sure we're all...
That's right.
The
Yes.
chopsticks.
Grog, you were 17. Okay. So Grog, this is technically a surprise round on you, and then we'll get back to you guys on your top initiative. You can see now the mist is formed into a pale humanoid.
Wait, no. Am I drawing more Sam Riegel impressions? I know that Sam does the ads eventually. No. Am I reinforcing this even more? Shit. No! Hold the line, everybody. Hold the line. This is actually my first watch through a Vox Machina. I have a vague plot direction, but on specifics, I'm right there with you. That was such a stressful start. Oh my god, yeah. To the fight that is. Oh my god, yeah. It's that is, and I'm curious to see how hard this even is, because this is like it's formed into a pale humanoid. Is that just like a vague humanoid figure? So is this like the whatever they fought at Castle Grayskull, right? The silent killers, I think. I don't remember the monster. But whatever they fought in the basement, is it one of those? Because they'll just fucking slap that into the dirt. Or is this something else? A pale humanoid, so it's Taliesin. You see now.
With 2 more now that have rolled in. There. These pale-looking, kind of intensely feral human beings with elongated fangs emerge from this mist and immediately lunge out towards you.
Fucking vampires.
Oh, can vampires do that? I've never run a vampire in D&D ever, so I actually don't know what all they can do. Can they turn into mist? Is that a thing that they can do? It sounds like a vampire-y thing.
Can they do that?
They can. They're fucking vampires.
Oh no, they
But also, I mean, fuck it, homebrew it so that they can. If it sounds vaguely vampire-y, then yeah, fuck it, why not? Switch up the stat blocks on your players. Who cares?
can only become bats. I read about this.
Fucking.
All right.
Let's do this.
So,
just
first and foremost, the
gaseous
one that
form.
lunges at Grog, is ship to the side there, is going to make a claw attack against you. That is a 20 to hit.
That hits.
That hits. All right. You take 8 points of slashing damage. Oh no, you do not actually. Instead, it is going to attempt to grapple you. Or not attempt, it grapples you. So it reaches out and grasps onto some of the hide armor you have tied on your shoulder,
wow, without
pulls
a
you in, and is going to
save.
attempt to sink its teeth into your actual body.
Don't forget that we all have our amazing medal around our neck that Scanlan got us.
That's true. So,
You're so intimidating in that costume.
good.
Really,
Close your eyes. Close your eyes.
That is a 17 versus armor class.
Hit misses.
Okay, so it attempts to bite into you. You move out of the way just in time, and that little bit of chainmail, that practically useless piece of chainmail wrapped around your giant thick neck, does manage to catch its fangs and deflect the attack initially.
hey.
Piece of metal thing? Hey, I made that. I call it a Scanlan. I call everything a Scanlan.
This one's going to swoop in, as you are now currently grappled by the other one. It's going to attempt to grab you on the other side. Ooh, that is a 21 to hit,
That is.
so it's going to grapple you. And this one's also going to now reach up with its claws and try and pull back the chainmail to grasp you there. And it's a size round. Ooh, natural 20. All right, so you take
It's a
5 points of piercing
surprise
damage.
round? Is it? It's hard. It's hard, right? Because, and this is one of the things this is another example of like where I've talked about, you know, the differences between me and Matt's DMing style. He didn't ask them to make a check. They were actively keeping watch. I don't know. I mean, and obviously it's like unexpected that these things are just coming out of the mist. So, you know, there's a bit of that. But they were like, maybe, and this is honestly, surprise rules equals bad. Honestly, I will actually give this as a plus to surprise condition versus surprise round. So in this case where like Vex is peering in, Vax is suspicious, the whole crew is suspicious except for Grog, who's like, I'm going to march in and prove that it's just mist. Making Grog surprised here, but no one else surprised, actually feels very narratively satisfying to me. So like that is one plus against, or like for the condition. The problem is that the condition is kind of a hassle, and it's a little bit less like just snap your fingers and it's good than the surprise rounds. Like the surprise rounds just like I think are a little bit easier for people to grab onto, especially if they've, you know, played previous editions. But in this case, I think it would have been great for Grog to be surprised, but no one else. I think that would have felt awesome. But I don't know. I think he said surprise round on Grog. On Grog? So then is everyone else... So Grog is just not getting the... That doesn't really work. Because unless everyone else is also going to go during the surprise round, maybe that's what he means, is like the vampires and the rest of Vox Machina are going to go during the surprise round and just Grog's not, but then that's just the surprise condition with extra steps, you know? Or maybe the surprise condition is that with extra steps. I don't know. I would have made the sleepers. Yeah, that'd be totally fair. Especially when Vex narrated waking up his sister. You make these guys not surprised. Like, there's some, like, narrative interesting things you can do here with surprise. It's just that surprise is, I don't know, kind of janky to run in general. Surprise condition is just better in every way. I don't think it's as slick. And being slick is important. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's one of those things that's hard to grasp, where it's like, it doesn't just feel nice, I don't think. But I think it is very useful, and I think it makes a lot of sense, and I think it sets up situations that feel nice. So, like, I'll give example. Advantage and disadvantage are a very slick mechanic. Super slick. Instead of having riders. But riders did kind of make situations feel more accurate. It allowed you to really fine-tune the drama. But advantage and disadvantage, much more slick. Whereas surprise, I kind of feel like is more, like the surprise condition is a bit more like riders, where it's a little bit more granular. It's a little bit easier to set up the situation exactly how it would be. It's a lot more accurate. Yeah, exactly. Family, it's a lot more accurate. But it's not as easy. You can't just be like, surprise round, boop, and then move on. You have to, like, track, like, who has it. It's like, Grog, you were surprised, right? And it's like, I don't know, was I surprised? Like, why was I surprised? I have to determine it for everyone. So it's like, mechanics can be superior. They can be better in some ways, but if they're maybe, I don't even want to say less intuitive, but if they're not as, like, straightforward, sometimes there's, a positive and a negative there. I think it's slick if you just cancel out reactions until initiative 0 top of round. Just cancel out reactions. I think I know what you mean. And yeah, that can work. Yeah. Yeah, but it's weird. That's why, you kind of have to massage it a little bit, or you just have to get used to it. Like, again, it's one of those things where it's like, I still use the surprise condition. I'm not a surprise round defender over here. But I understand why it's maybe a hard transition for some folks.
And
you're a vampire.
and 11 points of necrotic.
Okay.
And your maximum hit points are reduced by 11.
God damn it!
We haven't had another feast yet.
Feast is gone too.
Yeah.
So this third one over here is going to attempt to smash Uvax.
Yeah, bring it.
Closest to it. That is a 24 to hit.
That hits, but I'm using uncanny dodge.
Okay, to reduce the damage.
Yeah,
Right?
by half.
Okay. It's 2d4 slashing against you. 10 points of slashing damage.
Is the half?
I mean, set Theshel low. I'm a bit D guy. Like, I'm a Blades in the Dark fella. I fully agree with you that crunch does not always equal good. At my TTRP, especially with I'm a very improv heavy DM. So, I really focus on, like, keeping rulings consistent and all that, but I also eliminate crunch where possible. I eliminate rolling where possible at my table. I use average health. I use average damage. Sometimes I'll add a +1 or a -1 if it just feels right. But no, I 1000% agree. But if you're into crunch, I know there are some, people in the chat that are into crunch, Warhammer fans, the Pathfinder fans. I honestly don't really know any crunchier systems. I mean, unless we're getting into, like, wargaming. I would not be into wargaming, I don't think, but it's a very valid thing to want. But yeah, definitely not for me.
Okay.
It's going to claw you again. That's going to be a 12.
Nope.
Yeah, so the first one slashes across the side of your shoulder. You manage to pull out of the way just in time to lessen the impact. This, however, sets you up for an easily dodge second blow that you just swoop out of the way, just barely in time, feeling the wind above your head. That ends their turn. Now we're at the top of the initiative order, surprise round.
A flat bonus to initiative? I mean, that'd be fine. Like, I wouldn't mind that. I think this is my general issue, right? Is that I think D&D combat, and specifically turn order, and how it's determined and how it is run, is just, I think it's hard to build things around. It's hard to build things that feel good off of the initiative system. but also I don't really know a better way to do initiative. I've looked into a lot of ways to do initiative, because I don't like base 5e. So it's like, my gut instinct to tying surprise to initiative is like, ugh, more initiative, gross. But I mean, if that's a way you want to simplify it, that is 1,000%. Well, is it even simplified? Because all that really is then the surprise condition, except they can use their reactions, right? So I mean, there's not. I guess it's just that you don't have to keep track of the condition, but you still have to keep track of that rider. So, like, you have to keep track of something one way or the other. I don't know that that's a tangible improvement, at least in my book. Again, not saying that I like it, but I've always said when I introduce homebrew, when I go away from raw, I like to have a very distinct reason of like, this is what it does better. These are the benefits. This is why I'm using it. And I don't know that I necessarily see a massive benefit, but I also don't disagree that I don't love initiative and surprise and all that. My problem is that players kept shocking me and going off the rails back when I was running. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, no, that is why when I prep a lot of floating stuff so that I can slot things in where needed. And so that, if they do go off the rails, I have some ways that work really easily to get them back in the game. Yeah, that's why I switched to a lot of floating, even like floating dungeons. I'll make 80% of the layout of a dungeon, and I will wait to just improv the other 20%, and I leave that 20% mostly to like flavor. So like I'll have a layout for a dungeon that I can slot in wherever it feels right, so that it doesn't matter where the players go. I can still use this nice layout that I spent time on. So yeah. D&D combat and initiative is interesting. I've found that the notion of initiative scores to be more interesting, but I never got to run that. MCDM RPG's side initiative also sounds interesting. I haven't heard of that. I mean, I know MCDM's RPG, but I don't know what side initiative is. Initiative is akin to reaction time in my head. Yeah. And, I am not against the idea of a static initiative of, just having an initiative score and just being like, yep, that's your initiative in every combat. That sounds fine to me. If I was at a table and my DM wanted to do that, I would be all in favor of it. Because again, I try to eliminate rolling where I don't think it's really additive. And in combat, I do not see rolling initiative as super additive. Now, it really depends on the tone of your table. For Critical Role, they're fucking dice junkies. They love rolling for everything. So I think that the rolling in initiative to them is additive. But at my table, probably not. So that is a very strong consideration here when you're thinking about these homebrews, what you like, what you don't like, what your players like and don't like, is like, do they like rolling? Do they like the randomness of it? You probably shouldn't use static initiative. But if they don't care about rolling, if you do go like kind of a roll light sort of tone, then static initiative might be great. Not having any kind of surprise eliminates guaranteed first strikes and such. Assassin bread and butter, also true. But if you have static initiative or an initiative bonus, then that would make you more likely to first strike. It definitely steers it more in the kind of predictive board game style of things, war game, which is, again, good for some people. Like, if you're an assassin and you have a +6 to dexterity or something because you found one of those tomes, and, you're going to be rocking an initiative higher than anyone else's, so you're always going to get those first strikes, except against very good enemies. So I don't know. It would definitely affect certain classes. So that is also a consideration with all of these homebrews. Is like I'll trade out homebrew rules depending on the table, depending on what my characters are, like what my players are playing. I will switch out homebrew rules because some homebrew is more or less applicable depending on the class that you're playing. So I'd probably only give the condition to one player in any given combat. The player being the first one targeted by the hostile. Okay, that could work, yeah. I just tie the assassinate feature to attacking a creature that hasn't had its turn yet, so with a flat bonus and high dex. Okay, yeah. Atmos is there. I have to get some sleep over here. We'll catch the VOD for the remaining 5 hours. Look, man. I mean, I know that was Dash S, but with how we're progressing, probably depends on how long this combat is. But good night. Have a good night. Side initiative means that the two sides roll and that the side that goes first goes in whatever order. Oh, I've heard of a similar initiative. So I have heard of that. I think I heard it called party initiative, but side initiative makes total sense. Something that I really want to try at my tables is popcorn initiative, where basically the party makes an initiative roll against the enemy initiative roll, and that determines who goes first, and then you just alternate between the sides. So the entire side doesn't go, you just alternate, and whenever it's your side's turn in the popcorn initiative, you get to choose whoever you want. The only problem is those kinds of initiatives can slow down combat, because now you're not only having to determine what you do, but you are having to determine who does what. You're having to think about the order every single time a turn comes up until the last. So at the top of the initiative order, whatever, you have to look at all four people and decide who's going. Now, you're probably going to fall into like a general pattern, but it still does open that up to being even slower than D&D combat already is. So, positives and negatives. If you're down with that sort of slowdown, it's kind of like, do you want to front load your slowdown? Do you want to back load it? Do you want to have it throughout the middle? It's, there's a lot of options. But that's why I say I don't think I have like a perfect option, because I've never found one that I'm like, yeah, this solves all the problems. But anyways.
This, there's not been enough noise to wake you guys yet, so you're gonna hold on until somebody can just to get your attention. Yeah. So, top of the round will be Vex.
Okay, I'm gonna say, wake the fuck up!
Oh.
And I am going to, can I hide? Is that what I do as my bonus?
You have nowhere to hide in this room,
Even that
unfortunately.
stupid dog?
You get the idea that these creatures probably aren't largely affected by the dark.
That makes perfect sense. I'm going to Hunter's Mark, the one that looks the strongest.
Okay. One that's most visible to you two will probably be this one. Which one after your brother?
Okay.
That one.
I'm now going to attack him with my blazing bow.
Alrighty. Go for it.
Bink. Natural 20!
Oh! Box off.
Yeah.
Breaking in the new box.
Right.
It's my dice in a box.
Yeah. So I add all of my dice together and then I double it, and then I add the modifier? Okay. And I have this knocked. Yeah.
Yes, you did.
No, we just woke up.
We're groggy.
31 for the first hit.
Alrighty. 31 definitely hits.
That's 31 damage.
31 damage.
Yeah.
Okay, that's already.
The second one was a 3. It was a 14 to hit.
Oh no, that unfortunately dodges out of the way. Its reflexes are very, very.
Oh, what the heck, Laura? You gotta say that to hit. Why are you even rolling damage if you don't know if it hit or not? I mean, I know you're excited, but come on. Did you go 2x? No, I went 0.75 for the 0.75 for the combat. What are we at? 48. Stream's been 3.5 hours, so we're a little bit over halfway. Yeah, I might bounce up to 2x. If it becomes confusing, we'll go back down to 1.75.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Be honest, the karma will come back to you.
I know.
Right. So, as you go back, you release, and with a flash of burning energy, your arrow ignites mid-transit, blasts and bursts into the vampire creature, who hisses like, in the dark. The second arrow, though, this time is completely ready for action, and just swipe it out of the air with its clawed hand. Okay, that ends your turn. Next up is Vax.
All right, there's one vampire right in front of me, right, the one who hurt me. But I'm looking past his head at the one next to Grog, the one that's got blade down there on the map. I'm gonna no, the other one. Yeah, I think we've got a pretty good shot at him. I'm gonna ignore the vampire in front of me, and since Grog is right up against that guy, I'm gonna sneak attack him from here. And just go. Oh no, first I'm gonna go click with my heel.
All right, good
and then.
Okay, go for it.
Click, click, dagger, dagger, dagger.
Okay, the first is alright. It's an 18. The second is a 28.
Yep.
And the third is a 21.
Yep.
All three hit.
Yeah, the first one was.
I don't remember.
18.
Yeah,
that's right.
yeah, they all hit, no problem.
Okay, so the first one is the Snurker Turk, and that gets 8 plus. Oh, I should be we're more back. 8 plus 12, 15, 18, 23, 5. 25 for the first one, and then for the second dagger that sinks into his head, that is 8. And for the third one that sinks into his fanged fucking face, that is 9.
Alrighty. Cool. So you quick move with haste, you feel the influx of adrenaline hit your body in the magical push. You take the daggers and the vampire in front of you tries to swipe out of your hand, but you're too fast. You've already released all 3 before you can get to your wrist and pull back, kind of grinning at it.
Still slower, dude. A lot of the backlog people, I'm sure I sound like I am going at absolute like slow motion. That's how I feel whenever I watch the CR guys on or CR cast on 1X. So I can't imagine. It's so funny. You've learned the gargle.
All 3 daggers repeatedly hitting near the same point, like an amazing throwing of darts. Just smack into the center of the chest of the vampire across the way. It's distracted by Grog. It doesn't see them coming until it's too late. It screeches out in pain. Towards you. Yeah, eyes up on this. A nice insightful check in. Alright, that ends your turn unless you want to move or try.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna. No,
Okay.
I'm good.
Alright, Grog, you're up.
I would like to range.
Please do.
I would like to take my fire battle hammer and pound that shit to the left of me, twice in the head with my fire hammer.
Alrighty, go for it.
Oh, yes. That is of 15.
15 just barely hits.
And that's a 1.
Oh.
So hard to roleplay today.
No, I'm Jimmy Fallon again. It's like so hard.
Yeah, you are.
Also 16.
What's the damage of the first one? All right. Yeah, the one that just got 3 daggers to its chest. As the dagger vanishes from its wound, it looks over at you as you're already big grin mid-swing. Wham! The warhammer blasts into its chest, a burst of fire kind of wreathing around its torso for a second. It gets pushed against the wall. This time you go to swing with all your might on that second blow, trying to smash it up against the earth that you guys have carved the tunnel out of. It ducks out of the way in split-second timing, and your hammer gets wedged into the side of the wall. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Oh. Let's it out. 9.
9. It's pretty well wedged in there right now.
Next weapon.
All right.
Next weapon.
All right. So now this one's gonna shift over this way.
All right, not going to go into detail. I hate critical fumbles. That wasn't even a critical fumble. I think, right? He didn't roll a 1, or did he? No, he rolled a 16 and a 15? I don't... Fuck, do I just call that bad? I always hesitate to be like, I think that is straight up bad. I don't think it depends on the tone. Because most things depend on the tone. And they depend on... Second attack was a 1?
Over at you as you're already big grin mid-swing. Wham! The warhammer blasts into its chest, a burst of 3.
Wait, did I
And
miss
that's
it?
a 1.
Oh, it is a 1. Okay, it is a 1. It is a 1. Okay. Okay. If it wasn't a 1, I was just going to be like, that. I think that's just, like, actually bad. Okay. If it's a 1... Critical fumbles, depending on your table and your tone and your players, can be fun and cool. I hate them at my tables. Even if my players wanted to play with critical fumbles of that type. I'm not saying like a fun critical fumble where it's like, oh, you trip in the middle of the street and like eat shit. I don't know. Like, you know, like silly narrative critical fumbles, those are fine. But like mechanical critical fumbles of like you have to roll an athletics check and now you're disarmed, I will never run those at another table ever. It does not matter if my players begged me to run them. I would never run them. I think they're bad. But if you're fine with them at your table and your players are fine with them, I think you should reconsider. But but that's fine.
Oh.
So hard to roleplay today.
No. I'm Jimmy Fallon again. It's like so hard.
Yeah, you are.
Also 16.
What's the damage of the first one? All right. Yeah, the one that just got 3 daggers to its chest. As the dagger.
Used JavaScript did 2.5 in the past for one annoying podcast. That's so funny. I am not I do not watch things on super speed. I just leave them on and do something else. That's my kind of deficit. Is I can't like watch. It's also why I don't watch people live. It's why I don't watch live streams, because I can't pause it. So I'm kind of the opposite of I don't watch things fast. I watch things that I can easily pause. And I feel like I can't do that with a live stream. because I'm always doing something else. I'm always playing a video game, talking to my wife, doing a puzzle, playing chess, whatever. So I don't, yeah. That's why I don't watch live. This felt a bit eh. And I mean, I don't mean to pick on this moment in particular. Critical roles or critical fumbles are not something that Matt Mercer made up. It's not his fault. I have DM'd. When I started DMing, I did critical fumbles. Like, it's a very common thing. I just hate them now. And I hesitate to say this, but I do. If they're mechanical ones like that, I kind of feel like they make any table worse. That's kind of my hot take of the day. Again, if you like them, your players like them. I don't know. Like I don't. Maybe you don't. But that's fine. It's not the worst thing in the world. You can pause and catch up on YouTube, but that limits chat interaction. Yeah, exactly. And at that point, I'd just rather watch the VOD. So I'm a huge VOD frog. I love stream VODs. But I never catch them live. Because to me, like, the really, like, big thing about live is the chat interaction, and I don't feel like I can, like, really participate in that. That's the big thing about me being live, is the chat. Like, I could just as easily, well, not just as easily, but, you could do something like Super Geek Mike's, like Demystified. You can watch Critical Role, or you can do like a Critical Role watch club, where, everyone watches the episode and then you post a video about it, like Demystified. And that is like totally valid content, and content that I could never make. I cannot get my thoughts that concise. But for me, the chat interaction is like the thing about live streaming. And when I'm the one that's live, I don't need to worry about like pausing or any of that shit. I'm always live. I used to run critical fumbles and it got me, yeah. I'm playing Hades while watching this. Oh, 1,000%, dude. Hell yeah. A game where you don't need sound cues. I literally look for games when I'm looking on Steam and I'm like, does this look like I would need sound cues? And I actively avoid things that look like too sound driven. I watch the early streams of you on 1.5 or 2, but once you start speeding up CR, that's fair. Like I said, I don't watch things sped up, so I can imagine. I have a bad relationship with critical fumbles. First game I played D&D, the DM was a DM versus player DM, and he did not incorporate fun critical fumbles, and they all served to make it difficult. And, like, I would say that is maybe not the most common experience with critical fumbles, but that's a very non-negligible slice of the pie. And I think that the number of experiences, especially with, like, combat critical fumbles, where people are like, yeah, that critical fumble was awesome. I think that's few and far between. People might come out of a combat seeing, wow, that combat was hard. It was awesome. Like, that's a very legitimate type of desire and feeling. But I think that critical fumbles are like the McDonald's of making combat hard. Like, they are cheap. They are bad for you. You are not going to feel good about that afterwards, even if it might feel good during, and you can't quite pin down why you feel bad afterwards. Whereas, like, a puzzle should be challenging. It should be hard. Critical fumbles are just a lazy way to do that. Again, if you want to have, like, fun RP narrative stuff, more power to you. I do fun narrative RP stuff, but I never tie it to mechanics. Critical successes, while still random in how it messes with balancing mechanically, feels a lot more positive. Yeah, I mean, and this sort of gets into, like, D&D as a system is not, it's not Darkest Dungeon, right? It's not Grimdark. It's not Warhammer. It's a heroic fantasy. And you can do grimdark tones in it, but the entire system is, that should be in the tones, and it's up to the DM to enforce that in the tones and the story and the types of encounters that they design. You should not lean on a bad homebrew mechanic to do that for you, because it's bad. That's unfortunate about sound cues. Hi-Fi Rush was one of the best games I played this year. Look, and I do occasionally play games with good music. I love the BG3 music, and I don't play BG3. Well, I don't play BG3 off stream, but like there are games that I play with like good soundtracks and like that sort of thing, but they are the minority. The majority of games I play are TV games. So it's like even things like Sunless Skies, Sunless Seas, I like playing HOTS. Some shooters, but like even shooters, you know, have like big sound cues about like where bullets are, where enemies are, so I don't play a lot of those. I love Brotato. We already know this. So yeah, that sort of thing. See, I think with Nat 1s, the general approach should be failing forwards. I think Matt Colville has a video about that. I mean, failing forwards is a generally good advice, and like it is generally good. The problem with critical fumbles is that how do I say this? With failing forwards, right? When in D&D, if you're playing it all right, and this actually goes back to what we were talking about earlier, you the DM are asking for a roll. So in any given situation, if you the DM are asking for a roll, you should have a general idea of how the player could fail forward. So I will say, I'm much less against critical fumbles in skill checks than in combat. Although I think that colloquially, critical fumbles generally refer to combat more than skill checks. But I should make that clear. But especially like critical fumble tables, especially, which I think are the worst iteration of this. But so when you're asking for a check, you should have it in your mind of how you can fail them forwards. And you have control over that as a DM. In combat, you as a DM, you have control over partially whether they're doing that encounter or that combat. But there are so many 20s getting rolled that the sheer amount of failing forward you will have to think up is overwhelming, and kind of why it doesn't work in general, because you have to think of so many good things that you're inevitably going to think of a bad thing. You know, like you're inevitably going to think of a thing that's shit or boring or, you know, makes them feel bad. And that is like inevitably why it's not going to work. So, yeah. You have Zailed the Z. I have. Big Fall in Love. Hell yeah. I love the Sunless series, but, ooh, boy, is it exhausting to play. It is exhausting to read all those words. But it's so much fun. I love the Sunless games. But man, crit fails in Dark Heresy were so much fun. And if it's built into the system, it normally is fun. You know what I'm saying? But like the homebrew in D&D, nah. Yeah, I agree. You should always have a failure condition in mind. Critical fumble tables are the devil. 1000%. Yeah. Oh, you're like the only person I ever hear mention Sunless Seas. I haven't played it in a while. Miss the Untersee. Fuck yeah, dude. I played Sunless Seas. I don't remember who found it, but in high school, someone found a pirated ROM that we could have on our like rented school laptops. Like somehow it got past the antivirus or whatever. So it was like one of like the 3 games we could play on our school laptops during class. And and so we all played it, and then we were like, oh my god, this game is so sick. And then we all went and bought it separately to play on our real computers. Yeah, that game's those games are sick. The tables for that were awesome. Yeah, and like I said, you know, if the system is providing it, they normally are dope. Finally home. How's everyone doing? We're good. Hell yeah. Got it. Yeah, dude. We played so much Sunless Seas in high school. Man, I put so many hours into that. But anyways, way off topic.
Vanishes from its wound. It looks over at you as you're already big grin mid-swing. Wham! The Warhammer blasts into its chest, a burst of fire kind of wreathing around its torso for a second. It gets pushed against the wall. This time you go to swing with all your might on that second blow, trying to smash it up against the earth that you guys have carved the tunnel out of. It ducks out of the way in split-second timing, and your hammer gets wedged into the side of the wall. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Let's it out.
9.
9. It's pretty well wedged in there right now.
Next weapon.
Just hurt.
All right.
Next weapon.
All right, so now this one's going to shift over this way towards you, Percy, as you're on the ground prone still, just making consciousness. He just and lunges out towards you. This one's going to move here, place in that position. This one's going to shift here to be, I was going to say there. There. All right, so the one going against you, Grog, still has you, no, the one had you grapple walk away towards Percy. The other one's going to grapple you. That was 18? Misses. You slap aside with your hand as you're still trying to pull the warhammer out of the wall. And you get clotheslined by the grip you have on it. It's going to strike you with its claws for second attack. That is, oh, that's a 10. Yeah, no. You just kind of out of the way and laugh in its face. The one over here against you, Percy, on the ground, still prone. Oh, okay. That'll be 18.
I'm an 18.
You're an 18. It reaches down and grabs you by the front of your shirt and lifts you up to its hissing sound. Oh yeah, that'll be a 25.
25.
25. It pulls you in and just sinks its fangs into the side of your throat. You feel yourself gasp out in pain as cold sensation pulses through your body. The actual life's blood being drained from you. That'll bring. Okay, you take 4 points of piercing damage.
He's got very short.
You take 8 points of necrotic damage, and your hit points, maximum hit points are reduced by 8.
I forgot I had advantage on strength checks. I'm not raging.
Roll again, but move forward.
Oh, wow, really?
As if the gods defy you.
man.
Sound says,
You're now grappled and it's pulling the blood out of your throat. You're caught off guard and completely just confused, frightened, and in serious pain at this moment. All right, and the one that's marked against you, it's going to attempt to grab you.
Yeah.
Max is a 20.
Yeah, that works.
No damage. It's just going to grab you. And
That was a 1 and then a 20 rolled in either order. That's B4.
it goes in to attempt to go through your throat. You being prepared for this, having been subjected to this once before, you bring up a dagger up towards its face, and it just barely manages to pull away before you thrust it up towards the bottom of its neck, managing to deflect the attack. All right, the people who just spoke up, roll initiative, please.
Initiative?
Which is record scaling. As a reminder, as a fan mentioned this last week, your Jack of all trades ability as a bard gives you +2 to all things you're not proficient in. Also adds to your initiative.
It does add
So you
to
have +2 to your
your
initiative.
That's true.
I've had this brought up multiple times. If it's
I know
not-
it's been brought up.
If
It's
the
been brought to
internet says
me.
it, it must
I thought
be
it was
true.
a hypothetical thing. Is it
It's
true?
been clarified by a couple publications that have been sent to me when I questioned it.
What is the bonus for that hat?
Thank you, internet.
We'll consider that hat +2.
Today
So I got a
you're
plus 2.
useful.
So
Today you
I rolled a
got
20 initiative then.
Oh, snap. Damn it.
Oh, that sucks, John. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to remedy that, but yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry.
Acrobatics, nice.
12.
If there is a way to remedy that, like if people know of like any settings I can set, I'm more than down. I was I read some guides and some articles on like what my bit rates should be, what all the settings should be. But if there's anything that anyone is aware of that would help, I am all ears.
12. All right, Percy.
22.
Wow.
I have really good initiative.
Good. All right, so we are now at the top of the round. This puts us to Vex and Percy going simultaneously.
Ooh.
I'll go for it. I'm going to try and break grapple, obviously, since that's what I have to do.
All right,
Can I
make
evade
it-
him by like shooting him at the same time as he's trying to break the grapple?
You know what? Yes. Go ahead and roll an attack.
Okay.
First attack.
Go for the ear.
You got the sage still?
A lot.
Still at home.
21.
It's been a lot of ones today, man.
Yeah.
It's only first hour.
Yeah. All right. So unfortunately, the first arrow.
Sorry, Percy.
There's too much movement to the body, so it doesn't strike true. So you do not have advantage on this check. Acrobatics or athletics, your choice.
Acrobatics.
Alrighty.
Let's be clear, that was the shitty plastic die, not
28.
28. You managed to
That was the one that
break
Will gave me.
So that's my action, though.
Right.
But if
That
I
was the shitty plastic die that Will Wheaton, not affiliated with the great sponsor of today's video, Wormwood Gaming, and their great box gave us. You can't put a shitty die in this lovely of box. Get it out of here! Get it the fuck out of here! You dice, you should not be gracing this beautiful Wormwood box. That's promo code Critical Role for 50% off, and I will personally hand deliver it to your house. That is Critical Role Scanlan for 50% off, and I will personally deliver it to your house. Back to you, Matt.
spend an action surge, I can get an action.
You can, yes.
Do I get 3 attacks with the sword I just picked up, since I'm too close to use my gun right now?
Technically, yeah.
I'm going to draw the rapier that I just picked and just start stabbing at the terrible thing
All right.
while screaming. Ah!
Go for it.
I instinctively
Is
withdraw
your
my
little
hand.
butt flap down? Are you in the long
The
johns?
flap of my soul is down. I'm well dressed at the moment.
Okay.
Little
Plus
clap in
one
your
rapier.
soul.
Plus 1 rapier.
But your archery, I think, is your combat.
Yeah, so I get a -2 to attack.
Correct. What you normally get. So it'll be overall +1.
So I get a +1 to attack on top of my...
No, sorry. -1 is your total for what you get for your pistols. Your,
-1, not -2. Gotcha.
The magical rapier also says
That's 25.
25 hits.
That's a 1. That's that misses.
Yeah. Okay, go and roll third time.
And that's a 14.
Okay. So the first strike sinks true. Roll damage on that 1d8 plus what's your strength modifier? Let me dex because it's
Dex, thank you. So 28 plus Dex.
+1. How about that? Plus 1.
So that's 9.
9 damage already. So you swing first the speed of your ability to break free this grapple and then immediately pull this weapon and jam it forward. It pierces part of the body and flattens the creature. Shoots over and grabs its side instinctually. You go for 2 more strikes. However, being the first time in a long time you've ever held a rapier and you still kind of your other hand holding inside your throat in severe pain, it just
Percy is not a melee. Not a melee fighter. Yeah, dude, Theshel, dude, I've and they get surprised. I mean, I think that the most obvious build for me has always been a bugbear assassin. You know, like an up close and personal, because they also get like a surprise attack feature that gives you more dice, and if that's a crit, then those dice get doubled as well. So I've always wanted to make a bugbear assassin, but you're totally right. Beyond just the obvious bugbear assassin, like, you throw a polearm on that man, and the bugbear's reach is really, really crazy. I was thinking bugbear barbarian. Totally. Bugbear, you do a bugbear polearm master battle master with being able to proc all of those melee battle master abilities from 15 feet away. No, that could be a little nasty. There's a couple of fun. That's why I really, God, it's so hard. It's so hard with feats. I never want to be a human, a variant human, but bro, are the feats hard to give up? They are hard to give up. Reach does not stack, but the bugbear does not have reach. Technically, it just gets +5. Bugbear 5e. Or wait, no, that's not the character class. Race. La 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 la. Is Wikidot gonna be the right stats? I believe it will. Blah 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 blah. Yep. So when you make a melee attack on your turn, your reach for it is 5 feet greater than normal. So if the weapon itself has the reach feature, you're at 15 feet. And it also does imply that you could maybe go even further. So, like, I think does the whip have double reach? I don't think it does. I don't know. But it definitely implies as long as it's a melee attack, it does not matter how long the thing is. It's just 5 feet plus. So yeah, there's some really fun character concepts you could do with that. Hexblade could be cool depending. Actually, no, I don't really see a Hexblade now that I think about it, thinking through the synergies. That would be insane, especially if you picked up Sentinel. Oh, yeah. Well, because you can pick up Sentinel, and then, they can't approach you, and you're 15 feet away. So since you're 15 feet away, if you Sentinel them, even if they have a ranged weapon, they can't range, or even if they have a weapon with range, they can't get to you. So yeah, it could be some fun shenanigans there. Bugbear has long arms or something like that. Yeah, they got long boy arms. Sentinel Bugbear Monk for extra reactions? Sure, dude. That could be fun. Yeah, I mean, and especially with the surprise attack and the sneaky, you could go a Shadow Monk with its sneaky bonus. That could be really fun. There's a lot of fun things you could do there. You could stack it with Giant Barbarian. Giant Barbarian. Like Rune. Does Rune Wait, Giant Barbarian. Do I even Giant Barbarian? Path of the Giant. Is this real? No, this is UA. Okay, I was like, I don't recognize Giant Barbarian. Okay, it's UA. That makes sense. The frog keeps making me think you're wearing a Scottish Tom. You pull off both hats. Well, thank you very much. I used to be a hat guy, and then I like futzing with my hair, which makes the hat irregular. But I appreciate it. Thank you. For 20-foot reach, yeah. I mean, that would still be crazy. You can use most Battlemaster moves can be used with a bow, trick, archer as possible, and better than Arcane Archer. Yeah, because Arcane Archer is one of the worst subclasses in the game. It ain't hard to be better than Arcane Archer. I hate Arcane Archer. I hate Arcane Archer because I want to be it so bad. I want to be an Arcane... You guys don't understand how much I want to be an Arcane Archer, but the subclass blows. It's so fucking bad. And I'm normally the one that is like, yeah, I'll be the bad thing for the flavor, but I can't do it with Arcane Archer. because it's bad and it doesn't even like really live up to the class fantasy for me. Yeah. Giant Barbarian is new. It came out in Big B's. That's why you see two different links. I see. Interesting. Oh yeah, Big B presents Glory to the Giants. That's interesting. I didn't know it was a new thing. Giant stature. Your reach is increased by 5 feet. If you are smaller than large, you become large. That's cool. Yeah, you could have a barbarian polearm bugbear, which with Giant's Havoc on the bugbear barbarian, I mean, it works. Like that doesn't even, because sometimes I feel like with these like kind of wacky builds, it doesn't really feel like it works in the flavor, but that works in the flavor. You're just a fucking havoc. You're like a Tasmanian devil from Looney Tunes, just throwing your polearm all over the battlefield. That's sick. If only Tensor's transformation could be cast on others, or something, that spell is practically useless. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that's one hell of a build. That'd be sick. That'd be really, really cool. And I could see there being some shenanigans with like using it out of combat to like reach around a desk, or you know what I'm saying? Like, I can see some really fun narrative opportunity for man with really long arms. That sounds really fun. There's a lot of classes I haven't tried yet. This one is sounding cool as a barbarian concept. Oh, dude, the next class that I really want to try, subclass, is Zealot. I think Zealot is so sick. I think it's Zealot Barbarian. I think that the class like flavor is absolutely stupendous. I think that the like features work really well. Like, I love Zealot. I really, really want to play a Zealot. I want to play, like, a flatliner that, like, loves dying and, like, just, like, grabs the villain and suplexes them off the cliff. And you just have to go recover their body at the bottom of the chasm. Oh, man, I want to play a Zealot so bad. Cast Wish, copy Glyph of Warding, select Tensor's transformation as a spell glyph. That's a lot of setup, but I mean, hey, man, if you do it, I'm down to DM it. You know what I'm saying? Glyph of Warding, Zealot Barbarian is underused. Oh, man, love Zealot. I haven't gotten to use it yet, but I love it. Glyph of Warding lets you apply self-only spells onto the creature triggering the glyph. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. I've always, Glyph of Warding is one that I haven't used extensively as a player, but I have used it as a DM. I don't know why I haven't used it as a player. I think it's just never come up in my builds because, like, you know, Warlock main. But it's a great spell, super creative. Especially as like a leveled spell. Like I feel like a lot of the like classic like so creative spells are like cantrips. You know, it's like Mage Hand or Prestidigitation or whatever. But Glyph of Warding is one that is like powerful and requires like a lot of like it like facilitates a lot of really interesting creativity. 200 gold material component that is consumed. Yeah. That's super cool though. So it's not worth it most of the time. Well, that's what I'm saying is like, you know, especially like, you know, gold kind of depends on the campaign as to how much that 200 GP matters. But I'd really like to use it more because again, I've used it as a DM. I think it's a perfect thing to introduce. Speaking of ways that they could have made, what's his face? The nobleman that they just killed. Glyph of Warding is an absolute killer in those sorts of dungeons, like manor, like nobleman manor type things, because they have the cash to Circarian, right? They have the cash to throw, and they normally have access to magic wielders if they're not magic wielders themselves. So setting up a Glyph of Warding every, you know, periodic amount of time is very, very, it feels really right for that sort of setting, and it can be used to do some absolutely crazy effects to really change the battle. It's like glibness being 8th level. Yeah, totally. Laura would never let them. Laura lets them cast Hero's Feast. I think she would. I think she would let them get away with Glyph of Warding. If they're maybe it's just because Kiki is asking and she's a sweet little chestnut, but Hero's Feast is probably less worth it a lot of the time than Glyph of Warding. I mean, both depend, but still. The little I've seen of Zealot Barbarian played is badass, especially judiciously played in concert with the narrative. Yes! That's what gets me going so much about it, is that, like, it feels like it leans in to, like, the class concept of Barbarian so well. Which, like, not every subclass has to. Like, some subclasses can deviate, they can explore other avenues and, like, other things. But Zealot just feels like, throw yourself at them until you die. And then, eventually, you get Rage Beyond Death. And it's like, throw yourself at them until you die and beyond. How fucking sick for a barbarian. Oh, God.
Flings forward twice. The second time, the creature actually grabs it and pulls you in towards it this time.
What?
So, you're not considered grappled.
I don't give a shit.
All right, so you can take
I'll do my second arrow and try to hit him again.
Okay, go for it.
Because I don't like that I
Fucking hit him
missed.
this time.
I know, right? Don't suck so hard.
Come on, don't do that again. My sister.
That's better! That's definitely hits. That definitely hits. It was an 18 plus.
18? Oh, 18 plus up? Yeah, totally.
Okay.
This is against the one that's on Percy still, or the one that's against your brother? One's against your
I
brother.
said it was the one against Percy, but the other one's Hunter's Mark.
That's really funny. Yeah, most.
Shut up. Like you read it.
Well, I'm just saying.
Too late.
16.
16 already. Alright, this arrow, however, does manage to sink into its side and protrudes about 4 inches from its body. It's pretty deep into its torso technical ribs, but you see the creature, being the undead nature of its physicality, it's not looking too great, but it's not at the end of the rope right now. Alright, that ends that. We're up to Scanlan, you're up.
Okay, so there's 3 of these things?
There are 3 of them, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna use my movement. Can I see them all?
You can correctly, yes. They're all...
I'll use my movement because I just woke up to pee. Because I just woke up, I gotta pee.
Do you have morning?
I probably have, it's midnight wood.
Okay. So it's probably gonna go everywhere.
You're acting like you're Botox.
I know.
I can't move my lips.
So, Scanlan, you use your movement to pee. Alright, so your face...
While I'm peeing,
Yeah.
I whip out
Oh, no.
my wand of magic missiles. And I point it, and I use 4 of the slots for it
Okay.
to shoot 4 times 3 is 12 missiles.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
It's each slot is 1 magic missile spell, which is 3 missiles.
Right.
You can only
I'll
use it
have to
once
use
a turn,
multiples, then
It says on the thing, on the
Double
wand.
check.
Does
Double
the
check.
wand behave like the spell?
For 1 charge, you cast the first level spell. You can increase the spell slot level for each additional charge you
point,
expend.
so yeah.
So I'm going to use 4 of
Snaps for the opposite of PC forgets what their spell does. Snaps for knowing it even in the face of DM questioning. We love that. And no shade against Matt for questioning that. Feel free to confirm that sort of shit. But snaps for Sam Riegel.
Oh.
Like a battleship.
No, he's wrong. No. Fuck. What do you mean? I don't know what the Wand of Magic Missiles does off the top of my head. God damn, Sam. Wand of Magic Missile 5e. No! Let's see. While holding it, you can use an action to spend 1 or more of its charges. Wait, what? Oh, he was talking about it leveling up. So he was right about being able to spend multiple charges, but it's always the first level version, is what we're saying. So it's 1, because it's not 1 extra missile per level. It is only 1 missile per upcast. I think he was wrong about it if it was upcasting, but it's not upcasting. It is an individual first level version. So the effect that he described, I think, is accurate. Yeah, it would be if that was the case, but it's per charge. It's the first level version of the spell. Oh, wait, no. Wait, I didn't read the second sentence. No. Shit. I didn't read the second sentence. It is, so if you really want to get the most out of the wand, you only spend 1 charge. Because 1 charge is the most efficient way to use it. But then if you spend more charges at a time, you upcast it. I'm tracking. He is wrong. So it is 6. Yeah.
Like a level 4 magic missile.
Right.
which is 4d4 plus 4
You little
for
trickster.
each one that I hit.
Like a rhinestone cowboy.
It's the mustache.
Burt Reynolds should play with this more often.
You got the best old man laugh ever.
This guy's the brains of the operation.
Let me break the fourth wall.
It's just like
Let me
dialogue.
break the fourth wall just for a second to say that this game is totally fucked. It's totally
It's an
fucked.
additional dart per spell level, so it's initially 3, and it's higher, so it's level 6.
So it doesn't increase it 3 darts per level. It's
Correct.
1.
Yeah.
So if I do a level 4, I get 2 darts for each fucker.
Essentially, yeah, 6d4 plus 6.
64. Okay, so 2d4 plus
2 for
each guy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right, and they hit automatically. There's no roll for it.
Great. And I can't hit my friends or anything.
No, they
They're
only
magic
hit. Yeah,
missiles.
they're like they're homing
Homing missiles.
arcane
So I have to roll
blasts.
this 6 times or just 2?
Do you want some?
6 times. I know.
Unless it's really good.
So 2.
So 3.
And
plus-
this is a whole thing with magic missile, right? This is actually a rules lawyer thing that I'm not in the lore on. But I think I remember it's that you actually only roll the die like once, right? And that applies to each missile. Is that correct? Or do you roll per missile? It's one of those things that I know has been clarified in Sage Advice like 5 times because people won't stop asking it, but I always forget.
2 for the first guy,
Is it 5 against him?
10 for the second guy,
Already.
and 7 for the third guy.
Already. So you get up, spring arc.
By the way, I'm holding my dick with one hand and long.
So you're doing everything.
I'm dual
Okay.
wielding.
And it's something that overall doesn't matter, right? Whichever way you do it, it's whatever.
I think Scanlan's pretty proficient in this. I'm just saying. All right, so.
And they're both spraying everywhere.
Halloween.
Are you writing your name into left?
Okay, so
Wait, is it cube-shaped? We haven't even addressed it. It can't be a wand if it's a cube.
as you sign your signature on the ground, you also burst forth with a series of arcane bolts that streak across the room, slamming into the sides of each of these vampires. They all look towards you, as a reaction to the pain, and their heads all turn curiously as to what they see. Not what they were expecting.
Don't worry, I won't wash my hands.
All right, so that gives you movement in your action. I think it's your turn, right?
Do I get a bonus?
You want to use one?
Yeah, sure. So I'll inspire Grog. I need Grog to rage and get us through this. Semi-fuck kind fire.
Wow! Way back.
Kill.
All right, take your D10 inspiration, die, Grog. Oh man, I get a D10
Oh,
inspiration.
that's so Ravenloft.
Stop it.
Wow. And we're done.
Take
And
the
we're
inspiration
done.
Yeah, take it back.
That's it. All right, Vax, you're up.
I'm gonna hold for two. Are you
All
really?
right, Vax is going after Grog. All right, Grog, you're up.
I will hammer in the morning and I want to put my hammer on the wall.
Okay, you can use one of your attacks too. Go ahead and make a athletic check.
Yay, that's the 24.
Yeah, shoot, pull the hammer out on the issue. You're kind of embarrassed the fact that it's even embedded in what is essentially just hard earth and you still can pull it free. But now it's blazing the flames, it's tight in your grasp. What are you going to follow it up with?
Can I use the Great Weapon Master on these attacks, and I'll use Reckless Attack for advantage on them?
Okay.
Anybody that attacks me gets
As well, yes, you can.
Okay. Thank God. 21.
Everyone hits?
Beautiful. Second one. That's on the side. That's 24.
Yep, both hit. Go ahead and roll damage plus 10 to each.
Yeah, the bulls. Okay.
To which one? The one that's next to Percy, the one that's in front of
The
you.
one that's next to me.
Alrighty.
14 and 15. So 25 for the first one.
Woo, all right.
Thank you. Did you say stanky?
Yeah, you did.
There is no difference between our old home game and this.
This is
Except we don't have air conditioning.
29.
29 damage. Jeez. So one that's harassing you and kind of chuckling at the fact that you've currently been able to really prove your might as a Goliath in front of these individuals. You grin as you pull it back and wham, slam it directly in the face of it. It just kind of rears back, confused for a second. You see a crack in its jaw and blood beginning to trickle on its jaw. You pull it back and slam it a second time. This time with a resounding crack sound as partially its jaw is dislodged and set to the side, its tongue kind of dangling out, and dark kind of black blood begins to pour from the center of its mouth as it looks to you in absolute fear. That was pretty rough.
Yeah. Yes.
Alrighty, you want to do anything movement or?
Nope.
All right. That brings
Actually, I'll put my back against the wall.
this way.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
To kind of open it up in case somebody wants to take a shot.
Okay. It will get an attack opportunity on you. Wait, what was that?
Yes.
All right. With advantage because
Oh,
that's right.
no.
that is a 22.
Fuck.
All right. So I mean you are raging, so you take 10 points of 5 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Alrighty. Cool. That brings us to Vax. Now is your turn.
Right, yeah, I'm good now. So the vampire's still in front of me, right? So I give him a look like, yeah, go fuck yourself. And then I keep throwing at the other guy who's with Grog still, right?
Nope. Grog moved away.
All right, then I'll handle the guy up front. So I'm just going to go for his guts. I'm going to go low, 1, 2, 3, right in his guts.
All right.
And the first attack, way hits. That's a 30. And the second attack is a 24, and the third attack is 17.
All right. So those will hit.
Okay, they do. That's 11 for the first, and 8 for the second, and 8 for the third.
Alrighty,
Right,
not
that's
bad.
vampire guts.
You just jam the dagger into its torso. It's trying to stop inside the hands away, but you're too fast. And the final hit, you push it up and you're right in its face again. You see its fangs still wet with the blood that it pulled from your throat, and you're just gonna grin it back as you withdraw the dagger with much force and anger.
And the last thing I say is, vampires ain't shit.
Get down on Jack. Shit. All right, cool. That ends your turn, unless you want to move or anything else. All right. Now it's their turn. You notice, by the way, last round, this round specifically, as they're looking a little more wounded, their flesh begins to slowly reform. The wounds they've taken begin to seal up, and the pouring of blood begins to slowly turn to a
Fucking
trickle.
vampires.
So what? So does Scanlan's mustache.
It's true.
So, I wanna say this is sort of an interesting conundrum, right? So I talk a lot about battle maps, and I talk about making interesting battle arenas, but this is an interesting dilemma for Matt of how do you make an interesting map that the players have made. And I think one of the things to consider here is that the players haven't detailed exactly how everything works. And you, as a DM, have already narrated that the roots are poking through everywhere. So if this were me, I would try, instead of just kind of having this be a line and then a bowl or whatever, I would still keep it this skinny, but I would try to introduce large roots, or maybe like a kind of canopy of roots right here or surrounding certain squares that maybe give like half cover to anyone behind them, but they can shoot out from within them. Kind of just try to make, even if it's like totally player-sided, right? Try to make the battle arena a little bit more interesting, of them now having to think like, okay, do we want, or maybe they have half cover when inside of it, but also anything outside of it has half cover. So now they have to make a decision of, do I want to protect myself, or do I want to make them easier to hit? You know, I mean, people that have saving throws just might hide in there and just chill out. I think there are some things that you can do to spice up this battle arena a little bit. But all in all, I'm going to give Matt generally less shade because you can't control it. If a encounter makes sense and the players literally created a boring battle arena, then that's where they are. You know?
I would smile right now if I could.
Just want to tickle you.
Are you just gonna move up to here?
Not exactly perfect.
Oh, I'm sure it's
Is it
terrible.
seriously going in initiative? Am I still sleeping?
Yeah, you're last. I mean, you're getting up.
This is
Just start.
I'm still sleeping.
You're awake. You woke up. You're just prone.
Well, I'm real groggy.
Real groggy. Sorry.
You're so attractive tonight for some reason. Have we been together?
What?
Are you using a new
Oh,
connection?
you and I have been
But now
together.
this little ponytail's out.
Did you see?
Ooh, look at
I
that.
carved that in with a pen myself after our night together. Where have you been my whole life?
It's canon.
This is our least serious episode ever. We cannot wear costumes.
It's
Once a year.
canon.
It's time to work.
And Purim. And Purim also.
It'll be a pajama night for Christmas.
Oh man, we've got to get Akila's shape changes. And then has anyone rolled before Matt asked? You could theoretically... Oh no, it's a check. Because I was going to say Laura rolled damage before he asked, but I don't think a check has been rolled before he asked.
Yeah.
Speaking of Percy's your turn. Oh, sorry.
It's not my turn, I'm
There's two of them now.
Oh, God damn it, really?
20.
How many left? 3?
Huh?
All three.
You're all still here.
Oh,
Taking
he's
hits.
still
So
alive.
a 20 and
7 points of
a
damage.
15.
The 20 hits, the 15 does not.
All right. Well, you take 10, 14 points of slashing damage from the claw. The first one, the second attack, it attempts to slash you a second time. You manage to just dodge it away, putting your back up against the wall to barely avoid its grasp. However, the second one lunges towards you, attempting to grab you. That is a 19.
19 hits.
19 hits. No damage, but now it's grabbed you and shoved you against the wall. It takes one hand and jams it up under your chin to push your head up. It goes for your throat. Rolls 1.
Oh!
As it goes to bite towards your throat, you pull Pepperbox up and jam it into its mouth. It has to pull back from the attack, and you can see now the kind of vampire saliva is all over the barrel of the gun, and it may have chipped it too. All right, so that finishes their turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Oh, I'm finally. Oh,
Not a dream. Not a dream.
Oh, okay. I thought it was for a second.
Real vampires, real vampires.
Real vampires. Okay. Are they like? What's the situation with the vampires? Or that's all the
They're
plus
bad.
There's two of them right there on Percy. They grab each other against the wall, and there's one over here
Something-
that's battling back and forth with backs.
Now the Felix in the 5 damage.
Where's Percy?
Against the wall.
You're against the wall. Okay, so I get up.
Yep. So you're
Can I kind of like reach around Scanlan? I'm doing another reach around.
You're doing a reach around. Okay.
And,
My dick is out.
And I kind of see as I reach around, and I'm like, oh, really? And I'm
Little privacy,
blasting.
please.
Are you impressed by what you see?
And what?
I'm blasting a sunbeam.
Not everyone gets to
That
see
was
the
one.
cube.
Those two. It's a line. Are they kind of like in a line?
You probably have to move to get them both in a line.
Can I shift to where I can?
You can move there to do it.
That's
yes.
what I want to do.
Okay, so you slide alongside Scanlan.
And I yell to the party, shield your eyes!
All right, so
Into my penis. Oh my goodness. It's more important than my eyes.
Well, it's sent it to my
Take my eyes, not my penis.
all right. Yeah, no, you were technically in melee with this guy, but there's no attack roll for this, so you don't have disadvantage, which is good.
Awesome.
All right, so
So I roll a bunch of d6s?
well, yeah, go ahead. Each person make Constitution saving throw. So
How many d6s do I roll? What is it?
it's 68
You
radiant.
know what? The dumb Scanlan jokes don't bother me as much in this outfit for some reason. I don't know. I don't know why that is. Maybe I'm inherently taking him less serious. But for some reason, they're a little funnier.
Damage, and they have disadvantage on the saving throw because they are undead. So the first one that is a 14. Nope. Second one, no. It's just random. Doesn't matter. Third one, no. Roll 1. All right, so all of them take full damage.
Full damage. Okay, so that is 15, 19, not bad. 21 plus 12, so that's 33.
33?
Radiant damage, and they're blinded.
What?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Okay, well,
Yes, they are.
Snap the sunshine.
Let the
So, both of these vampires that currently have Percy pinned up against the wall. One of them's like trying to bite his throat. Percy's trying to keep it at bay with his weapon. Heals. You step forward. You gather the nature-based
also
energy.
not look at Scanlan's penis.
Right.
Trying to do
There's light in their shadow.
You feel the inspiration based on the presence of the sun tree and what previously you were attempting to try and repair with. Using that, you close your eyes and a burst of sunlight energy cascades forth, slamming into both the vampires and just barely missing Percy in the process. Both of them look over at the corner of their eye as they see the flash of light. They both scream out "Ah!" as the blast shoots through both of them. Both of them immediately turn to ash.
Oh!
Yes!
Damn!
That was so cool.
That was cool.
Zip.
That was actually.
So there's one alive?
There's one alive, yes, it's right next
And
to
he's
you.
on Vax?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I see that. I turn and I see him. I'm going to take a grasping vine. I'm going to wrap around it and yank him and kind of beat him up against the wall on the other side.
This side here?
Yep.
Okay, so bonus action for grasping vine?
Yes, it
Roll
is.
for that.
Huh?
Looking for the roll for grasping vine real fast.
It's a sunshine day.
Is grasping vine a bonus action? That sounds like vine whip, which is not a bonus action. But I don't know what grasping vine is. I don't recognize that. That sounds like a feature, but he's flipping through a book. I don't know what that is.
I conjure a vine.
That could be like a second or like third level druid spell that's just random and I don't know about. That could be a bonus action.
Go,
I think it just happened.
that's a dexterity saving throw. The DC, it's 17?
Nope, 18.
18?
Whoa,
No, that gets it.
snap.
Yeah, all right. So,
Yank him off and go.
pulls it, slam into the wall over that way.
Yeah.
It's like wrapped around his torso, it tries to pull itself free.
We should probably use sunlight on them always because don't they tend to miss if we don't kill? Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
All right, that brings the top of the round. Vex and Percy, it's your go.
Should we? I don't know. Should we attack him or should we let? Oh yeah! I bust out one of the wooden daggers. I woke up and I try to stab it into his heart from my brother.
All right.
Nice! Wooden dagger!
All right. Go ahead and roll for
Yeah,
an attack.
that's cool.
Is it a bonus action?
It's only two
Okay,
attacks,
fair
right?
enough.
Correct. And using your dexterity as a bonus.
Okay.
You did eventually go?
Simple weapon.
Yeah, that to when I heard that just sounded like a creative use of Vine Whip. And I was like, "Oh yeah, I'd allow that as like if someone wanted to do that with Vine Whip, like I'd allow them to swing it to the side. That's fine." 4th level spell. Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. I will tell you. When it comes to spells, I do not have an encyclopedic knowledge. As a warlock main, I have a Rolodex of about 12 spells that I have ever needed to learn. So, I know a lot of them from my time as a DM, but my knowledge is far from complete about all of the spells in D&D. Also pulls 20 feet instead of 10. Gotcha. Interesting.
19.
There's a 19 does hit, yep.
Okay. Then what I do?
Roll for
See if they all hit.
Probably no. 14.
14, not hit. All right, so go ahead and roll 1d4.
Maybe he.
Add your dex modifier.
Yes. 9.
All right, so you take the heavily sharpened wooden dagger, essentially. You jam it into its chest. It screeches out in pain. The wooden stake itself, like, partially destroyed the
Fair
process of
enough,
jamming it into
Atlas.
some damage. Reaches up and grabs it and breaks it off. And it's still in its chest and hisses at you angrily.
Wooden stakes don't work. Back up.
You got some damage in, no? Yes.
Yeah. So,
That steak was well done.
That was so CSI Miami.
Your mustache is almost down to your chin for a goatee.
Soon it'll be creeping across my face.
all right, that ends your turn.
I guess so.
Yes, 2 attacks.
Can I move away since he's grappled?
He's not currently grappled.
Oh, he's
per se.
not?
He's just held against the wall. He's using control things to pull it
Oh.
You can still move away if you want. He'll just take 5 action.
I'm gonna stay right there.
Okay. Trinket's cheering you on. In the back
Thanks,
wall.
Trinket.
Percy,
Is it true that we can't kill it except with sunlight?
Sunlight and water.
you're not entirely certain. You know that sunlight's very damaging to it, and you have, from the research, know that vampires have certain levels of power. As opposed to dying and do turn to a mist form and attempt to retreat.
So weaken vampires might.
I'm just gonna hack at his neck with my sword a couple times.
I might be able. I wrote all that stuff down. I just need to find it.
So,
Bam.
28.
28 hits.
I'll roll the other two really quickly. 22.
Hits.
22.
All right, all 3 hit.
So that's
Oh, that'd be smart.
7. 10 points. 15 points.
All right.
10 points.
10 points, got it. All right, so you slam the rapier 3 times into its body, leaving these large gaping wounds. It's looking like it's hurt, and its eyes are darting about, kind of gauging its chances. That'll be your turn unless you wish to move.
I'll back away from it.
Okay, so you back there. As you back away, it sees the opportunity and reaches out with claws towards you. That is a 9.
That does not hit. I'm gonna just really quickly also just do a second wind just to start picking up.
Okay.
Should we ask it questions or something?
Does it talk?
I think we should probably just kill it.
Okay.
All right.
Nice.
Thank you.
All right, that ends your turn, Percy. Scaling, you're up.
I'm up? Oh, I'm not ready. Okay, can I see it? Well, I guess I don't need to see it. I'll just, can I see it?
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
You're right there.
I guess I'll just do... Can I do this?
Can
will
I
just,
see it? I guess I
I'll
don't
just
need to
taunt
see
it.
Can I see it?
I will use Vicious Mockery on it.
Yeah.
And I'll just say...
Bring out the big guns.
What's up? What's up, Toothy? Hey, bite me! That's it. That's all I do.
Okay.
It's 3d4.
That it is. That was about 3d4 worth.
That's all I got. Wasn't ready.
What's up, dude?
Oh man.
I think it's a wisdom.
There we go. Yes, wisdom saving throw.
you're messing with
No, it does not make it with a 6.
But his singing skill makes it very bassy and full.
Yeah.
Okay, so you testing third level?
Because I'm
Oh, because you're level. You are correct. Yeah, it's 3d4 damage. It does take it, and it has disadvantage on the next attack roll.
I mean, can I do it at an even higher level?
No, no,
that's it.
no,
It's
no.
3d4.
I mean, the vicious mockery, I don't think they're honing in on it. Matt said it. The point of vicious mockery, like, the damage is fine, but it's the disadvantage on the next attack roll. Like, that's the point of viciously mockerying someone. You know what I'm saying? That's why I like I love Mind Sliver as a cantrip. The minus 1d4 to the next saving throw. Oh, I love using Mind Sliver. I have a sorcerer that I'm playing right now well, we haven't had a session in a long time, but he swears it's still going. It's still gonna happen. So potentially a retired character, potentially a still active character. That uses like Mind Sliver as her main attack, and I fucking love it. It is just the best. And there is so much like narrative juice that I can put on Mind Sliver, it's great. Sapping Sting is amazing. Wizard cantrip that knocks prone? I've never heard of that. That's wild. That sounds sick. That sounds great for comboing with marshals. Oh my god.
That's it.
You knock them prone and then the marshals grapple them and hold them prone? Love it.
Right. 4, 2, 8.
8 points. How do you want to do that?
I mean, that's how I want to do it. I want to do some pelvic thrusting while I'm saying, bite me hard, bite me, motherfucker, bite me.
Urine flying everywhere.
Oh shit!
Bounces up and down.
Oh, there's urine everywhere. My mustache is falling off. It's terrible.
So, as it's trying to take its chances, it turns to go and flee. Sees Grog, looks over, and hears, like, hey, Toothy looks over back at you. One of the weaknesses of a vampire is running water. Technically, it needs to be a large amount of running water, but this creature's on death's door. And based on the fact that it is, like, right on the edge of passing anyway, the bit of your,
Constellation Urian?
yes, streaks across the front of the vampire as it turns around, and Grog just instinctually slams it with a hammer and smashes it. It's hard to say which killed it. You're pretty sure it was you.
Good job, Skylar.
High five.
Not until you watch.
Which, for the record, as you high-five him,
That's so silly. Oh. I've never played a female character. I can't figure out exactly how to get into the female psyche part of the character. I mean, you don't have to play a female character, you know what I'm saying? Like, it depends on, it's, when I made Eudokia, when I came up with the personality and the backstory, at no point was Eudokia ever not a young woman. Just at no point. It was no point like, oh, is this going to be... Like, I didn't set out to make a female character. I didn't at no point did I, like, debate, is this going to be male or female? She was just male. Or she was just female. Yeah, I don't know. So it's just like, I don't play a female character. I just play Eudokia. You know what I'm saying? And I think, to give some, comfort here. I grew up raised primarily by a single mom, and I've always been more comfortable around women, and like I've never been like a super macho guy. So for me, it's not that hard to step into that role, but I do know that like several of my friends would not be comfortable playing a female character. Like they wouldn't, it would be distracting to them. And I totally understand that. So, I mean, if it's something where you create a character and it feels right for that character to be a woman, and, you're not doing it disrespectfully, then, you can just try it. But it's also like, there's nothing... I think that there's a certain level of like pressure to like go and like try out all the races and like yeah, try playing a female character. Like you don't have to. It's not you can totally just play. If you're a guy, you can just play guy characters. If you're not a guy, you can just play guy characters. Like it's not it doesn't really matter either way. It's just yeah, I had never played a female character. I mean, I DM'd, so and that also might be part of my comfort level with it, is I DM'd for like 5 years before I ever played. And then I played for 4 years before I ever made a female character. And it just, so like I have comfort like playing those parts. I've also like played female in a play before. So I mean, it's just, it wasn't even like really a factor when I made Eudokia. It was just like, yeah, Eudokia's a young woman, a young girl, and that's it. So it's just, I don't know. It's not that deep, but I don't want to say it's not that deep and like make you feel bad because you like do feel nervous about it, because for some people it is deeper than others, you know? Prone also causes flying creatures to fall. Oh, that's true. That's fair. Just play her like you'd play anyone else? Yeah. And I mean, I think especially to give even more, you know, grace, I think especially if you are playing something that is not the gender you identify as, and you want to do it respectfully, there is like a level of pressure there of like, well, I want to play this other gender that is not how I identify, and you know, I want to make sure that I'm doing it really respectfully. Like I very much understand that there's a level of that pressure. So you know, just only do it if you feel comfortable and if everyone else at the table feels comfortable. This makes sense. Yeah. You don't need female characters to act feminine. Sarah Connor is very masculine in her vibe, for instance, but playing into femininity can be fun. Yeah. And it's like, I don't think, you know, I don't think you don't need to be female to play into femininity. You don't need to be male to play into masculinity. Like, but I understand is like, you know, if you want to play a female character, you might feel like you need to play into femininity, and you don't, but you can if you want to, as long as you're not making it the butt of the joke. I think that is kind of a core part of doing something respectfully in like this instance, is like at no point ever has Eudokia's gender ever been even close to the butt of a joke. And I will say, like Travis, you know, he's dressing up in a Halloween costume, but you know, adjacent to drag, kind of like readjusting his boobs as a joke, is sort of is approaching that line of like making the gender the butt of the joke. I don't think it's egregious here, at least by my eyes and my judge. But some people certainly could. And so I think that is like the core of, to me at least, of like playing something respectfully in that instance, is that what they are is never a joke in and of itself, if that makes sense. Yeah, and then otherwise just play them as a character. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, sorry, it got like a little serious and rambly there, but you know, it's a good question, and it's, you know, it's something that especially a lot of like guys don't talk about. Like, I think it's not something that we like, you know, really talk about with each other. So I want to talk about those sorts of things. Ripley from Alien, yeah, another example of characterization divorced from gender identity. Yeah, 1000%. Very good advice all around. Yeah, and that is, you know. That's one of the things that I like talking about on stream, is those, like, you know, that's also why, you know, I've talked a lot about why I like the live stream format as opposed to like the long format. I think that this conversation in a comment section sucks ass. I don't think that it is like, it's like a cool and fun and like chill conversation. But, you know, live talking through it is a lot more chill. You know, we can kind of ask for you know, we can talk about clarifications, we can give initial comments, clarifiers, updates really quickly. So yeah, very I'm glad you asked. Ripley is also canonically trans? Really? I didn't know that. I have seen Alien half a time. We put it on at my girlfriend's house in high school, and we made out the whole time. And that is my experience of Alien. So I do not know much about it. I played a gender fluid changeling before. Ooh, that's really cool. And it was very fun to be able to play into masculine and feminine traits. That's really interesting. That's very, very cool. Yeah. And again, like I think that's like kind of the bottom of it is it's like if it's cool, if it's interesting, you know, if it's like you don't have to make them gender fluid or a gender you don't identify as and then never acknowledge it, right? You can acknowledge it as long as it's like interesting and cool and not punching down or making fun of, you know? Yeah. Cool. Sick.
There's a bit of spatter across your hand.
Future reference, the fog. The fog is bad. Not totally natural.
Oh, there's no gnome like our gnome. Oh my god.
Seriously,
Guys,
go put your dick away.
I'm sorry, you're right. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
anyway,
Please don't judge me. It's morning. It's cold. It's also unseasonably cold in here. That's why it's so small. Don't judge me.
So newsflash, the fog is bad. We
Fog's
probably
bad.
need a new hideout.
We probably gave away our location.
No, we killed them all.
He just rolled a die.
We should probably get the fuck out.
Yeah.
How
my
long?
God,
How
it's
long
midnight.
did
Right now it's close to a little after midnight.
we have not had a full rest.
No, we're gonna
Let's
have
have a
night.
full rest.
Okay.
Really?
Yes.
We're gonna go to sleep here?
They don't know where we are yet. We
Nope,
killed
we
them.
killed everything. Let's
What
do
if
it.
they have some sort of psychic communication? And what if this is their spawning ground? What if the Sun Tree is their spawning ground?
Well, then
Can I do like some sort of check to see if the Sentry is their spawning ground?
Infected somehow?
Go ahead and make an intelligence check.
Just a straight intelligence check?
Oh.
That's a natural one. Yay! Hey, that's what I rolled.
I still think, you know, based on kind of going into what we were talking about earlier about like the skill checks and asking for skill checks in D&D, I still do think that there is like you should still just be like, can I tell if the Sun Tree is their spawning ground? And then wait for Matt to ask for a check. But also, I like that better if you feel like a check as a player. If you feel like I should make a check here, just being like, that, can I make some sort of check? I think is better than asking for a specific check. Because one of the main issues with asking if you can like make an insight check, make a perception check, is it limits what the DM can tell you. They either have to say no to you, which is like automatically like kind of tonalizes the conversation in like a certain way. No, make this check instead. Or they have to go along with it. So I like, if you are going to ask for a check, I like just asking like, can I make a check rather than like a specific one. My dad is a worker. I don't, sure.
I was trying to check
It's hard to say. You don't understand a lot of the nature of undead. It's not your forte, and things are weird around here. You have no idea.
Here's what we're gonna do. I've got one silver piece right here. I'm gonna flip it. Heads.
Wait. Did you grow that mustache for tonight?
Yes.
That's awesome.
It was a goatee. I scanned 5 hours ago, and now it is an arrow flavored
good.
mustache.
That's
Thank
really
you.
good.
Thank you. We'll discuss the break. I'm gonna flip this coin because that's all we fucking got. If it's a 20, we're gonna stay here.
Okay.
If it's a 1, we're gonna find another place.
Sure. Fuck it. We got the chance.
We find another place.
Find another place.
All right.
Can we tunnel our way to the?
Let's tunnel. Let's tunnel. I don't want to go up.
No. Yeah.
I'm gonna redo my skin.
No, you can't tunnel.
I can't. I blew what I did. All of my
We
natural
haven't
energy
had
to that
a
sunbeam.
full.
It's still night though. We've had a short rest. We've got to get out of here. They know we're here.
It's night. We can't travel at night.
I know.
You're a badass.
Okay, speaking of, do you hear what Liam just said? Like, hey, it's night. We've had a short rest. Let's get out of here. That is not raw. If your long rest gets interrupted, you gain none of the benefits. Absolutely none. Now, in 1 D&D, they introduced a new ruling around short rest and long rest that if your long rest gets interrupted, but you have exceeded the duration of a short rest, you get the benefits of a short rest immediately before any sort of interruption or encounter or whatever. That's not true, Megan. That is true. That was a new ruling in 1 D&D. You if you get interrupted, your rest just gets interrupted. You can reestablish your rest. So that is the thing. But if they just choose to like leave and go on, they don't get the benefits of a short rest. The interruption needs to be 1 hour of strenuous activity. Yes, but they would have to go and continue to sleep. So they would have to stay here or travel somewhere very, very quickly and then go back into their long rest. They do not gain the benefits of a short rest.
There's vampires.
Yeah, we step outside, it's game on.
As opposed to down here in the
I
hole.
still say I think that's
I feel like we're safer down here. At least there's only so many places they can attack from.
But the coin said we should go.
I'll stick that coin
That's
over there.
fine. You know, when you went to get the down that cavern that one time, that worked out really, really well. So let's do what she says.
Wait, are you talking about when Vex and I came back with Clarota and he helped us?
He did help us.
Is that what
actually did
you're talking
It
about?
worked out really well
You
because
know,
we
right?
probably wouldn't have defeated
You
Kavon
know what?
without him.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Vex. Vex, let's stay.
That's very open to interpretation.
Until he betrayed us and tried to eat scale and bread.
It's fine.
I'm agreeing with the women because I want to live to see
I
women.
still think Clarota was a pretty good guy.
I liked
I
it.
think he had a.
We decided
one more
to
chance.
stay.
He was unfortunate.
All right.
We stay?
We stay.
We're stupid.
No, we're not. We'll be fine.
What if we went up above ground and went into like the second floor?
How about this?
So we're not underground.
All right. Sure, let's do that.
Oh, I mean,
it's no good either.
was there 2 stories?
There was.
There is.
I
Probably
technically used my hallucinatory terrain spell to make it look like a 1-story tavern. So
What about this? What about this? How about,
That's
we don't,
true.
how about we don't sleep in the tunnel? We sort of barricade that up and we just sleep in the cellar. Not the tunnel, the cellar. Not the tunnel, the cellar.
All right, let's do it. It's fine.
Down,
Whatever.
back, fine, and to the left. Back, and to the left.
Can we barricade the cellar somehow?
That I can do. I'll do a wall of stone.
I mean,
All right,
we're
we're in
in
the cellar. We're very, very packed in. It's nice and cozy and warm.
It is, and you're surrounded by a number of bottles of wine.
And bare farts.
Yeah.
And all the wine we stole a
Can
lot of
we pop open a bottle of that wine?
and try and relax.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I guess I'll allow it.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Pop open the wine.
Share
Share a bottle. You all managed to find your way back to sleep. Who's taking this watch now?
We now have 17 expensive basketball.
I'll go with that.
All right.
I haven't been yet.
Okay. So you two take the next watch.
I stay awake because I don't want them to be alone.
All right. The 3 of you take
Half
the
elves.
watch.
What?
I go back to sleep.
Half elves, what?
Hello, my half elven brothers.
All right. A few hours of
Jimmy on this one.
You need to sleep, Edith. You need to slow down.
Just to roll to speak.
The crazy guy guy's talking.
Geralt, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't played,
Sigil.
I haven't played that game. Is your name Solid Snake?
Oh,
Both of you.
Cue internet rage.
Oh man. All right. So after you guys take your watch, seeming no incident.
Could not agree more, Set Theshel Low. Absolutely agree. I love gritty resting. Love it. I don't need to introduce any other, modifications. I will say I've described in the past ways that I think my way of narrating damage is atypical. And the way that I go about narrating damage, I think, makes the regular resting rules a little bit more palatable. But I also like the gritty resting rules a lot. The gritty rules are broken for wizards. I believe it. I would assume that it has to do with some of their features not being tied to rests or being tied to short rests rather than long rests. Because don't they get arcane recovery where they get a certain amount of slots back on a short rest, as opposed to like other like druids or clerics or whatever. Since weirdly arcane recovery is it's once per day. I thought it was like once per short rest. That's hilarious. I will say, if it were me, it's already an optional rule. If I didn't have a wizard at the table, not touching it. But if I have a wizard at the table, we're probably looking at each other and we're saying like, okay, like, come on. 'Cause like I said, I like to be raw at all times when possible. But yeah, if it's something like that, boo, boo. If it's something like that, I'll probably be like, all right, come on. I love playing a warlock. I do love playing a warlock. I'd probably nerf that yet. Yeah.
I'll do some awkward conversation and a few jabs here and there. Final watch. Who's taking that?
I've already watched.
I gotta sleep. Not me.
You need to
I'll
sleep.
do it.
I got
Trinket stays awake with you.
Yeah.
though.
Okay.
And Trinket does like staying with people. They both understand each other very well on a very feral and unintelligent level.
We play hand slaps. Flawless catching up.
Okay. Eventually, everyone's managed to gather your evening's rest. You come to consciousness. Cold morning greets you. No seeming further incident in the cellar.
Oh, thank God.
You're welcome.
I'd like everyone to make a wisdom.
No problem.
Hey, does my
Wisdom saving or wisdom versus wisdom?
Wisdom saving throw.
Saving throw? Oh, right, because we've been in a cursed land for a while.
It's like roll it on my
thing help me? My
Thing help you?
I have some thing.
the cube.
Your jack of all trades?
No shit. I'll find it. Don't worry.
Oh, I've gone on and on and on and on and on. I won't even go on, but I love Warlock. Warlock is just easily my favorite class. I love playing them. I like all of the narrative stuff that you can do with them. I love their patrons. I love the invocations. I love the boons. I just love Warlock. So I have probably made and played, I think, three and a half. I've played 3.5 Warlocks. And then I've probably made, I don't even know, I don't even want to count it, probably over 50. Especially if we include DMing as well, like Warlocks that I made to go in campaigns, it's easily over 50. Probably closer to 75. Because I also just like, especially I used to, I do it less now, but I used to just like get on D&D Beyond and just like make characters in my free time. Like we would be watching TV and I'd just be like making a character and like coming up with stories and building builds off of those stories. Oh, love it. Love it. Coffee Lock is way less broken in Gritty Resting. In fact, it kind of kills Coffee Lock. I honestly, all I know is that Coffee Lock is a sorcerer multiclass. I've never looked into it. Because of how much I like Warlock, I never wanted to tempt myself. Because I don't like being a power gamer. And if I was going to play a Coffee Lock, I wanted to come upon it naturally. So all I know is that it's a sorcerer multiclass. And I really have not been ever tempted to multiclass into sorcerer as a warlock. I've been tempted to multiclass into tons of other things, but never sorcerer. So I don't know what it is. And I am avoiding it. But also if you put it in, I wouldn't care. I really need to work on my Discord character at some point. I mean, so for the Discord characters, you only need to, the only like, I guess like required things to like register them as a character is just species, class, and name. And then there's like an optional about section that you can put stuff into if you want. But you can also edit those things. So you can put in like a placeholder and then change it later. And yeah, that's all you need. And you can fully respec your characters between unshots or between other DM sessions. So feel like totally free, just like, you know, get like the general concept. And if you edit it later, you edit it later. And if you want to develop that, you can. And then just the main thing is you need a character in order to start earning XP. So, like, people in the Discord without a character are not earning XP whenever they send messages. You have to have a character, whatever that character is. Even if it's, like, a placeholder that is, like, just, like, placeholder number 1. Like, that's all you need. So, yeah, I would definitely, if you don't already have that, I would make that first. My favorite class is almost entirely due to my first character ever created and played from 1 to 20 bias. That's fair. And you know what? I did first create a warlock and play from 1 to 20. Like, hands in the air, that is what I did. But I've stuck with it. I love everything about it. I love the myriad of choice. It's the greatest game of dress up ever. But yeah, that might be a non-insignificant part of my love. Not because I know much about a lot of classes. Yeah. It's basically a rest trick abusing thing. Oh, gotcha. That's fair. Like short rest and long rest abusing, and like something with sorcery points being able to create spell slots. I'm following this logic train down of you can get back packed slots by short resting warlock, but you have to create but packed slots and spell slots are separate, I think. Interesting. When you abuse the resting rules to carry over resources from one day to the next, Coffee Lock is the most famous example, but most spell casting classes can abuse the resting rules. Interesting. I've never really read into those, but I've also never honestly read into a lot of like the game breaking combos again, because not that I'm like against them, but because I don't want to create a negative association in my head. Like, when I look up, like, when I'm playing a new video game, like, if I'm playing, like, a MOBA or a shooter, like a hero shooter, like Overwatch or Rainbow Six Siege, if I go and look up a tier list, I will automatically not want to play the characters in S tier. Just instantly, I do not want to play them. That's it. That's the end of it. I just don't want to play them anymore. So that is why I don't look up any of the combos, because if I naturally come into them and I like them or whatever, then that's one thing. But also, I'm not normally looking to abuse resting mechanics or just abuse mechanics in general, so I probably wouldn't naturally fall into that. Pact slots, sorcery points, sorcerer slots. Oh. I see. Okay. Gotcha. Is it any slot, really? You can convert a pact slot into sorcery points. It doesn't specify. That's fascinating. Now I gotta look at this. I gotta look at sorcerer. Because I personally find sorcery points to be very underwhelming as a class identity. I don't like them as the class identity for sorcerer. I wish they would have... Sorry, it's not that I don't like them. I wish they would have leaned more into them. I've always said I wish that sorcerer just didn't have spell slots and just only had sorcery points. I think they would be a much cooler class because they would have a much more distinct identity. Flexible casting. Converting a spell slot as a bonus action you can spend. Ooh. Has a sage advice clarified that this is real? Because most things, when it says like spell slots, don't work with pact slots. That's like a very that's like a thing. So I don't know if sage advice has clarified coffee lock, but traditionally the two do not. I mean, you know, you do have spell slots, but interesting. Let me read Pact Magic. Oh, it doesn't. I guess, and I guess there isn't. Huh. That's so interesting. All of your slots are the same level. Because it does say spell slots. Your Pact Magic spell slots. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, like just reading that raw, I don't see why it wouldn't work, but I'm so like used to Warlock where like a lot of those things that mention spell slots don't work with Pact slots. That's so interesting. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
17.
17.
11.
Oh no.
What is this? Wisdom?
Oh god, I missed a lot of chats. My favorite class is Barbarian, also because it was the first one I played. Fair enough. When we rolled stats, I had shit stats for everything except strengths. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, that's how it should be. I'm very much a character concept first, a character build later type of person. Yeah, I generally make the build off of the character and like the backstory, etc. So like Eudokia had her backstory entirely planned out, and I knew that she was going to be mute because of an accident. And I built out the rest of the character from there and made her an aberrant mind sorcerer to support the fact that the character was mute. I had no idea what class she was going to be before that. So yeah, that's very much my vein as well. According to Sage Advice, you can create more slots than you originally had, so you can have like 10 third level spell slots. That's wild. I'm so glad I'm not the only person that doesn't look for the most powerful options, but will use them if stumbled upon. It's raw, unfortunately. Damn. That is crazy, because, like, reading it, like, I can't read it and not think it's raw, but it feels just inherently wrong. Like, even, like, beyond the, just beyond the reading of that, of, like, carrying over spell slots or whatever, beyond that reading, like the warlock slots a lot of times don't transfer over. But you know, if it's raw, it's raw. I can't see a reason not to think so. But if someone was doing it at my table, I'd probably have a conversation with them about it. Mostly in the vein of like, hey, you're jacking up your power like crazy compared to everyone else at the table. That's probably not very cool. And just like, you know, have a conversation from there about like what they want and what they're looking to do. But yeah, totally Tai. I mean, that's yeah. And I take it to probably an extreme level, like a martyrdom level of like, I'll look up the tier list and I will look at, okay, what characters are in bottom tier? I'm not going to use those, but I'm going to focus on the characters right above bottom tier because I get a sick sense of joy from getting really good at a bad character and then beating people into the ground with someone that's supposed to be bad. That's not like a advice thing. That is a brain worm that I have that I can't get rid of. Yeah. I mean, yeah. That's just me. My first character was a blue dragonborn paladin, still my favorite character. I mean, you form an attachment to your first, you know. Take 8 short rests instead of a long rest and get a ton of slots. I guess the only, you know, thing there is HP recovery, but if you're playing like super protected and super ranged and you're casting shield all the time because you have a shitload of spell slots, you probably don't need HP recovery. Bro, that is a place where I would love to introduce exhaustion to people. Of saying like, okay, yeah, you're taking all these short rests, but you're not fucking sleeping. Take exhaustion. But that sucks in 5e rules because exhaustion is such a it's a mechanic with such a high barrier to entry. I've talked about this before. I love 1D&D exhaustion for exactly that sort of thing. If my player is doing nothing but taking short rests and is foregoing long resting, bum exhaustion. Take one. Now, you know, that might be worth it to them in this case, but again, I'd have the conversation with them and be like, hey, like, that's not very fun, even if it's allowed. Exactly, someone gets it. Captain Falcon players unite. I'm saying, dude. Okay, I'm not good at side fighters. I have been a viewer of the melee community, but like I play Puff. When I do play, I play Puff. So you know, I'm in that vein. The popular build is Divine Soul Sorcerer. Oh my god, Atmos, that's crazy. You're so right. Healing, greater restoration. Fuck, dude. That's so rude. Yeah, and then that just falls back to like, yo, what you're doing is allowed, but like, it's not very cool, innit? Although, if you want to have a table full of broken character builds that are technically raw, that could be a fun one-shot. Of like, someone go Coffee Lock, someone go Hexadin, someone go Pam Fighter. Like, you know, just look up the most broken builds you can find and all play them together and see, like, the crazy dungeons I can throw at you to really fuck your day up. That'd be fun. That could be a fun limited series right there.
Wisdom saving throw.
Because again, you know, because then everyone's on board. You know, that's kind of the conceit of it.
Advantage.
There you go.
Team
14.
broken
Okay.
idea. Hell yeah.
24.
Alrighty. Okay.
Oh no,
Not
Percy!
Percy!
You don't know.
Oh god, look at that spark on his face! Oh god!
Fine. Fuck you, Matt.
So as y'all come to consciousness,
God
I'd
damn it.
like you to put another point of corruption on your sheet.
Oh no,
Son of a
what can you
fuck.
get before you're like totally evil?
What does that mean?
So is
Now
it
what?
just any time he goes
Am I still coughing?
Oh, you're still coughing?
Okay.
So you guys all come back to consciousness. Cold morning greets you. Food probably is going to be in order pretty soon. You guys didn't get much of a meal eaten before, and you're also a little sore from eating rest. You push through and recover from your exhaustion, from your frenzied rage.
Thank you.
Ring of Mind Shielding. Is what I was going to say.
Okay, that mustache is getting very iffy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I
That's
will
totally
crack
fine.
out. Do we want some dried food rations?
We might have to listen to the rest.
Didn't we take some?
But there's probably dry.
Hey man, power gaming's fucking fun. I've played it both power gamey and like more role play heavy, and I'm a bit D guy. You know, I tend towards the more role play east side. But if your entire table is full of power gamers, fuck yeah. Then your DM can really lean into the puzzle aspect of combat. They can make some really hard situations and puzzles. I think that those sorts of tables experience the power creep of like the higher levels a lot more distinctly. So like it's harder to run those tables at like, you know, like levels 12 plus. But they're super fun. And if you're super into it as a DM, that's super duper fun. We are also very RP focused. Fuck yeah. I shouldn't have said power game as opposed to RP, as if they're like on different sides of the spectrum. They're definitely not. That's a really good clarification to make. They are not like mutually exclusive things where you're like on a scale. I guess it's just power gamey to non-power gamey. And you know, either way, there's some really, really distinct benefits to both sides. I'm gonna take this off because my hair was getting itchy. But yeah, no, that's sick. That's very cool.
Food in the cellar.
I have a ton in the back.
Yeah, can we do a check to see if there's any like jerky or anything in the cellar?
I think we already
Didn't
searched
we
the
already do
cellar.
that? Yeah.
You guys look through.
We
You found some jerky,
Yeah,
right?
let's eat the
That's
jerky.
serviceable, not the best, but serviceable. All right. Going
actually does
going
sound
forward, these sadistic tendencies that you've been exerting through a lot of this event are becoming harder and harder to control. Be mindful that when you strike to kill, you strike to torture before you do.
That's so cool. I mean, terrible.
Is he the only one that was
Tough
affected
job,
this
right?
time again?
Yep. Everyone else rolled above a 10.
Yeah.
11.
I have a very low wisdom, and I rolled really badly.
All right. So, you finish your meal. Looking outside, with a little bit of the windows, you can see, since you covered them all with cloth, there's a little bit of daylight peeking through. It's soft daylight. It looks like while it's not raining, there is still a cloud.
Very interesting mechanic, this corruption. Very interesting, especially for a you know, what appears to be a setting or arc or terrain, or not terrain, location based mechanic. Super cool. Super down with it. I'm a big fan of making small little mechanics to reinforce themes. The one that I always use that I think is really easy for people to wrap their heads around and is encouraged within the DMG are wild magic zones. So like when I talk about like things that you can do to your battle arena or to your dungeon or to your crawl to make things more chaotic, to target certain players, like making a wild magic zone directly targets spellcasters, right? Like you can do things in your design of just the entire region to target specific players, and making this corruption shit a wisdom save, as opposed to, I mean, from what it sounds like, it could theoretically be a charisma save. It could theoretically be a constitution save, but making it a wisdom save, which Percy has a very low value in, is a way of the terrain itself and the mechanics of the location reinforcing tone and the entire arc that they're in. Now, I don't know if Matt thought through it that much, or if he just thought, hey, corruption will be interesting and it just should be a wisdom save. Maybe it's a coincidence. But these are totally the sorts of things, like, you can feel free to add in these like weird mechanics, especially if they're location locked. That is always my rule of thumb. So like at some point, I think in like the mid-20s, someone in chat was talking about like a singing curse that was like afflicting a whole town. And I said, that sounds really funny and like a great plot hook, but I would localize it. I would make it a bubble, or maybe only a specific neighborhood, or like a radius around a tree. I don't know. That is that, and the players are affected by it if they go in, because when you make it tied to a location, you really maintain a lot of player agency. And that is very clearly what is going on here, right? They are choosing to be in Whitestone. They chose to come to Whitestone. And you could say, yeah, Matt pushed them a lot. There's like an implicit thing pushing them to Whitestone. But if it's location tied, they could theoretically leave temporarily and be like, hey, let's go camp out in the woods for a few days. Try to clear this corruption out of you, Percival. Like, that's a very legitimate thing that might happen at any of our tables, where they say, hey, this is too risky. We're not really on a tight timeline. Let's let the revolution foment. Let's beat it out of town. Let them, look around for us and not find us. And then, let's see if this corruption heals itself. So I think that's like one of the really strong things about tying these custom mechanics to locations, or potentially to people, which, people naturally inhabit locations and are always in locations. The tying it to those sorts of things really maintains a lot of player agency in how they interact with those mechanics. So I like this. I like this corruption mechanic so far.
Covered sky.
And also, I like that the consequence of it is so narrative. Because again, it's not like, oh, we're switching some of your damage to necrotic. Like, that could work, but I think it would feel a little kitschy, if it was something small like that. And this is something small. It is potentially even something that, dare I say it, doesn't matter all that much, but it obviously matters so much. You know what I'm saying? Which is really cool. That's the sign, I think, of a great custom mechanic, especially for a location, is when, like, on its face, it doesn't matter all. It's not that significant, but, like, the more you dive into it and the more you consider the ramifications, it becomes very scary and very intense and, very tied into the RP.
What is your plan of action?
I have a question.
Yes.
My 11 points of permanently lowered hit points from the necrotic damage, can that be healed with a potion or a greater healing? Or
no, those hit points will all come back, by the way, guys. Those
over the night?
Over the night, the hit points you lost on your hit point
Squirrel
total.
snake. What about permanent? I didn't suffer from this, but permanently lowered help?
Yeah, from the bite,
Yeah.
that recovers after a long rest.
Okay, good.
Literally what I just had.
What about the hit points that were lowered?
Literally what I just had.
What?
Good.
Don't. My brain doesn't work. It's hot in here.
We're going to find another house to kill now. I mean, to carefully investigate and thoroughly due diligence the heads before we smash them.
Scanlan, I think you and I are going to go see how people are feeling in the town while everybody else looks for a new hidey hole. Yeah.
Do I want to? Are we tunneling through this entire city?
I think you are, but if it's first thing in the morning, I don't think the Briarwoods could have gotten everybody yet. So I think you and I could do like Fart the Sun Act for like an hour.
Did you just say fart the sun at?
That's what I said. Fart the Sun and the vampires, and they're done. Father and son.
Oh, father and son.
You and I.
Oh, seeming.
Because you're little and I'm tall.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why don't we?
Paige is fucking with my phone off camera, and I don't know what she's doing or why. Oh, why'd you take my case off? Fair enough. All right, you do you.
Team all of us.
I was just very. She just like started like stripping the case off, and I was like, "What's going on?" Oh. That makes sense. That makes sense. Anyways.
We can go take a look around while you talk to
Yeah, we gotta find a different spot.
Quickly though,
Yeah.
because even though we don't look like ourselves, they know that
Where
there
we
are
meet you back.
strangers in town.
Grog, give everybody a little bit of the dust of tracelessness.
And we have the earpieces.
What?
Do we? Do you?
I have one now.
I have
I have one.
I have one.
Okay. So I'm to see us
Yes.
as peasants again.
Yes.
Same peasants, yes.
Different looking.
Live phone
Seeming.
breakdown. Was it? It is a Google Note 10 Plus, because I prefer to carry around a tablet rather than a cell phone. The reason that the case looks like it's falling off is because the case is falling off. What? Oh, I said the Google Note 10 Plus? It's the Samsung Note 10 Plus. That's a Google. It's off camera. This is a Google. Paige just got it. It's falling apart. The case is coming apart. There's a lot of scratches on the front. Because and the phone itself is getting worse day by day. and I generally take care of my technology. You know, it's an older phone. I would have gotten a replacement case for it at this point if I thought I was going to keep it any longer, but me and Paige are getting on our own phone plan anyways, so I didn't worry about it that much. But live phone breakdown. Okay, now take it apart. I can take this apart. I have my iFixit kit. I used to work, so I have worked all levels of IT. It's a fun little I guess reminder of my day job. Joking, Mega. I was like, oh, fuck it, I'll do it. No, I wouldn't. That would be so boring. I am no Marquez Brownlee. Brownlee? Is that his last name? MKBHD. I don't remember it. I don't think that's his name at all. MKBHD. I don't know what his name is. But no, I used to work. I've worked tier 1 help desk, both physical side and software. So in high school, I used to take apart phones and laptops and such and clean them out, resolder the boards, things like that. Okay, now we did. RE location hazards, 2 words, false hydra. What is a false hydra? Is a false hydra a D&D thing or a real world thing? False hydra. The song by Hive. Let's see. D&D's most infamous monster? I have no idea what the false hydra is. Has the popularity of false hydra ruined its... I don't know what a false hydra is. I'll have to look into that later, because I'm down if it's a cool location hazard. The reason it looks like the yeah, exactly, Tai. You've been a chief science officer? A CSO? No. I've been tier 1 help desk, tier 2 help desk, tier 3. Well, tier 1 help desk, physical and software. And then I've done tier 2 application support, and right now I'm doing tier 3 application and system support, as well as sysadmin-ish. I'm technically the sysadmin, but don't tell any of the real sysadmins that, because I do not have the chops to be a sysadmin. I got chops in other areas, but yeah, I'm a fix-it guy. I almost worked for the Geek Squad, but then I got hired somewhere else in high school. Lol, I've watched that video. I don't know about most infamous, but they're a trip. Hell yeah, I'll look into that later. But yeah, at one point at most, I did want to be. So right now I'm an applications. My actual like job title is an applications development analyst 2, which means nothing. But originally, before I wanted to do content, I did want to climb the ladder up to CIO. So I wasn't going to be... I don't even know if CSO is a real position. It might be. I don't know. But I eventually wanted to be a CIO. And then I got jaded on the corporate world. And then I started streaming and fucking actually enjoyed work for the first time. Work. But for me, it's just the best thing I could ever do. So yeah, that is my career. And so now, you know, I'm chilling until I can make this a job, and then I will. And that is the plan. Once I leave my current position, I will be able to talk about it more. But as is known Megaphone Man lore, I work at Area 51 with aliens. So I can't talk about it. But I also actually can't talk about it. So once I leave, I'll be able to actually talk about it. False hydras are a homebrew thing that blew up. Oh, cool. I love homebrew monsters. I homebrew monsters, homebrew traps. They're sick. I love that. I love that sort of thing. I work in biotech. That's what we call it. Oh, I see. Yeah. Can't climb up that high unless I go back and get a PhD MD. I was thinking about going back and getting a master's, which I could have theoretically gotten a master's and climbed up that whole thing. But yeah, I'll do a big, again, once I can talk about my work history in a bit more detail, I will do a big, like, this was my experience in corporate America. but I have to be vague. And I can't even. If I was any more specific, it might lead you to where I work. Which isn't like I could tell you where I work, but I don't want people to find me. So, I'm not going to do that. Have we wandered too far afield? Probably.
Heal me. Touch me. Heal me.
Sorry, folks.
All right.
So we're all
Got a
peasants.
gnome
and
bard wizard over here.
I'm a cute little boy with a lazy eye to match my grandma.
There you
I have
go.
the hat of disguise on underneath, just so even if it drops, I'm still not me.
Okay, good enough. All right, so
So are we breaking up? Are you two are gonna go scout the town?
We're
And
gonna
the
go
rest
talk
of
to a
us
few people,
will-
right?
Yes. Yes.
The rest of us are finding a new hideout.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking for a new hideout.
Where should we meet?
You
Well, we've
got
got the earrings.
We got the earrings, so we'll once we find a place, we'll let you know.
We'll come to you, yeah.
I'm
Check
assuming
in
they-
every 30 minutes. It's dangerous.
Yes.
Okay, I like that plan.
What's the safety word?
I'll leave that up to Percy.
Oh, I was gonna say I'll leave it up to you.
Meet back here in
That's
2
what- that's a
hours.
Terrible
One
word.
word. One word.
Too long.
Hey, hold on. Meet back here in 2 hours if
Nope,
we
still
haven't
not
heard from
good.
everything.
Not good.
If everything goes wrong, we meet back here in 2 hours.
Yes.
Otherwise, just check in every 30 minutes. Do we need a code word, or why don't we just?
Yeah, we need a
Yes.
code word.
Yeah, Doritos.
Should be. I was thinking Dorito too.
Doritos it is.
Apparently, it's Dorito.
Dorito. I like that.
Dorito, a strange elven term for
Yes.
a flatmate. All right, so as you guys press out into the day's sun, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back here in 5 minutes to continue.
Right.
Oh, hot! I might have to.
Go out.
Taking this wig off.
See you guys shortly.
Put it back.
Everyone immediately starts disrobing. They're so hot. That's hilarious. Damn, I could have had that whole tangent in like 3 seconds. After one Dorito joke, we were there. Sick. Good app, good stream. End stream. No. But no, that was fun. That was good. I really the RP at the beginning was easily the highlight. That was so I don't want to say it was so much fun, but it was so cool. Like that opening RP around and that's the sort of RP, right? That we weren't even close to when we were back in Amon and Percy was like, hey guys, I apologize. And Tiberius totally like stepped on the moment, stole the thunder, whatever. Like we weren't even approaching that, sort of intensity. But, I don't want to talk about the man too much, but I do believe that is an example of something where Percy would have started talking about it, and Orion either would have made it about him, about some way that he's going to try and fix Percy and cure him of this corruption, or he would have ignored it and ran forward, left, or just stomped on the moment entirely. So that is a good example of like something that feels like I am now kind of finally watching real Critical Role. And I'm super excited to see where it goes from here. So that's sick. Oh yeah, I didn't realize we were that close. Yeah, me neither. Yeah, that opening RP was so good. Yeah. And which is so cool. As a DM, my goal is to have some part of the session feel so cool. Whether it is a big RP segment, whether it is a dungeon, a battle map, one enemy, a trap. I really want like one thing for them to remember and to latch on to, the sun tree. That is kind of my goal every session. And I try to put that thing middle-ish, but sometimes your players are just on fucking fire and they deliver at the very beginning. So, it's you can't predict that shit. This has been awesome. This has been a proper, authentic experience. First up, fuck yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, it's so funny because this experience of John asking at the top, do we really need to do for an episode this short? Do we really need to do a half episode? And if we wouldn't have, this would have been a 10-hour stream. Is so illustrative of how much I was holding myself back towards the end, honestly. So this has been awesome for me. I'm really, really psyched about the new schedule. And we would have had the timer. That is fair, John. But even the timer was me holding myself back a little bit. I do, to be clear, I am going to bring back the timer. So we won't have this wild of a ratio in future, especially when it comes to the Friday episodes. So when we're doing like full episode Fridays, I don't want it to be a 10-hour stream still. So I will definitely be following at least a vague timer more, especially during the full episodes. Yay, real CR! Having started with C2, I can't help but feel excitement for you eventually seeing all my favorite moments for that. Really enjoying C1 though. That's totally fair. I'm excited to see like all of it. You know, I'm super excited to see the whole thing because I know so many people talk about how much they love C2, and it seems to be. I think it seems to be a really positive thing that it seems to be whichever you watch first is your favorite. And I think that could be interpreted pessimistically, but I interpret it optimistically. If they're both so good that it's hard to choose, and just the one that you would got attached to first just edges the other out. So I'm having a ton of fun, and I'm excited for C2. I do have a question about watching CR. Yeah, bet. Let's do it. Not the timer, no. Normal fans saw it live and couldn't pause, where you basically have to transform it. They could theoretically pause, but I understand what you mean of it's, it was live. So they were like pausing a live stream as opposed to what I'm doing, which is pausing a VOD and talking about it a lot. So yeah. Any thoughts on how different you watching CR this way with the pauses and talks versus not pausing, how different that would be for you? Yeah. I think in general, it's kind of got the same feeling as book club, which is why, or I guess I could say that book club has the same feeling as this, right? But the act of frequently analyzing it, right? Of pausing and like having time to digest every little thing, I think it can sometimes lead me towards nitpicking, which I try to call out when that's happening. But I also think it is making me appreciate some moments more, but it is also probably disturbing, not probably, just is disturbing the pace more. So I think that in some cases, maybe some moments are hitting less hard than they would have for a normal live audience. But I also think that I'm maybe picking up on some more subtle things that are happening. I'm getting the great interaction and addition of you guys talking through the moments. That is giving me extra value. Like, it's kind of like, the experience of like sitting down and watching a movie on a couch with your roommates as opposed to in a theater with a bunch of other people. Like in the theater with a bunch of other people, there's like the whoa, or there's the which is cool. And it's like a very unique and special experience. But there's a whole other type of experience of sitting down and watching those movies at home with your friends, or even like showing your friend a movie that you love but they've never seen, and like you talk about it on the breaks or when you pause to go to the bathroom. Like, that's more of this experience, and I think that they are both very valid and have their strengths. I will say, for me, I don't go out and watch movies. I only watch movies with people, normally if they've seen them or if I've seen them. So, for me, even though I've gotten to the part of CR that I'm like, wow, this is really cool, this is really interesting, actually watching it probably wouldn't be for me. Watching it this way, oh my God, is so for me. Like, it's hard to even explain how much more I like it. It's the same thing with like Baldur's Gate 3. Like, I don't really have much desire to play Baldur's Gate 3 by myself at home. I love playing it on stream. There's just like something so fundamentally different about it for me that just hits entirely different parts of my brain. And I love it. So yeah, I think it would be very different in both positive and negative ways, but for me, I think the negatives would outweigh the positives. Yeah. C2 was a favorite due to a lack of early installment weirdness, very fair, and being a big onboarder for lots of people, example me. I started it when it was like at like EP 19. Oh, so that was great. I mean, you could go and like get really quickly caught up and then go and watch the whole thing live. That's awesome. Yeah, I can imagine. I will say, if I was going to go into one of them, if I'm speaking to fictional past me and I'm trying to convince them to watch CR, I am telling past me to start with C2. Because one of the things I have liked the least about C1 is the fact that we jumped in the middle, that we didn't get to see these characters throughout their whole deal. So that would be a big plus for me, is starting from the very beginning. But then I would miss out on Grog. And that would suck. And there's something very charming about them like figuring it out and like having these like really early moments on stream. There's something super, super charming, like a really high, I don't want to say value, but like effect in that. Weirdness as in technical weirdness, that is. Technical weirdness. Me technical weirdness? Did I say something about weirdness? I have like a 10-minute buffer in my head where I cannot remember anything. I have a bad short-term memory is what this is called. I was just about to describe the concept of short-term memory versus long-term. It exists. I have bad short-term memory. And so the moment like the words leave my mouth, I can remember them for about 10 seconds and then they're gone. Until they enter long-term memory, and then I can maybe retrieve them. But I have no idea if that's referencing something I said or not. I am often reminded of all my fan favorite moments throughout C1, C2. I have to make myself avoid making references for the chat, risking mega sidetracked by recognizing a spoiler. I appreciate how, like, you know, there have been a couple times where things have gotten spoiled, but all in all, people try. And that's all I care about at the end of the day. Is, you know, I don't want people in here, like, aggressively spamming spoilers, you know, just trying to, like, fuck with me. Or even just people talking about it. But, you know, if it happens, it happens. I just appreciate everyone's effort. Because I think everyone agrees, you know, it's kind of one of the big draws of the stream is my total ignorance. It's one of the draws for me as well. Like, I would never pre-watch A Day in My Life. I never would. It would be so hard. It would be like scripting it, which is harder for me. Like, I know that people, you know, I've said this before, like, you know, people look at like really long live streams and they're like, how do like streamers do it? I could not do this if it was scripted. I fucking hate reading scripts. I like writing them, but I cannot read off a script. I cannot read off of bullet points. When I was in like speech classes, I used to have to memorize my scripts. I couldn't read off of bullet points. It just sounds robotic if I do. So it's like, if I pre-watched, not only would I be like ruining the experience for myself, which, like, you know, part of this is for me, but also like it would sound like shit. Like, you would be able to tell. I wouldn't be able to fake it that well. So yeah, that's, you know, that's part of the thing for you guys. That's part of the thing for me. There are definitely moments when I'm like, why did you pause there? But your insights into what's going on far outweighs that minor inconvenience. That's totally fair. There have been multiple moments where it's like I pause and then I unpause, like, and I didn't realize kind of the momentum that was building up. And that has definitely happened. I have felt it. Of like, damn, that scene would have hit harder if I wouldn't have paused. But yeah, that's, you know, just as the CR people get into their groove, I'll get into my groove on pausing. I'll get a better feel for when to press that button. I couldn't get past C1 Ep1 for a while because of the FOMO. C2 got me hooked, and then I had the investment to get through the Underdark slog. I feel like, again, in the most likely scenario where I do watch CR, that would be how it would end up being for me. I think that's the most likely scenario that would have got me in it. Grog is great. And yeah, the early moments are defo teaching. I said early installment weirdness when referring to the technical difficulties of the earlier episodes and then tried to clarify. Got it. I feel you. Yeah, no, that's totally fair. There's a lot of... you know what? I'm glad that I ran through a lot of my technical issues in the early episodes when they were running into their technical issues. Very thematic. Nice little mirroring right there. All on purpose, obviously. But yeah. I love C2 for the characters, acting, and themes. I love C1 for being the thing that started CR as we know it. Yeah. C2 is some of my favorite theater I've ever seen. Yeah, fair enough. I'd recommend the spoiler channel in the Discord. Yeah, it's very, very fair. You know what? Let's throw a little exclamation point Discord in there. Links are in that MFing description. and it's a chill time. They're we're just chill dudes in chill moods. Yeah. Cool. Well, I think that will be that. And I had a fun time hanging out with everyone today. I know that next stream will be shorter because I won't have the giant starting segment. And I will hopefully have a timer figured out. I want something linked to the stream deck, and I want something that I can put on screen with OBS. So live split, I have to it also has to actually exist on my screen, and I'd like it for it to just be an on-screen element. So I'm gonna look into it more. Let's try to see if I can find an Elgato plugin that works. So maybe for next stream, but definitely by Friday. Because for full episodes, I definitely need the timer, even if we're gonna have more time. But yeah, good stream indeed. Fuck yeah! Well, thank you all for coming. I will see you all on Wednesday, and anyone in book club, don't forget. I'm sure you're all already caught up, but if you aren't, book club is this Sunday, so don't forget it. And I think next book, the book club after this book club, I will either do a week early or a week late, so that book club is on the weekend that full episode Fridays are not. That's my ultimate goal, but this week they're all in 1 week. So we'll do full episode Friday this Friday, and then book club this Sunday, and then half episode on Monday. And I will see you all then. Goodbye.